who moves up to 4th, as does Tom Whedon into 5th there, so Don Gilbert relegated to 6th. But of course, this is just a warm-up session. Positions and time do not matter in the slightest. And that is perfectly showcased with Mike Rees and Gary McCoy crossing the line at a relatively pedestrian pace. Aaron Sadler, 4.41 in 11th place at the conclusion of this session. Joey Thompson remains in 3rd, personal best lap there on that final lap of a 1 minute 51.988. The fastest lap yesterday, incidentally, from Dean Harrison, that was a 1 minute 45.490, average lap speed of 82.93. But if we cast our minds back to the Gold Cup of 2020, where it was that titanic battle between Lee Johnston and Dean Harrison, that is where we find our lap record for the 600s. That's a 1 minute 44.8. So we got within around about 0.6 of a second of it yesterday. But it is still Dean Harrison with the lap record from September 2020. 3 years almost since Dean Harrison set that lap time. And what a great battle it was between himself and Lee Johnston. Mike Brown, Joey Thompson 2nd and 3rd. Mark Goodings, Tom Whedon 4th and 5th in this particular session. Don Gilbert, Gary McCoy, Toby Shan also out there in the twin Arite Super Twins on the Carlton Racing Kawasaki. But in this Super Sport 600A session, he's out there on his own Triumph 675. He's in 8th ahead of Mike Rees, John Marsh, Aaron Sadler, Mike Norbury and Sam Johnson. Well, the next 3-lap warm-up session, making their way onto the circuit. Marcus Simpson, Jack Foley, Joey Lambden, Paul Marley, Andrew Hurd lead them out of the holding area there. As Christian Bomber Slater just behind Steve Degnan. Steve Degnan, of course, Degsy, was on pole position for the RST Group B race yesterday. So let's have a look at the race results from yesterday's RST Supersport Group B race. Of course, as I mentioned, Steve Degsy Degnan was on pole position. He ended up finishing in 5th place, just rounding out the top 5. But the race winner from yesterday, by 0.3 of a second, was number 175, Paul Marley, who was the 4th rider out of the holding area to start this warm-up session. But Paul Marley, Aaron Sadler, Joey Lambden was your podium. Long-time race leader Joey Lambden, all the way from down in Crowborough is Joey. Just the other side of London there in East Sussex. Kev Barsby and Steve Degnan round out the top 5. Andrew Hurd, Nick Sweet, Russell Brook, Christian Slater and Oliver Dean were your top 10. And the 16 finishes there completed by Connor Wade in 11th, Chris McGoran in 12th. Then it's Clayton Taylor, Arthur Gissing, Paul Moyer and Dave Fernley in 16th. 2 riders not classified there, number 177 Chris Muckle and the number 14 machine of Sam Ward. Sam Ward there on the Kawasaki ER6 650 in this particular race. Unfortunately, having a few issues with that machine overheating. But fingers crossed that everything is all sorted for today's action for the 25-year-old HTV driver. As the riders make their way around to complete the first of their warm-up laps. Marcus Simpson, Adam McLean, Jack Foley is your leading 3. An opening lap there of a 1 minute 58.078 for the newcomer this weekend, Marcus Simpson. Jack Foley in 3rd ahead of Joey Lambden, yesterday's 3rd place finisher. And it's ahead of Paul Marley, in fact. Paul Marley 5th at this stage in the warm-up session. Yesterday's race winner ahead of Russell Brook, Andrew Hurd. Adi Harrison was a retiree in yesterday's Supersport A race. Adi Harrison, fingers crossed, those issues that may have befallen Adi have been rectified. He's ahead of Nick Sweet and Christian Bomber Slater. Poleman from yesterday, Steve Degnan in 11th. Of course, just getting everything all sorted. Make sure those final checks are perfect before the racing action commences for today. And these guys will be the second race in the programme later on today. Oliver Dean out there. Of course, Oliver Dean there of OC Graphics, bike number 86 on the Yamaha R6. He was one of quite a few riders yesterday who had a go on the sidecars during just after lunch. And he said that he didn't have the best of days yesterday, did Oliver Dean, but that certainly was a highlight to go around this Oliver's Mount circuit on a sidecar. So the question has to be asked, will we ever see Oliver Dean as a passenger racing this circuit? We'll have to wait and see. But Oliver Dean, 13th at the moment, ahead of Connor Wade, Clayton Taylor and Arthur Gissing. Of course, Arthur Gissing, a newcomer this weekend. Having a few issues with the quick shifter was Arthur yesterday, just 23 years of age. And he's been to Oliver's Mount previously as Arthur Gissing, but not to race. So this is his first time racing on the Northlinks Components Yamaha R6. Sharing a pit area with Jim Hind, who didn't have the best day yesterday, and we didn't see him in the earlier warm-up session for the Group A's. So we'll have to wait and see if Jim Hind makes an appearance in today's racing action. As A.D. Harrison moves up from 8th place into 7th now, ahead of Andrew Hurd, who promptly goes from 7th down to 8th. It's a 1 minute 54.7 for Adam McLean, a 1 minute 54.8 for Marcus Simpson. Jack Foley and Joey Lambden both inside the 1 minute 58 bracket, as is Paul Marley. Everybody else yet to crack that 2 minute bracket. Russell Brook, A.D. Harrison, Andrew Hurd, Chris McGoran and Bomber Slater round out the top 10 at this stage. Nick Sweet, bike number 75, currently in 15th place on the timing screen. Nick Sweet, it's just his second time here this weekend, and I believe the first time on a full Supersport 600. He was on the CB 500 at the Bob Smith Spring Cup, was Nick Sweet. Just getting to grips with the Yamaha R6 this weekend, I suspect. But Adam McLean at the top of the timing sheets there, 1 minute 54.720. That's an average lap there on the first of the flying laps, in inverted commas. That's 76.26 miles per hour. And of course, Adam McLean was the Gold Cup race winner from last year. Of course, he beat Jim Hind and race favourite prior to the race, at least, Davey Todd, who finished in 3rd. We're just looking up towards Farm Bends now. There is Adam McLean peeling right in towards Farm Bends. Of course, that particular section of the circuit added in 1991. As Marcus Simpson crosses the line to take the checkered flag to conclude the second of the RST Supersport warm-up sessions for today. Adam McLean goes quicker with a 1 minute 50.407. Marcus Simpson 1 minute 53.578. The fastest lap yesterday in the RST Supersport Group B race was Aaron Sadler. Second place finisher, bike number 441, with a 1 minute 54.502. A.D. Harrison and Andrew Hurd crossed the line there to finish 7th and 8th respectively in this particular session. But as we mentioned previously, it is just that, a warm-up session. There's no points or prizes for this one. That will come later on in the day as Connor Wade crosses the line along with bike number 212. That's Chris McGoran. Dexy moves up to 9th as Clayton Taylor, Nick Sweet, Oliver Dean all cross the line to complete the warm-up session here. And just one more rider to go then. That's bike number 25, as we mentioned, the young man from North Lincolnshire, Arthur Gissing. And that is the warm-up session completed then for the RST Supersport 600 Group Bs. McLean, Simpson, Foley is your top 3 at the end of this particular session, with Lambden, Marley and Brook. Harrison, Hurd, Degnan, McGoran, Slater, Wade, Gissing, Taylor, Sweet, and the 16 riders rounded out by number 86, Oliver Dean. So they're coming out as thick and fast. The next warm-up session that will be coming out onto the circuit will be the JMS Group Lightweights. And as we flick through the paperwork, we'll have a quick run through the race results from yesterday's race for the JMS lightweights. It was Joey Thompson, bike number 74 on the TZ250, who took the win by 21.7 seconds ahead of Richie Welsh. Richie Welsh ahead of Kelly Carruthers by 10 seconds. So it's a relatively spaced out affair for the top three in the JMS Group lightweights. But of course, there is a number of different classes within this particular race. Joey Thompson on the 250, Richie Welsh and Kelly Carruthers on the 400, Grant Whitaker on the CB 500, Adrian Scaife on the Moto 3s, and we'll run through both the overall results and also the in-class results. So the overall results then, Joey Thompson, Richie Welsh, Kelly Carruthers, as we mentioned, Grant Whitaker, Tim Walsh, Ricky Martin for 4th, 5th and 6th. Don Gilbert, who we've seen already earlier on this morning on his ZX6R. Don Gilbert, Adrian Scaife, Connor Wade and Tony Flinton rounding out the top 10. 11th, Liam McPherson. 12th place, Owen Monaghan, another rider who went out on the sidecar yesterday. Richard Hughes, Dan Blades, Aaron Sadler, Steve Sewell, Jack Worth, Nick Sweet and Dan North. That was the 19 finishes there. Just one rider who didn't finish. That's number 35, Dan Ingham. Not been here for a couple of meetings has Dan Ingham, but his younger brother has. That's Jamie. But Jamie seemingly not racing this weekend. The in-class results then, the 250s. There was just the two of them. Joey Thompson, of course, overall winner and also 250 race winner. And Connor Wade finishing in second in that particular class. The 400s, Richie Welsh, Kelly Carruthers and Tim Walsh. The Moto 3s, Adrian Scaife, Tony Flinton and Jack Worth. Ironically, two Honda RS125s within the Moto 3 class, and of course Adrian Scaife on that FTR Moto 3 bike. And the CB 500s, there was 11 of them there. Should have been 12. But of course, number 26, Bailey Harker, unfortunately a slight mechanical error with the gear shifter there, saw him pull out of the race on the very first lap and go back to the paddock. But in the meantime, Grant Whitaker, Ricky Martin, Don Gilbert was your podium in the CB 500s. Liam McPherson and Owen Monaghan rounding off the top 5. Richard Hughes, Dan Blades, Aaron Sadler in 6th, 7th and 8th place. 9th was Steve Sewell, 10th was Nick Sweet, and in 11th place there was number 39, Dan North. Still getting to grips with the Oliver's Mount circuit is the newcomer, Dan North, on bike number 39 as they make their way out onto the circuit, being led by Hull's finest, number 48, Richie Welsh, followed by number 27, Tim Walsh. So it's Welsh from Walsh. Dan Blades, the first of the CB 500s. Ahead of Liam McPherson, Grant Whitaker. Kelly Carruthers, yesterday's second place rider in the 400s. Richard Hughes, Ricky Martin, Dan North. And it's Adrian Scaife, yesterday's Moto 3 winner. Bailey Harker is out there, just getting in some dry track time. Of course, he was out there in the, had the newcomers laps and also the qualifying sessions did Bailey Harker yesterday, but unfortunately not a whole lot of dry track time. Steve Sewell, John Cliff, Aaron Sadler, Nick Sweet, Don Gilbert, Owen Monaghan, Jack Worth, Dan Ingham, all out there. So again, fingers crossed that whatever issues befallen Dan Ingham yesterday have been rectified and he'll be able to certainly fight his way up the field throughout the course of this race later on today. As Tony walks into the commentary box there, you had a quick wander around the paddock there.
Yes, indeed. There's a lot of interest in the live feed that's available here and the webcams, of course. They're listening to us. Big Brother is watching you now. And I only had compliments, believe it or not. I suppose there'll be a few out there who thinks not such complimentary thoughts, but there you go. It always happens that way. And I was looking at a guy who's in the next office to us yesterday without realising it was the legend that is John Barton, who raced here for How many years? I can't lip read. Had he raced here? Yeah. With all sorts of bikes, shapes and sizes and capacities, and 2 strokes, 4 strokes, you name it, he did it. John's fighting shy. Somebody poked a microphone in front of him and he chased him away. It's amazing how many riders and ex-riders do are scared stiff of a microphone. When did you first start commentating? But I think you told me once that you wrote to Bemsey and they took you up on it, just like that.
That was pretty much it, yeah.
Yeah.
I was 18,
Uh-huh.
so 5 years ago now.
And that day at Cadwell, you came up to me and said,
I
don't know
recognise
whether
you.
you recognise. Well, you were a little lad scampering about the place. That's all I remember. And we worked together. We were up in the shed on the hillside with no screen. No, nothing. And Fred Clark was being the dominant male, as usual. And we couldn't get in when incidents happened, and Charlie's and coming under Park Straight. But we didn't get the chance to say anything for a couple of laps. The override that exists in the main commentary area cut us out. And we once had the leader. Fred was having a chat to one of his mates. Hi, that was a wide exit.
The line now, it's Grant Whitaker, the fastest at this stage. As we mentioned, it's just a warm-up lap. Warm-up session, sorry. Richie Welsh, Kelly Carruthers, Liam McPherson, Tim Walsh. That is the order at this stage. So Tim Walsh there. As Dan Ingham moves up to second place on that NC35. But it is Grant Whitaker on the fastest overall on that CB 500. We'll have a look at the quickest laps from yesterday. Joey Thompson was the quickest overall with a 1 minute 59 on that TZ250, but he's not out there in this session. But the fastest CB 500 lap time there, a 2 minute 4.615. That was Grant Whitaker on the third lap, as he took the lead and then promptly pulled the gap over Ricky Martin to take the CB 500 win by 5.6 seconds.
Quite a margin, really.
It was. I think the key there was he managed to get a few riders in between himself and Ricky Martin, and that was enough for him to make the gap.
Second in the CB 500s at the moment, Liam McPherson. Not a rider I've come across. I don't know whether you know.
Not one previously, but he's certainly doing a good job. He was fourth in class yesterday, knocking on the door of a podium finish. He's 26,
actually. I did get a brief chat with him yesterday. Started at East Fortune. Well, if you live in Scotland, you start at East Fortune or Knockhill. You don't have much of a choice these days. I can remember when there was loads of circuits. Kirkcaldy, Gask. Charter Hall was south of the border, but as near as Dammit, Scotland, if you lived where I lived in East Yorkshire. And lots of choice of venues. Many were old airfield circuits. You can argue they were safe, but they tended to use 5-gallon and 45-gallon drums. And they could be filled with water or filled with concrete even. And if you hit one of them, I broke most of my toes on my right foot somewhere. That was on... I can't remember the name of the circuit now. I can picture it. But that was a 5-gallon drum. And they poured concrete into it. And I thought, oh, I can just kick it out the way. Whoa.
I suppose it did a good job of slowing you down, but perhaps not as safe as what it possibly could have been.
It was fortunately the last lap. Yeah, John Barton here, in the capacity of a steward now. Good to see former riders putting something back into the sport. Enjoying it?
Yeah, loving it. Yeah, no, it's good. All the years I've been racing, so yeah, it's nice still to be involved, and obviously to be involved on this side of the fence. It's yeah, it's good. I really enjoy it, especially coming back to Scarborough. It's been a long time since I've been back here, but I've enjoyed every minute of it.
And you brought the sunshine with you as well, John.
I know, all the way from the Isle of Man. It's not often we have that in the Isle of Man either, to be honest.
When did he move over there then?
I moved back to the island in 1997. I moved over to the island.
Yeah.
I've been there a long time now, but still get across as often as I can to come back to these sort of meetings and what have you.
And so what are you doing in the island? Are you a gentleman of leisure, or are you still grafting your doodads off?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm one person that moved to the island for not the obvious reasons of a tax haven. So I'm still working over there. Yes, I'm involved heavily with the TTs. I work for the government with regard to TT, and I've got my own other little business that I run alongside it. So yeah, no, life's good. Life's good in the island.
Good.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
I was talking to Phil Edge the other day. He, of course, scarpered over there many years ago for a different reason than you, I think.
Yeah, no, it feels good. He's put a lot into the sport over there, especially around the Southern 100.
Yeah.
He does an awful lot of work behind the scenes.
I get press releases nearly on a daily basis. Where he finds it from. Sadly, many have been obituaries recently. 55, I think, when the Southern 100 started, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I used to go across there with Ted Fenwick and the guys from York. Sadly, Ted not with us any longer. He didn't quite make 93, but he was close. And he was hoping to go back and do the Southern again. He had his last win there when he was 83, I think.
I know, it's amazing. That's the sort of event they run there, though. You know, the guys do a brilliant job at the Southern 100, and they sort of cater for all kind of classes and ages.
I was rather unkind. I said to Phil, all these press releases, and half of them are obituaries. Have you written yours yet? He was our press officer here, of course, for quite a number of years.
Yeah.
And I don't know, well, I do know what happened when Peter brought in a family member, shall we say.
Right, okay, politics again.
Yeah,
politics getting in the way of a bit of fun.
Oh, it enters into everything, he says. But you've only one race bike left, you're telling me.
Yeah. All my road race stuff's been sold, but I've kept one of the bikes that I always enjoyed riding, the Ducati Super Mono that I did the European stuff on and the TT on. So I've still got that at home. I don't think that'll ever go. But all the rest of the stuff's gone just to get rid of any temptation that might come along for me to get back out on the grid.
Well, I think I had more comebacks than Frank Sinatra. And it wasn't until I sold the van, the caravan, a load of tools, and took on the job of managing a speedway team, which alongside a full-time job as area sales manager for a construction equipment company. So there weren't many spare hours in the day. So a comeback was a total no-no.
No, exactly, yeah. No, I think once you've made that decision, I think you've got to kind of stick to it, but yeah, stay involved. There's plenty of there's plenty of opportunities for people to get involved
I
at these
go
meetings.
to some circuits. Cadwell does it to me. This place does. Absolutely. I get goosebumps as soon as I can see the monument up there. I was 4 years old when I came here at the second meeting that was ever staged on Oliver's Mount. I pestered the living daylights out of my dad to bring me along, and we ended up coming, not in the car, because my mum needed it that weekend. We came in, one of our postmen had a Panther sloper with a sidecar on, and unfortunately they made me sit in the sidecar, which I didn't like. I wanted to be on the back of the bike, but I came here, and I'll never forget coming down to the bridge and hearing the Doppler sound of particularly of the megaphone exhausts and the smell of Castrolala. And it just triggered something off in me that I can't get rid of.
No, those things you'll never leave. Those things will stay you forever. Yeah, that's the beauty of our sport, isn't it? We have all these wonderful places to go and race bikes and meet loads of nice people over the years, and yeah, it's just a great thing to be involved with.
Sorry we're making you kneel down. It's not in our presence. We used to have a chair back here that Frank Sheen used to sit in. Quiet as a mouse was Franco. And when the man, Bob Heath, stopped racing, he used to help Bob. And when Bob stopped racing and started playing with trains, Franco was at a loose end. He'd come back from Australia, and he used to sit there throughout the meeting, and he loved it. He loved this place, and sadly by then Iris had died as well, his wife, Barry's mum, and until sadly he passed away, that the link with the Sheens was gone, except for the Barry Sheen meeting coming up in 3 weeks. That's no time at all, really, but I think we're going to have some very interesting machines and people. Who knows, one day we might get John Barton on his one remaining bike.
But I might come back to do a couple of parade laps myself.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? No, I'd love to. You know, it still gives me a buzz to ride a bike. I still do a bit of track stuff, and this year at the TT I was lucky enough to get a couple of sighting laps in just to check the conditions. So the passion's still there, and I still enjoy it.
Did you ride the Spartan? Did you ride the Spartan at one point? No. I thought somebody who it rhymed with Spartan, and I'm thinking, was it Barton? But obviously not.
No, not me on the Spartan. I do remember the Spartan being about, but yeah, no, never got to ride that myself. No.
I know it was a bit of a tongue twister, and it would have been ideal for you, Barton on the Spartan. But was it predominantly four strokes, your career?
Well, in the very early days, I was 125 and 250s, and then I went on to more of the four strokes, and there it kind of stayed really. You know, unfortunately, the two strokes kind of, you know, petered out quite a bit, and the four strokes took over. But yeah, and also I'm quite a big lad, so the 125s and 250s, it was clear to see that I was too big for them really. So the best route to go was for the bigger four-stroke stuff.
I had the same problem, really, but I had a Trident, and the little Yamahas could run rings round you because they could chuck them about. They're about half the weight, and I still long for the old Trident. It was, I won't tell you how I came by it. It was bits and pieces via a former works rider. Contrabando.
Out the back door.
Sadly, he's no longer with us either.
Percy,
yeah. Good guy, and I mean, the great bikes, when I kicked off, it was mainly, there were 250s, occasional 125s, but 250s, 350s and 500s. And we had over 300 entries here at Scarborough. But if you were lucky or rich, you maybe had a van, but not a very big one. Sometimes with a caravan, but more often than not with a tent. And that's how we could get them in. The sidecar paddock wasn't open. 320 solos, imagine that. And we used to get about 3 or 4 full heats of sidecars to heats, semi-finals, final. And we could get them all in.
Yeah, amazing. It must have been a sight to see back in those days, you know, all those bikes riding around here. Yeah, it must
Absolutely.
Have been amazing. Yeah, amazing. And the crowds, I remember, you know, before my time, but I remember looking through the history books and the pictures around this place, and it was unbelievably busy, wasn't it, back in the day?
I turned one up the other day on some website or other. It was showing sidecars from the Gold Cup meeting in '96. And you could scarcely see a blade of grass here. The shot was taken from the exit of Farm Bends virtually, and there was just thousands and thousands of people. When I was writing the book on the first 50 years of Oliver's Mount, the interesting thing was nearly all the blokes were wearing collar and tie, and either a trilby or a cap, and how times have changed. Jeans hadn't arrived in the UK by then. The cowboys had them, I think, in the States. But I can remember jeans being in the shops. I was at school then, and I pestered the living daylights out of my parents to get a pair of denims. And no, you're not having any of those. You wear your short trousers till you grow out of them. And life's changed over the years. The bikes have changed. You used to be able to do absolutely everything yourself. You had to, because you couldn't afford anything else. There was such a wide variety. There was lots of Velocets. There was even Rudges around into the 50s and the early 60s. There were odd Rudges appearing. Funnily enough, my car registration at the moment is MOV. And the Velocets, the MOV Velo, I don't think that swung it, but I had one of those. But I was too big, really, for 250s until the Yamahas came out with the early TZs or the TD1Cs and the like. But the evolution of motorbike racing is amazing to see. How it was almost all 4 strokes, except the 125 class. Fred Launchbury used to come up here with his BSA Bantam 125 and blitz everybody out of sight. Brad, are you there? If you see anything interesting, just grab... Oh, thanks, John. And continue the good work. Well done.
Well, out on the circuit, we did have the Motor Classic Superbikes and the Super Monos. Now we do have the Formula 2 sidecars, and it's Stephen Matthew Ramsden at the end of the first lap there who go quickest, with Conrad Harris and Rhys Gibbons in second. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy still looking for that lap record. Of course, that is a 15-year-old lap record now that they are looking
in a way,
break.
It will be sad to see the name of Nick Crowe and Mark Cox disappear, because that day, that performance of those two on that sidecar, it was a blistering performance, and it's in the memory of a lot of sidecar aficionados how quick he went. He was a great racer, Nick, but sadly, of course, that horrible crash left him very much incapacitated, but he's working with his sons. And he's as cheerful. I can't believe it. I don't know what state I would be in had I suffered the horrible injuries that he suffered. But he loves the sport. No qualms about his sons stepping into it. They haven't been here yet, but we'll have to try and lure them across.
No, they're doing a good job there, aren't they? They had a good TT. First made their debut at the TT in 2019, I believe it was. That's Ryan and Callum Crowe.
Yeah.
And weirdly enough, they did use a Triumph triple engine in for their debut TT. I think they got a 5th place from memory. They're looking to go some better. And, of course, match the success of their father.
Unfortunately, the governing body decided that the Triumph triples were not a suitable engine. I don't know why. Hey, this is fun and games. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, though, they cleared off with a lap in 1 minute 56.243 for the first flying lap. And that's not hanging about. Stephen Matthew Ramsden, their best is still 2:00.019. And that is 3.7 seconds slower. I think my colleague's gone for, oh no, it's not something to eat, it's something to drink. Oh, mine will be cooked and left it on the window ledge. That point. It sure is now.
Well, the checkered flag is now being shown for the BDS Motorcycles Formula 2 sidecars. And it's Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy, who end up on top with the quickest lap on their final lap of a 1 minute 56.172, an average lap of 75.3 miles per hour. Stephen Matthew Ramsden, Carl Fenwick and Ash Moore complete the top 3. Conrad Harrison, Rhys Gibbons, Sean and Ben Chandler also take the checkered flag. Bruce Moore and Mark Gash there in 6th place. Dave Marshall, Anthony Pitt currently in 7th. There is 9 outfits currently circulating, 3 of which are heading into Farm Bends now. And the 4th just heading over Jeffries Jumps and in towards Farm Bends as we speak. But the checkered flag is now being waved for outfit number 25. That's Dave Marshall and Anthony Pitt. Paul Riley, Jody James up next. Bruce Moore and Mark Gash finished there in 6th place. And now we await the arrival of number 71, Chris Schofield and Tom Dawkins, as they take the checkered flag and will head back to the paddock. So the race results yesterday for the sidecars we will have here. We'll just have a quick run through them. It was Stephen Matthew Ramsden, in fact, who took the win. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, unfortunately, retiring yesterday, with the top 5 rounded off by Bruce Moore and Mark Gash. And, in fact, there was just the 5 finishes there. As we mentioned, Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy DNFing in the race yesterday. David Marshall and Anthony Pitt also a retirement, as was Chris Schofield and Tom Dawkins. In fact, they retired on the 2nd lap there at Farm Bends. So from the 3 wheels, we'll move back to the 2 wheelers, and it will be the final warm-up session of the morning. It's the Arai Super Twins for their 3-lap warm-up.
As I left the circuit last night, around about, I don't know, 7:30 probably, there were a lot of guys trying to iron out the gremlins, particularly with the twins. Because, let's face it, there have been tweaked within the legal regulations, allegedly. Whoops.
Yeah, that was a hand in the air for number 7, Toby Shan, on the Carlton Racing Kawasaki.
Yeah.
Not quite sure what the issue may be.
Did have a problem with that bike yesterday, but hopefully they thought it had been cured.
Well, the remaining riders just making their way out of the holding area now. Tommy Downs was the rider who led them out on the Yamaha R7. Of course, the Yamaha R7, the newest addition to the twins classes. Toby Shan heading back to the paddock. So Toby Shan back to the paddock there, managing to complete all of about 300 metres.
Yeah, he didn't have the best of days yesterday. His own bike, the 675 Triumph Triple, that is the bike on which he started his career, basically. There's a few bits being added and a few things that have gone bang have been replaced, but it is the same basic bike on which the man who works at festivals, music festivals, all sorts of things like that, as a project manager, and he does try and avoid weekends so he can go racing as much as he possibly can. Used to live at Haxby, now lives at Sutton on Derwent, which was the next village to where I came from, having spent my formative years in that neck of the woods at I was going to say a little village called Melbourne. It's much bigger now. Every gap, every back garden has got not just one. I think the population is now double what it was when my connections with the village were severed back in 1982.
But the rest of the riders filtering their way through there. I noticed Sam Ward is out there getting in some valuable track time on that Kawasaki after the issues yesterday. Jules Tillotson missed a meeting or two as Jules Tillotson, but he's here currently circulating in 9th. He's been relegated down to 10th as Gary McCoy, with the clear track in front of him, goes to the top with a 1 minute 58.4. Tommy Downs, Kev Barsby is 2nd and 3rd, with Russell Brook and Jack Turner in 5th.
Hopefully we'll get the opportunity to introduce you to Gary McCoy. He's been very much an improving rider here at Scarborough, racing under the Mad Brothers Racing banner these days. They're not actually brothers, but they are a bit mad. And why not? Tommy Downs, he is very impressive on bike number 117. He's really been going for it today. He's 28, comes from Suffolk. In fact, I think he's near... No, I can't remember which town it is that he was based near. And he certainly impressed me, the way he's been going and applying himself throughout the course of this weekend in particular. It's Moto 46, as it says here. I wonder who that 46. Yes, Yamaha R7. There's Gary McCoy in dominant form. He's got a lead of just over a second and a half after he's only got one recorded lap so far. We should get, at least I think we should get a second lap shortly. Yep, there it goes. 1 minute 55.580. That gives him an advantage of 4.5 seconds over his nearest rival, Tommy Downs. So Gary McCoy, technically that bike, that ER6, is an older bike compared with some of the more modern Kawasaki's, and the newcomers to the scene, shall we say, the Yamahas. There's Mike Rees on a pattern. He is looking more the part today, circulating in 4th place, and the Aprilia RS's. Russell Brook is on the leading model of that machine at the moment, 5th quickest, and the old faithful Suzuki's, which started the ball rolling until Kawasaki came out with the ER6 and later the Z650.
Well, yesterday's race results for the RI Super Twins was Adam McLean taking the win by 1/4 of a second over Rob Hodgson. And Marcus Simpson, as we mentioned there, very impressive newcomer this weekend. He was at 3rd in yesterday's race, and is currently 3rd in this session as well, as Kev Barsby crosses the line on the 2nd of the Carlton Racing Kawasaki's. Baz Ferber was 4th ahead of Dan Ingham. Tommy Downs, the Yamaha R7 rider, in 6th ahead of Mike Rees on the pattern. Jacques Foley on the Kawasaki, Russell Brook on the Aprilia, and Kev Barsby on the Carlton Kawasaki. Jamie Kelman, the first of the Super Monos, in 11th on the Kramer. Ronnie Taylor, Andrew Hurd, Jack Turner, Owen Monaghan were your top 15. But in this session at least, it is Gary McCoy who is on top. Tommy Downs, Marcus Simpson, Logan Turner and Russell Brook is your top 5.
The Barry Sheene Classic Meeting comes to Oliver's Mount on the 22nd and 23rd of July, and with it comes an eclectic mix of classic and modern bikes, sidecars and riders. We'll have great racing by day, brilliant chat shows and live music, a beer tent till late on Friday and Saturday night, and you can camp for the weekend too in your tents and motorhomes. Book your Barry Sheene Classic tickets now at oliversmount.com or pay at the gate. Use postcode YO112UG. Oliver's Mount, England's only real road racing circuit.
Well, that's only 3 weeks away, so hope you've all got booked in for that one. And there will be a very interesting array of machines throughout the years, and of course modern ones as well, as we've contrived, I think. Do you know, I would love to see a class here for front exit sidecars like it used to be in the old days. Passengers had to work very hard, but it was not uncommon to have 10, 12 lap races for sidecars once upon a time, and hanging on to a front exit sidecar, it was no mean achievement. It needed a lot of strength, and you ended up usually with your hands full of blisters, which wasn't all that pleasant. So silence rules down there, but Gary McCoy looking at his best, 4.5 seconds ahead of Tommy Downs on the R7 Yamaha. And then Marcus Simpson. I don't know whether John Barton knows about Marcus Simpson. I couldn't find him. Can you give us any background, John? He's certainly hit a rich vein of form here this weekend for a first-timer.
Yeah, no, Marcus is a great lad from the island. Been brought up, his dad used to race. So he's been brought up in the paddock around the motorbikes, but unfortunately, very sadly, his dad passed away a few years ago through an illness. But then Marcus has taken up the mantle, and he's riding, and he's doing a really good job. You know, considering he's only been racing for 2 or 3 years, he's done a lot in Ireland on the pure roads. That's where his heart lies, really, with the roads.
Yeah.
He was due to do the TT with us this year, but unfortunately, he had a tip off. I think it was a Moy. And rendered himself unfit for the TT, but we've managed to get him a late entry into the Manx Grand Prix as a newcomer.
Excellent.
So yeah, no, he's doing a great job. He's got a good crowd of people behind him.
Certainly for somebody who's never raced here before.
Yeah.
He's stamped his mark.
No, absolutely.
On Oliver's Mount without a shadow of a doubt. Best lap in this warm-up session, 2 minutes 01.182.
Yeah, it's one of the most impressive things about him at the moment. He learns tracks quickly. You know, he doesn't take him long to get up to speed
That
around the
is
Southern
worth a
100.
lot.
Absolutely, when you come to places like this, because you don't get an awful lot of testing. You can't do track days here, so you've got to learn quick. But he's managed to do that, and if he carries on the way he's going, he's got a good future ahead of him.
Certainly has. It's looking that way. Do you know what he does for a living, away from the circuits?
He's working for like a contract gardening business at the moment. Just
Ah.
he can get away from work and take days off when he needs to take days off.
Right, somebody had better give him some gardening work on the build-up to every Scarborough meeting from now on, if that's what he's doing. But there is a good bit of background for the young man from Douglas in the Isle of Man.
Well, that will be the conclusion then of not only the RI Super Twins, but also all of the warm-up sessions for today and, in fact, the weekend, as we move swiftly on to the first race in today's programme. That will be race 8 for the RST Supersport A group. We saw them out earlier on. This will be page 46 in your programmes. That's race 8, RST Supersport 600 Group A's. And, well, Dean Harrison, Adam McLean, Gary McCoy was the podium yesterday. Relatively spread out there. 11 seconds victory for Dean Harrison, with Adam McLean a further 10.6 seconds ahead of Gary McCoy. But it was a closely fought affair for that final podium position, because Rob Hodson was breathing down Gary's neck all the way around, and it ended up being less than 0.2 of a second by the end of those 8 laps.
Those of you who were not here yesterday, you may have looked on the results pages, but Dean Harrison, who'd never seen that beautiful Ducati before, that is the K Racing machine, run out of a little village between Doncaster and I forget where it was between, but enthusiastic guy who owns that beautiful Ducati. He'd never seen that before, and when he went out for his first unofficial untimed practice session, where I'm saying untimed, but I think on his second flying lap he dipped underneath the old lap record. That's just a mark of the talent of Dean Harrison, and if you studied his performance in the Isle of Man, some people said, oh, he should have been, hey, that guy was riding Kawasaki's, and when you see what he was up against, the speeds through the speed traps of Pete Hickman and Mickey Dunlop were phenomenal. Way ahead of the speed through the traps of Dean Harrison. So he made up the ground because he finished not all that far behind them. For me, it was one of the most positive performances of anybody I remember seeing when he was giving away so much in terms of maximum horsepower. But the Russell racing bike as well, which you'll see him on today, the 600, he's just, well, stick a bike under him and he'll get the best out of it. That is probably the best way of describing it. There he is, taking up his position at the head of the grid on the inside of the circuit. Different colour scheme for him this year from what we've been used to for a considerable number of seasons now. And who are we missing? Oh, it's Adam on bike number 56. Here he comes. Adam McLean, sponsored by J. Maxey, a roofing company who is busy tinkering about. Oh, he's got Ray Hutch's mechanic.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking behind the front wheel there, potentially at the radiator. Just looking further down the grid, we've got a gap next to Marcus Simpson. Jim Hind should be out there, but it doesn't look as though he is, unfortunately. Jim Hind did have a bit of a terrible day yesterday, it has to be said.
Yeah.
But he's not out there at the moment. I suspect he'll be giving all his support and focusing his efforts with his good friend there, Arthur Gissing.
He and his dad were working last night to try and breathe some life into the 600, but it seems as though it was not possible. It was beyond the realms of repair. So with Dean Harrison on bike number 2, 56 Adam McLean on the centre of row 1, and 44 Rob Hodgson on the outside of the front row of the grid. Rob riding this year under the banner of SMT Racing, VRS Recovery and KH Commercials. So a new team completely for both Dean Harrison and Rob Hodgson this year. Adam McLean with his backing from two very interesting guys, Roy Hanna of Roy Hanna Motorcycles and Richard, his other crew chief. They were staying in the same place as I was, and we quaffed one or two pints of the foaming stuff early on. They went on to the little ones and I went to bed because I was knackered. Joey Thompson knocking at the door on bike 74, leads row 2 of the grid, together with 111 Gary McCoy. Gary had some problems with that bike yesterday. Hopefully they'll all have been sorted out. And Mike Brown, you can never discount Mike Brown on the John Burroughs machine. That is bike number 16. He completes that row of the grid. A farmer from down there in County Cork who was, well, first came to prominence in the Irish Sport Championship. That's where Dean Harrison cut his teeth. Billy McKinstry took him over there, and he was patient. He knew you had to do the Support Championship before you were allowed to go out and face the top-ranking Irish riders over there. And I reckon the experience gained by Dean in that season over there doing the Irish Support Championship, in which he won, totally dominated, in fact, the Support Series for both junior and Senior.
Well, it looks like there was a bit of tape on the radiator that Adam McLean was just taking off, which is why he was giving the front end of that bike some attention. But the tape has been taken off now.
Think everybody else yet? Green flag at the back, so... and from the centre of the front row of the grid, bike number 56, Adam McLean. And Adam is really going for it. The winner of the Gold Cup last year. He had a few niggling problems yesterday. That Suzuki was very, very quick early on in the races, but it seemed to lose out as the race progressed. I don't think it would be the man, because he's as fit as the proverbial butcher's dog. He looks after himself, and I don't know whether he trains hard. Hopefully he's going to come up and have a chat with us at some point later on, and we'll probably get a bit more of his background, because I think you, the loyal Oliver's Mount fans, deserve to know more about your new up-and-coming heroes. Adam McLean's been coming for several years now. Started 16 and 17, I think. He was only a young whippersnapper in those days. Then he missed a year or two with sponsorship problems and all the rest of it. But he's back again now. And Roy Hanna, who's with him. Roy Hanna Motorcycles, of course. He was famous with the Dunlop family at different times, particularly on the two-strokes. And believe it or not, the 125 Roy Hanna Motors bike is going to appear at Armoy in just a few short weeks.
Well, the leaders are back with us as they complete the first lap of 8, and it's Adam McLean who leads the way on bike number 56. Adam McLean ahead of Dean Harrison by 0.9 of a second as they break hard from their hairpin. Let's say a little flicker of flame from the exhaust of Dean Harrison's bike as he breaks into Mir, but Mike Brown is right there with him in third place. Gary McCoy up next on bike 111 with Joey Thompson rounding out that top 5. Then it's Andy Smart, only his second time here for Andy Smart. Looks like somebody crossing the line to reduce pace. Sam Johnson. Rob Hodson seemingly not tripping the timing beam here on the start-finish line. Oh, he pops up to second there, so it could well be a bit of an issue with the transponder for Rob Hodson. But Rob Hodson is there, bike number 44, the SMT Yamaha. Up there in second ahead of Dean Harrison. It's Mike Brown and Gary McCoy in fifth. As we mentioned there, Joey Thompson and Andy Smart. Just his second time here at Oliver's Mount for 110, Andy Smart. And it's Sam Johnson, the first retiree of the day. Number 54, Sam Johnson, has gone back to the paddock, unfortunately, on that Honda CBR 600.
Not been a happy weekend so far for Sam. It just hasn't panned out as we're used to seeing him on the CBR RR. And Jim Hind on the R6 didn't make it to the line. The engine seemed to have let go big style. They were still investigating last night. Dad scratching his head, and Jim with his you win some, you lose some attitude, which is the only way to be. Otherwise, it would prey on your mind.
Well, Dean Harrison's moved up to second place behind Adam McLean. Only a whole load of daylight between themselves and Rob Hodson. Mike Brown in fourth, but Gary McCoy all over the back end, almost riding pillion as we break from their hairpin then. On to lap 3 we go. Adam McLean, Dean Harrison with the fastest lap of the race of a 1 minute 47.271. Rob Hodson, Mike Brown, Gary McCoy. It was less than a tenth of a second between Mike Brown and Gary McCoy across the line, but they in turn are 2.9 seconds ahead of Joey Thompson, Andy Smart, Mike Norbury, Don Gilbert and Marcus Simpson, the newcomer this weekend, making his way inside that top 10 ahead of Ollie McRae, Mark Goodings and Baz Ferber, with Toby Shannon, Aaron Sadler rounding out the top 15.
And Dean Harrison made up a lot of ground on the Russell Racing bike on that lap to be just 0.32 behind race leader Adam McLean. Will he still be behind? Unfortunately, our vision is hampered by twigs on the tree here on our right and some fluttering flags, which here, there and everywhere in this breeze. So we can't really see what's going on down at Mere Hairpin.
Well, what I suspect will happen here is that Dean Harrison, previously at least anyway, he stalks the race leader there for a number of laps and then just makes his move.
We saw a lot of that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we certainly did. Makes his move in the closing stages of the race and then pulls the gap. But that doesn't seem to be the case this time around as Dean Harrison takes the lead ahead of Adam McLean. It's still Rob Hodson ahead of Mike Brown and Gary McCoy for third, fourth and fifth. But Dean Harrison is your new race leader. Crossing the line they go then. The gap was 3/10. It's now, well, Dean Harrison has over a second advantage on Adam McLean, and that is the fastest lap of the race for Dean Harrison. 1 minute 46.937. Average lap of 81.81 miles per hour. But it's Dean Harrison, Adam McLean and Rob Hodson up next. Mike Brown and Gary McCoy in very close attendance with Mike Brown for that final podium position. Joey Thompson, Andy Smart, Mike Norbury, Don Gilbert, Marcus Simpson. Not a lot of changes of position there further down the order as Paul Marley, Dan Forbes, John Marsh and Tom Whedon crossed the line. Tom Whedon then at the back of the field on bike number 77. Not sure what's happening there for Tom Whedon. He's lapping 2 seconds quicker than the men in front. In fact, his lap time should put him somewhere knocking on the door of the top 10. But Tom Whedon, the man from Maidstone, down in 20th place.
And watch out for bike number 16, Mike Brown. He is lapping faster than Rob Hodson, the man just ahead of him in third place. Only 0.220 is the gap that separates them as 3 laps are completed in this 8-lap race.
Dean Harrison opening up the advantage on Adam McLean, looking for that battle for third place, and they're coming towards us now. It's still Gary McCoy. We can catch the fluorescent orange flashes on his Arai crash helmet for Gary McCoy. Still there in 5th place. Dean Harrison extending his advantage at the front of this race as he comes across the line once more to complete lap number 4. And a lap time that time around of a 1 minute 45.018. That's 83.3 mile an hour on average. And that is the quickest lap we've seen all weekend. At 1 minute 45.0, of course, we'll remind ourselves of the lap record. The lap record is a 1 minute 44.8, so it's within 0.2 of a second of the lap record is Dean Harrison, with Adam McLean also setting a personal best lap on that lap of a 1 minute 47.779. Rob Hodson, Mike Brown and Gary McCoy up next. And Rob Hodson has responded to the challenge of Mike Brown. He sets his personal best lap off the race of a 1 minute 48.695. Pulls out a further 0.3 of a second on Mike Brown.
Yeah, Mike, who is just into his 30s, described as a young lad on ITV4 at the TT coverage. He's a farmer down there in County Cork. Flew in, I would imagine there are flights from Cork to Leeds Bradford. I would guess that would be the route. And then he's been ferried up here, ready for his performance. Sidecar passenger was telling me yesterday he too comes from County Cork at the quaintly named, when I can find it, Belgooly, which is near Kinsale. He'd driven by van, taking loads and loads of hours, and Mike Brown from a similar neck of the woods had flown over to the UK.
So we're getting very close to this lap record there, Tony. Dean Harrison, a 1 minute 44.871. The lap record, a 1 minute 44.842. So he's within 3/100ths of a second of the lap record.
Yeah, I don't know whether anybody's got a board there for Dino to let him know how close he is to lap record pace. The record is his, I believe, isn't it?
It is, yeah. From the 2020, he's 3/100th of a second away from it. As the rest of the field make their way across the line, Tom Whelan filtering through the pack. He's up to 17th now as Paul Marley drops a couple of positions. Dan Forbes on the second of the two Suzukis in this race. Of course, Gary McCoy on the first of those in 5th. Still only 0.2 of a second behind Mike Brown, and Rob Hodgson falling back into the clutches of Mike Brown on that lap. The gap was up to half a second. It's now down to 0.3, so it's toing and froing ever so slightly, but the gap between Mike Brown and Gary McCoy remaining pretty much equidistant as they lap within 12 1,000ths of a second of each other over 2.43 miles. Up towards Mountside we'd look then, and bikes are coming back into view once more. Dean Harrison, of course, still leading the way. Very, very close to the existing lap record on that lap was Dean Harrison. We'll keep our eyes peeled and suspect he may be looking to go even quicker. The magic lap we are looking for is a 1:44.842. This time around, it crosses the line, and it is a 1 minute 44.726. That is a new lap record then for Dean Harrison at the end of lap 6.
If anybody's going to break it, you might as well do it yourself. It's your record, so he's done exactly that on the R6 Yamaha. Bear in mind, for years he rode Kawasaki's, but on this Russell Racing R6, as I've wandered around the paddock over the last 2 or 3 days, you can see the effort that's gone into not only the Russell Racing R6, but also underneath the same awning, the K-Racing Ducati, which Dean Harrison had never seen, let alone ridden till he got here, and that was pretty awesome.
Well, next time around, the last lap flag will be shown to your race leader, Dean Harrison. Of course, they're coming back towards us now, but all eyes really is towards the battle for third place between Rob Hodgson, Mike Brown and Gary McCoy as we look towards Farm Bends and await the arrival of our race leader, number 2 on the Russell Racing Yamaha, Dean Harrison, and there he is right on cue. Flicking it right and over to the left now. The last time around was a 1 minute 44.726. That's an average lap of 83.53 miles per hour. The last lap flag goes out, and this time around it's a 1 minute 44.677, so it goes even quicker then. That's another new lap record for Bradford's Dean Harrison.
Hey, the ink hasn't dried on the old one.
Adam McLean next across the line. The gap was 9.9. It's now 14.2 as he has a relatively pedestrian lap. Rob Hodgson, Mike Brown, Gary McCoy up next, and Rob Hodgson, Mike Brown pulling the pin on that lap, and doesn't look as though Gary McCoy is able to stick with us as he drops a half a second on Mike Brown as we have one more lap to go. Don Gilbert next across the line, and in 9th place ahead of Marcus Simpson, still there inside the top 10, so it's a great stuff for Marcus Simpson on his first time here at Oliver's Mount. Mark Goodings and Baz Ferber in 11th and 12th. Then we've got 3 riders coming across the line, all very close indeed. That's Ollie McRae, Toby Shan and Aaron Sadler, with Tom Whedon now up into 16th place. So I suspect there was a bit of an issue off the start there for number 77, Tom Whedon. Joey Lambden ahead of Dan Forbes, John Marsh and Paul Marley relegated to the back of the field now.
Well, Dean Harrison on a bike that's run out of Ireland. Adam McLean, of course, is Ireland-based. Rob Hodgson, he's all on the UK. Mike Brown, of course, running Irish base, and there goes Dino. Come on, we haven't seen much program waving so far this weekend, so let's generate some atmosphere. The guys are doing their level best to entertain us, and that was 8 faultless laps. Great moment to go past. Dean does know the Oliver's Mount circuit like the back of his hand, but Adam, with quite a lot of experience here on a variety of different bikes over the years, from the little 125s, 250s, up to the modern day 4-stroke bikes. Rob Hodgson, he's having a better year than he's had for some seasons now. It's really working out for him under the new team. And then Mike Brown, who impressed on his first ever visit here. And down into Farm Bends, there's 3 of them in a cat fight, virtually. And it's the green-faired bike that leads the way. Joey Lambdon from Dan Forbes, John Marsh. Then came local rider Paul Marley. And I think that will be it. No Jim Hind, and Sam Johnson was a retirement after just 1 lap. So yet again, Dean Harrison showing that he is the undisputed king of Oliver's Mount. He has the outright lap record, which, whether we'll ever see 1000cc modern day bikes back again, it's a sore point with a lot of riders. They reckon they get a much easier ride on 1000 when you're not really screwing the living daylights out of it like you do on the 600. They're at full chat for much of the time, or maximum throttle openings, or nearly thereabouts, whereas the 1000s are not such a handful. Many riders have told me, but unfortunately, it's not our decision. It was the ACU who imposed the limits. Little bit of a bone of contention with a lot of riders, because many of them have teams with a fully prepared 1000cc bike. And if they only are going to bring a 600, some of them are thinking, well, is it worth it? Rather than if they had the 2 bikes, the 1000 and the 600, they would come. And they reckon, many have told me this, that the 1000 is, believe it or not, an easier ride, because you're not asking 100% from it all of the time like you are with the 600. But here we go. Our next one is the Group B of Supersport. We'll have a front row of Mike Rees on bike number 49. 47 is A.D. Harrison, whose brother Dean, of course, won the last race. And number 76, Jacques Foley, who is not French. He said, I've never seen a Frenchman. I've never been to France. He comes from County Clare in Ireland. He's a mechanical engineer. Started racing at Mondello, the purpose-built race circuit in the Republic, which is the starting point for many a rider who lives to the south-ish of the border. Kev Barsby, bike 156. They had a problem with that yesterday, which has been sorted out, he hopes, by one of the Frank Houghton team. And I think it should be all systems go for him this time around.
Well, interestingly, looking at the back of the grid there, there's a A number 2 Ducati 916. I'm not quite sure why Dean Harrison is at the back of the field here. Perhaps getting a bit of... Maybe he'll just complete the warm-up lap and head back to the paddock. But yeah, Dean Harrison, I don't believe, should be out there in this one.
Well, they were working on that Ducati quite frantically at the front end of the bike. I didn't stay long enough to see whether it was the forks or the brakes or a combination of both. Again, Dean is the sort of rider who can give pretty good feedback, and that's worth an awful lot. Many a team will carry a very successful rider who has not a lot in the way of mechanical ability and can't tell you precisely what's going wrong and why. And you may get a lesser rider in a team who can give you spot-on feedback and can, and therefore the engineers can provide exactly what's needed if it is an almost identical stablemate. So that is why you sometimes see a rider being kept on in a team. He may not be the best in the world, but he may be the best at giving feedback that the engineers need to set up both machines. So front row, 49 Mike Rees, 47 Adrian Harrison, 76 Jack Foley, 156 Kev Barsby, 43 Steve Degnan, 41 Russ Brook, 996 Curtis Milburn, who uses that number because it never clashes with anybody else. And the Redcar rider has got a fair point there. Number 5, Andrew Hurd on a Honda CBR 600. That is bike number 5. He is relatively inexperienced here, been racing 5 years. First came to the Gold Cup in last year, 2022. Nick Sweet, bike 75. Nick, who comes from Tamworth in Staffordshire, and they have Sweet & Sons Car and Commercials. Also his wife, better known as the Gaffer, who sponsors him. And there goes Dean Harrison. He has bedded in that Ducati, whatever it was they were doing, tinkering with. The K-Racing machine goes back to the paddock. Hopefully all will be tickety-boo when it comes out for his next challenging race.
Well, we've got a green flag at the back, and it's all eyes to the lights, which are on now. The revs rising, away we go. Heading towards the hairpin for 6 laps, and it's a good start there from pole position man Mike Rees, who I believe is going to take the whole shot as we go towards that tight left-hand hairpin. Mike Rees, bike number 49 on that ZX6R, leads them round as we go up Sheens Rise End and underneath the footbridge for the first time of 6 laps.
Not the best of starts for A.D. Harrison. He was on the centre of the front row of the grid, and both Mike Rees and Jacques Foley, who's only in his second meeting, I think, here, certainly learning fast. Kev Barsby, who is on his own R6 this weekend, not to be confused with the Cowton Racing 600. I think he rode this one. Yeah, he did in the Isle of Man. But they have found, within the last few hours, something that may have been holding them back. Let's hope it's going to be right for Kevin. A plater by profession, comes from up there in Weardale. It's a man on bike 156. lives at Walsingham, up there between Crook and Towlaw. Great biking country up there, by the way. The roads are awesome. Unfortunately, the police are as well. So if you ever do sample those roads, and here come the leading three anyway.
Well, there'll be one missing because number 47, 80 Harrison, who started from the middle of the front rows, retired at Memorial Inn, unfortunately. But it is Mike Rees from bike number 76, Jacques Foley, and Russell Brook up into third place now. Dexy makes up a position into fourth ahead of Kevin Barsby and Andrew Hurd, with Nick Sweet, Chris McGoran, Bomber Slater and Logan Turner rounding out the top 10. Another rider that won't be there in this race is, of course, the 996 of Curtis Milburn. Unfortunately involved in an incident yesterday as Jules Tillotson comes across the line. Looks like Jules Tillotson may be heading back to the pits there, the 188 machine. Looks like a retirement.
It was a nightmare for Jules yesterday on the twin. The radiator was holed. And, of course, no chance over the weekend of getting a replacement or a repair job done here in Scarborough. So that was on hold. And he did have problems with the ZX6R.
Confirmation that Tillotson is now back in the paddock, unfortunately. So we have lost... we lost two riders in this race there, A.D. Harrison and Jules Tillotson. And, of course, one DNS did not start. That is the 996 of Curtis Milburn.
Jules was telling me no intention of racing here this weekend. Life's been busy for him over the past few months, and they run Horwich motorcycles back home, and John Scott, who sponsors, now then, which class is it? JMS group of companies.
Well, the race leaders are coming back into Farm Bends, and it is still Mike Rees. The gap last time was 0.79 of a second. Looks like it's opened up quite a fair bit this time. Jacques Foley now 1.9 seconds behind as Mike Rees puts in the fastest lap of the race on that first flying lap of a 1 minute 53.872. Degsy and Kev Barsby locked in battle, a quarter of a second between Degsy and Barsby. Then it's Hurd, Sweet, McGoran, Boris Slater and Logan Connor Wade now inside the top 10, sorry. Still waiting for Logan Turner to cross the line. Looks like Logan Turner is dropping down the order, unfortunately, as Paul Magnay crosses the line. Logan Turner, bike number 12, we're still waiting on as John Cliff comes into Farm Bends as we speak. But Mike Rees with a 1.9 second advantage at the end of the second lap. That's good going there for the Welshman.
Well, Mike lives literally about a mile and a bit, I think, away from the Aberdare Park circuit. So he's right on the job. His sponsors here this weekend. Let's have a look who's helped him out for this weekend's events.
Well, no, he's got support from
Rapid Grid, Gareth Thomas at GT Superbikes in, I never know whether it's Cardiff or Swansea. My geography's not all that good. And, of course, the family company, TTT Tip Top Toilets, which they hire out for a variety of events all around Wales.
So Logan Turner did cross the line. He's with a lap time of 2 minute 55, so something must have gone wrong on that lap for Logan Turner. He was knocking on the door of the top 10, but unfortunately he's now crossed the line and retired back to the paddock. Mike Rees, incidentally, also getting support from DCM, that's Dan Cooper Motorsport, and I saw Dan working away on the machine earlier on this morning, just getting it all in tip-top condition. As Degsy and Kev Barsby crossed the line now. Still locked in battle. It was a quarter of a second. It's now 0.333 of a second.
Well, Degsy is riding like a man possessed. I've never seen him going this well at Scarborough in many a long year. He's cut down on the number of trips. He's not going to the Isle of Man this year for the first time in a long, long time. But he's channeling all his enthusiasm on bike number 43 into the meetings he's doing. He's now 61, a welder from Darlington in County Durham. He was a familiar figure around the circuits, particularly Carnaby Raceway, back in the 80s. And then he disappeared for more than 20 years before rolling up. There was a free practice prior to a meeting. That is a lonely ride for John Cliff on the NC35 Honda. But Degsy made a comeback at Croft, or at least that was the theory, on a 750 Yamaha, 750 Suzuki. But he threw it up the road on the open practice day on the Friday, showed me in the back of the van, and there was a big pile of bits worth about threepence halfpenny. But a few weeks later, he rolled up on a 1000cc Susie. And there goes Mike Rees, the Flying Welshman. Jacques Foley in second. He really is displaying his liking for the Oliver's Mount circuit here. So we've got Kawasaki leading a brace of Yamahas, and Degsy on a Kawasaki, Kev Barsby on an R6 Yamaha. Should be Andrew Hurd and Nick Sweet. Yeah, in 6th and 7th, Honda and Yamaha respectively. Chris McGoran and Oliver Dean. In 8th and 9th place, 10th is number 30, Connor Wade, and 11th is number 166, Christian Bomber Slater. 471, Clayton Taylor. In 13th is 182, Paul Moyer. 14th, on his first visit here as a racer, he's been here with his dad and the riders he supported, Barry Gissing, who runs Northlinks Components and Bass Tyres. But they've had a bit of a nightmare with Jim Hind not having such 600 having been written off, but whether they've got the other bike going, I don't know. Arthur Gissing 14th, 15th, Paul Magnay. In 16th, John Cliff. A.D. Harrison, Curtis Melbourne, Logan Turner, and Julian Tillotson, all retirements. Seconds behind Mike Rees, but he has a cushion between him and the third man, Russell Brook. Russell, who was a software manager, raced here at Scarborough for quite a number of years, then vanished off the face of the earth. We didn't see hiding a hair of him. He's reappeared both as a racer and as a bike builder. He's built bikes for A.D. Harrison and himself, of course, and I think there's one other rider on a Brook-built machine.
Well, Arthur Gissing, Paul Moyer across the line. There's Paul Magnay, who arguably got the slowest crash in inverted commas yesterday after dropping the bike on his grid slot. But Paul Magnay rounding out the top 15 with John Cliff, the 16th and final rider. Just to remind ourselves, A.D. Harrison, Logan Turner, Jules Tillotson, the retirements from this race. Of course, Curtis Milburn, a DNS, not starting this one after that unfortunate incident up there at Mountside yesterday. But the last lap flag is out, and Mike Rees will be heading towards us in just a moment's time, I suspect, to, well, he's got a 6.5 second advantage over Jacques Foley, so it'll be quite a nice lap for Mike Rees.
Popular racer is Michael. He came into the sport via Supermoto, where there were classes at Aberdare, and acknowledging the checkered flag as he came through, completing his 6 laps well ahead of Jacques Foley. Oh, just over 8 seconds, in fact, to be pedantic. Russell Brook finishes a further 6 seconds in arrears in third spot. And fourth is the 61-year-old Steve Degnan. And for my money, this is Deggs' best Scarborough meeting, I think, in that he's been mixing it. He stayed ahead of Kev Barsby. Now, Kev had a problem with the thing cutting out, but he wasn't going to retire the bike. And Andrew Hurd is 6th on bike number 5. 7th is 75 next week. 8th is number 212, Chris McGowan. And 9th, number 30, Connor Wade. And 10th is made it into the top 10, number 166, Christian Bomac Slater, who, as well as his fabricating company, now owns a barber's shop. Yeah, we've got the age-old problem, Jill Eaton tells me, of people with their arms and legs and children either sitting on a fence or with the bits stuck through the fence. Please, 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 if a bike, God help us, should lose control, the consequences could be dire for you or your child. So please, do the sensible thing. It's there for protection, but only if you stay behind it. And watch your step with things like helmets, duffel bags. We have had items roll onto the circuit, and if you're screaming the bike, particularly down here on the start-finish area, we've had odd occasions where beer cans and other things have rolled down and underneath the front wheel of a bike at racing speed. The consequences can be dire for the unfortunate following rider. Well, alongside me here, frantically working his mobile phone, which is more than I can do. If it rings, I can answer it. And that's about the limit. What have we got coming up next then, do you reckon?
Motul Classic Superbikes and Super Monos will be making their way out onto the circuit. Of course, we've seen Dean Harrison already out on the Ducati for one warm-up lap at least. But as we mentioned yesterday, in the practice sessions, he was underneath the existing lap record. Of course, with it being in a practice session, it doesn't count. But he's certainly shown the pace that 1 minute 48.664 could well be toppled today.
Anybody here from North Wales?
Not
Deafness.
me.
Yes, indeed. There are. Well, there's a well-known motorcycle shop, better known as the Nutty Crew, but to give it its real name, it's Guy's Motorbikes in North Wales. And with him this weekend is his 13-year-old grandson, getting experience here at Oliver's Mount for the first time. So, let's hear it for Big Mac. He's only 13, and he is loving what he's seen here at Oliver's Mount so far. He went to the TT this year. I don't know what happened about school. Well, I forgot about it, I suppose. And great to have him here this weekend. And the Nutty Crew at Guy's Motorbikes, Mr. Hewson.
Hello, Tony. How are you doing?
Not bad for a wrinkly old gentleman.
You're making Bradley look even younger.
He is young. He's only a whippersnapper.
It's just a mere pup, isn't he?
Absolutely. When I first saw him at Cadwell, I think you were 19, were you? 18, 19, something like that.
Yeah, I'd have been 19, yeah.
Yeah, you introduced yourself, and I could see the little lad who'd been scampering about with his dad at various different circuits, and I got a good feeling that he would be the man to take this seat over in here, because I ain't going to last all that much longer. I'm dropping to bits right, left and centre. And
But you've made it here this weekend, Tony.
yeah, but I looked around and I didn't see anybody who I thought would fit the bill until Bradley.
So he's stuck with the job even if he doesn't want it.
Yeah, it was the circumstances, of course, with the tragic affair with his dad here. I agonised over whether I should ask him or not. And finally I got round to it, and the answer was, yeah, I'd love to. So here he is, and he'll probably be here for another 50 or 60 years.
He's going to say he's got a few years to catch up on you, hasn't he?
He
Just a few. Just
sure
a few.
has. Well, they're coming out minus the man who's now announced his retirement from the Isle of Man TT. How many replicas have you got from the Isle of Man?
43 from
And
TT
no-
and a few from Classic and Manx as well.
He used to come home with either 4 or 5 replicas, but this year it's been a bit of a nightmare, and last year, well... I
Yeah,
think
last year wasn't brilliant. This year was better. So at least I've added a little bit more to my collection. But I thought I didn't put an entry in for this meeting just because I've been so busy before TT, and actually it sucked up most of my money that I'm not riding here. But I thought I'll come up. It's a nice day to come up to Scarborough and actually do some spectating.
Why not? Indeed. The more the merrier. As away go the gang. Dean Harrison had never ever ridden a Ducati, let alone raced one, and within 2 laps he dipped under the previous lap record on a bike he'd never even seen before. And a Ducati handles very, very differently from your average 4-cylinder bike. It's a different technique.
It is.
Did you race Ducatis?
I've
I
raced
had
a-
a big feeling you had.
I have. I've raced a 888 for a couple of years at
Yeah.
Classic TT. And interestingly, the chap who built those bikes, Stafford, he is mates as well with Tim Keys, who's built the 916 that Dean's on here. And I've actually had a bit of a chat with Tim in the paddock about that bike. And this is the more standard of the 2 bikes he's got. So it's on standard yokes, Maxton internals and some standard forks. It has got a longer swinging arm that they've had made, because the old long swinging arms from back in the day, all made of magnesium, and they're not the thing to have around the Isle of Man and around here anymore. So they've had lots of bits made, and the bike's similar top speed to the Kawasaki's, but because it's big torquey V-twin, gets off the corners even better. And Ducatis always handle well once you get used to them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's...
The power comes in at a totally different point to what you're used to if you're a 4-cylinder man.
completely, yeah. And especially through the slow hairpins, they might be a little bit different, because they might be a little bit lumpy at the bottom of the rev range. And, yeah, they're just a bit more mechanical, I suppose you could say.
But when he came through here on full chat, wow.
I am quite
it
looking forward to
sounded
that.
Beautiful.
I do like myself an Italian motorcycle. And, yeah, a 916, I mean, it is, to me, the prettiest bike ever made, really. So
Yeah.
I am looking forward
It
to seeing it
certainly
in full flow.
Is Bonnie. And the man on bike number 2, here he is on that very machine. They were working on the front end. I think it was the forks and not the brakes this morning.
And Dean's even borrowing a visor spray off the flag marshals
So
out
he
there.
managed to get a personal assistant in Ray Hutchison there.
Yeah.
He was having that problem yesterday.
But that's it. Dean lining up with Rob Hodson and Baz Ferber on the front row there. So a good quality front row.
And Tom Whedon, that S-Rad was a flying machine earlier on this year, but
I'll tell you what, the plain black bodywork makes it look a bit plain. But, oh, right, here we go. Under starters orders. Furber's looking like the man, but I think Dean's got the run into the first corner.
Yeah, Dean's got the inside line there, hasn't he, on that Ducati 916 ahead of Baz Ferber, but it really was Baz Ferber who got the best launch from that front row. Rob Hodgson somewhat thwarted as it went in towards Mere Hairpin, but they'll all spread out as they get towards the top end of the circuit.
Where's the smart money going then, Mr. Obsession Engineering?
My money would be on the red bike with Dean Harrison on it, if I'm honest.
I would think so.
I mean, obviously, Rob Hodgson, that ZXR 750 he's on, that is a proper piece of kit. That's a fast bike as well. Barry Ferber Suzuki always works well. And as you said, that Suzuki that Tom Whedon's on, that's, when you look at it close up, that is a lovely piece of kit. It's been really nicely put together, and it is quite fast.
Yeah.
So, you know, they can all be in the mix, but I think...
It dominated the class at the Spring Cup, but I don't know if it's a bike or whether Tom's a bit under the weather, but he's his usual jovial self. But it
the joys
doesn't look quite as sharp as he did.
No, sometimes with these classic superbikes, we think of them as being relatively new, but you think that's still a nearly 30-year-old bike, 25-year-old, I suppose, in that case, and they're not always quite as easy to keep absolutely on fine fettle as the modern stuff.
And the thing that amazes me is we're not allowed thousands, but these bikes, which are camels in comparison in terms of handling and sophistication, look at this. Dino is your man, but right up his pipe is Rob Hodgson. Rob's having a super season. His change of teams has worked wonders for him.
Yeah, and he was actually having a bit of a look into the inside of the first corner there, but he didn't quite commit to it.
But Tom Wheaton has stepped up to third, so whatever they've done, his dad's not here. That may be the reason. His dad's with his other.
Yeah, with Finn over at World Superbike, isn't he?
Yep, he sure is. That may be the reason, because Steve, a silent man on the face of it, but he knew what he was doing, and
he's always fettling with bikes, Steve is. So yeah,
no kidding.
Yeah, yes, he's certainly not shy of getting his hands dirty and get the spanners out.
That's it. Baz Ferber fourth, fifth. Jamie Kellman on that Kramer Evo 2R. Have you had a ride on one of those?
I've not. I wouldn't be against riding one of those, because the Kramer, that's a single cylinder. Basically, it's a KTM Super Duke.
That's it.
In effect, underneath, but with quite a lot of its different suspension and all the bodywork, and a lot of the chassis parts have been changed. And then they obviously do a twin cylinder one with the 890 motor that you can run in Supersport nowadays as well. And so they build proper little race bikes, and they're lovely little things.
So I did get a message earlier from Jack Sim, who's sharing his mechanicking for Jamie Kellman this weekend, saying that they've had a few issues with it in previous meetings, and last-minute changes seen them go back to standard electronics and fueling, no quick shifter. And it's running 72 horsepower compared to the 90 to 95 of the bikes around him. So it's a little bit down on power.
Well, yes, sometimes you've got to go backwards to go forwards. It's
absolutely
daft.
Yeah.
I know I've spent a load of money on gizmos that they're going to, I think, make it go a lot faster. Doesn't. And
you want, especially around here, you want predictable and reliable.
Yeah.
And that was it. The front boys are, in fact, everybody's crossing the line.
Arm in the air. Was that Ian Armstrong going out? I think it was Ian here for a signature, because he's going to do the Manx after a long layoff.
I was going to say, is this the same Ian Armstrong who was a TT and Scarborough regular 10, 15 years ago?
Yep.
It's a name when I first saw it this morning.
Also, Ian Smith here, bike number 9.
I don't know Ian Smith.
Did club racing. I'm not sure how often he came here. I think that will confirm the retirement Take it away, Bradley.
Yeah, Oliver Dean returning back to the paddock, and I believe Sam Ward, I saw the hand up of for the 25-year-old HGV driver by occupation is Sam Ward, but not having the best of weekends so far with reliability. I believe the bike's just struggling with overheating.
A 660 Aprilia going back into the paddock. You know about those, Dave?
I do. I know a lot about those. Yes, I've built several of them, and I race one myself. And mine have been perfectly reliable, I'll have you know.
The moral of this story, there goes Dino. Listen to the sound of that Ducati. Not only does it look bonny, it sounds absolutely magnificent.
On that lap as well, Rob Hodgson doing a 1 minute 48.688. The lap record is a 1 minute 48.664. Dean Harrison, a 1 minute 48.606. So on that lap, we do go underneath the lap record.
Yep, he's done it again. You cannot keep the man down. He's absolutely irrepressible, but he never shows much in the way of emotion.
I think he's thoroughly enjoying riding his bike, and he just wants to go and ride his bikes, and I think that's great. But I'll tell you what, Rob Hodgson was only 0.566 of a second behind, and he is still fancying his chances in this one.
Oh, Rob, the Rob of old, never used to give up. Bit like his dad, Jim. Jim always used to get stuck in there, and if you left a gap,
He'd be in it.
He was there.
Yeah, and I can't fault Rob. To hear the two of those bikes over the line as well, it was super bikes from, you know, the late 90s.
Throwback to the 90s.
Oh, it was great, wasn't it? And I'm a big Ducati brimming and that Kawasaki revving properly. But, yeah, I think Rob will probably have a go at some point.
Hey, I can go back to the 90s as well. You don't praise me.
Yeah, but we're talking 1990s, Katoni.
Yeah, so can Dean stay ahead? Only half a second.
They're just dipping into Farm Bends. Here they come out of Farm Bends towards start-finish.
4 of the 6 laps. And now completed, Dean Harrison from Rob Hodgson.
And they've smashed that lap time now.
Wow, a 1 minute 47.623. That's a whole second quicker than the old lap record.
And 1 minute 47.919 is the time for Rob Hodgson as well. He's under the old record. So they really are going for it here at Oliver's Mount this weekend. Tom Wheaton's S-Rad, well, it's some distance behind, but at least it's looking more the part today. Yesterday, he seemed to be really struggling with it, and I don't know why, and I don't think he really knew why. Baz Ferber, Paul Marley, who is the local Land Rover repair shop here in, Caton, over the hill, lives at West Ayton near Scarborough. Jamie Kelman, Super Mono bike. Is that the only Super Mono we have left? No, William Pickering. Do you know what a KLR-1S is? A 685cc.
Right, I've got some inside info on that bike. I've had the paddock rumours. That's actually not what it says in the programme. That's actually a Tigcraft chassis with a YZ 450 4-stroke engine in, with a 4-speed gearbox, which is a bit of an oddity for around here.
I don't know William Pickering, and I couldn't find him. Whether he's related to the Pickering brothers who raced for many years, I don't know.
Dino coming across the line to start the last lap, and knowing he's got a little bit of a gap now, he has backed the pace off a tiny bit, but that was still under the old lap record.
So it backed it off to just half a second quicker than the old lap record, as opposed to a full second.
His idea of backing off and mine apparently are different.
There goes Tom Wheaton on that S-Rad 750 there. It's been quite a lonely race for Tom Wheaton, all the way from Maidstone down in Kent. He's 19.5 seconds behind Rob Hodgson, but 4.7 ahead of Baz Ferber, who's having a strong ride in 4th place, as we now wait for Paul Marley, bike number 175, who currently rounds out the top 5. And there he is, right on cue, onto the front straight to see the last lap flag. A.D. Harrison and Jamie Kelman up next in 6th and 7th. A.D. Harrison getting the better of Jamie Kelman on that particular lap.
Adie's been dashing about. He's got one bike over here and another one halfway down the paddock.
Yeah, I saw him as I came into the paddock. It was good to see Adi back riding. He said...
yeah, he announced his retirement, didn't he, due to pressure of work. But that's eased for reasons I won't go into. Whoa, look at this down in the Farm Bends. Maybe downfield, but there was still a good old go. Ian Smith on the SP 916 Ducati, just behind Christian Didlow. Christian, who was a master chef in his first season
the
of
checker
racing.
flag.
And there we go.
Dino's got
Yet
it.
another win. Do you know, I must check out the number of wins he's had here at Scarborough. Now it's
Lots.
astronomical. Lots. That
Lots.
sums it up
Yeah.
perfectly. That is the mathematician's answer, without a word of a doubt. I meant to do it during the week, but never got round to it. I'd have worn my pencil out, wouldn't I, today?
Yes,
this
you would.
weekend. It's just, he's reeled off win after win after win. He's often stalked his man for the first couple of laps, sussing out where the best place to overtake will be. Then he gives it just the right amount of gas, and through he goes.
But he didn't really need to today. That's it. He was not quite the whole shot, but up the inside into the first corner and never seeded from what we could see.
Yep, that seemed to be the case.
And I get the impression Rob Hodson finished across the line 3 seconds behind, but I presume he got to the point where he knew he was a safe second and probably rolled it off a little bit, because he was on with him, absolutely on with him, until Dean really dropped the hammer.
Jamie Kelman's Kramer sounded lovely as he came through here.
He might be pleased that it's just running properly, I suppose.
Well, yeah. It's a big plus. Was it a pre-owned bike or was it from new?
I have absolutely no idea.
No. I thought your Gestapo training would have put you in good stead.
I know many things, unfortunately that wasn't one of them. If you asked me about first gears in Manx Norton's, Tony, we could have a whole different conversation though.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
I
starting
was
it now.
okay then. Yeah, that was one thing.
And in fact, talking of first gears, there goes Will Pickering on a bike with only 4 gears. He could do with a Manx Norton for a short first gear for it, couldn't he, Tony?
It could indeed. If you bought a Manx, you got the cog, the Scarborough cog, as it was known.
In the wax
those
paper in the
days.
toolbox.
Oh, yes. Some of them didn't use them if they didn't come here, but at least it was provided should it be needed.
You're quite right. I suspect he would really like one of those right now.
Don't think it would fit somehow, but you being an engineer could probably wangle it.
Half an hour with a hammer and the spanner
Have
would
you
be
still
there.
got time to work on the turbines?
I did a little bit over winter. I had a trip to the North Sea and then a trip to Gabon on the west coast of Africa, just to top up a bit of the racing funds, and then we went back to actually spannering motors.
Martin Morris.
And I've got I run Franco Born at Superstock at BSB as well. So we tend to be busy pretty much every weekend.
Well, it keeps you young. There's no on you. There's no
So don't
beer
have to,
belly or anything like that.
I'm running around that often, Tony. I burn plenty of calories.
And are you still at Washingborough?
Yes, still just outside Lincoln. I've got a little workshop in Lincoln at Obsession Engineering. So
And
there's
does
plenty
Mum
going on.
still do the washing?
No. I'll still send my dad round to cut the grass, though.
Oh, dear. Yeah, that's what parents are for, isn't it?
Well, I see your YouTube channel's gaining more and more traction. It says several, was it 10, over 10,000 subscribers now?
15, just over 15 now.
15,000 subscribers.
Yeah, we've had a good little run between Northwest and TT, topping up the subscribers with that. So if everybody out there, you know, if you get a bit of a chance later, check out Obsession Engineering on YouTube, and there's plenty
For
of
cancer research?
Yeah, we did the longest day challenge, which was Land's End to John O'Groats in a day without motorways on a bike costing less than £600.
It was an
I
interesting
thought you were
video
going
to
to say
watch.
you did it on foot in less than a day.
I'm fit, Tony, but I'm not that fit.
But no, it's an interesting video to watch.
It is, yeah. It's character building, spending an entire day on Honda DeVille.
Believe it or not, there's a guy in our village. I've been to a race meeting, and he said to me one night, "Who's this David Hewson guy?" I said, "Oh, he's a weirdo." "How do you know him?" He said, "At Channel Hop." And he said, "He's interesting."
He's
I've
picked the wrong.
learned
He's picked the wrong channel, then, hasn't he?
He didn't really know, and here is Richie Welsh.
Almost. He's just making his way with Kelly Carruthers there as well, isn't he? He's having a good weekend so far, is Richie Welsh. Got his ticket for the Manx this year, so he's focusing his efforts onto that.
And to say he lived only a few miles down the coast at Hull, it took him years to find Oliver's Mount. And in the, 3 years he's been coming, something like that.
Yeah, he's
Just got faster and faster.
one of these faces who's been racing realistically that 400 for absolutely years.
It looks like, is that Adrian Scaife there and Joey Thompson? Oh no, Joey Thompson making his way onto pole position, but Adrian Scaife on the FTR Moto 3 bike.
I think
pulling
it's stopped, and he might have been trying to get it running, maybe. So possibly after the start of the warm-up lap, he might try and bump it down the return road. Moving back to the grid, though, because there's more interesting things going on with bikes actually running.
He's abandoned it. That was that bike was raced by a German rider. Can't remember. It's got quite an interesting history, but unfortunately, it ain't going to be seen in.
Well, it's a FTR Moto 3, so I suspect it's one of the earlier ones, perhaps 2012 through to 2014, around there. But yeah, certainly, as you mentioned, an interesting history with the Moto 3 bikes.
German rider who rode it.
And the joys of it being a proper race bike, as we call it, not production based, but built purely for racing. And that one appears to have a carbon swinging arm in it as well.
Adrian made his debut here at Oliver's Mount doing parades. Never thought about racing here for a time. He'd raced at, I think, Mallory or Darley Moor, probably. Lives near Leeds Bradford Airport. Or did at Eden. I'm not sure whether he's still there or not. But he thought, I might as well race here. Why not? Which he has done.
And unfortunately, now he's sunning himself on the grass bank instead.
Yeah, indeed.
But he does at least, he's smiling and waving, so it could be worse.
Yeah, I'd have been swearing and kicking the thing. And
oh, it's too expensive to kick it, Tony.
well, yeah. There's a yellow flag fluttering in the breeze here, just in case somebody thinks they're actually in the race.
I have to admit, on my ride up here this morning on my road bike, it was very, very windy. So the fact that the classic superbikes that Dean's managed to go under lap record with the wind as well is impressive riding.
Oh, I didn't know he'd got the wind.
Yeah, because the wind must be catching him over Jeffrey's jumps.
You look at those trees, look at the way they're swaying about one way then the other, and there's an awful lot of movement up there on the hillsides from... there are twigs and leaves. I know the marshals have been busy clearing the circuit.
Richie's just a little animated. I think he may have just had some wildlife running across the track in front of him.
That's it. It was the walking and the jumping. I think that's...
I'm assuming that's a deer.
Yeah. I was thinking of rabbit, but
Oh, no,
I don't know.
Possible, yeah. We've had rabbits and deers enjoying the racing a little closer than we'd like before.
Been here since the 50s, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
It's one of those
Well, his
things.
eyes are on stalk, so he's ready to go racing.
And Joey Thompson's at the back of the grid. Looks like he's got a little bit of a problem with the 250. So, he is.
He's moving forward.
I think he might have stalled it on the run up to the grid, and he's got it running again now and just filtering his way through to his grid position.
Or is he at the back?
Oh no, he's starting at the back of his wave.
So I think we do have like a split start wave 1, wave 2 situation there, of course, with the CB500s going afterwards.
So Joey Thompson, our pole sitter, actually starting from the back of the grid.
Strange.
Right, watch the lights.
The lights are on, the revs rise, all lights towards Joey Thompson. What can he do from the back of the grid? We're watching the front row as well, and they're one towards Mere Hairpin. Looks like Joey Thompson's already in the mid-pack as we go towards Mere Hairpin for the first time, but it is Richie Welsh on bike number 48. That's the Yamaha FZR 400 of Richie Welsh that leads the way. The red lights are back on again for the race start of the CB500s, and away they go. Pole position inherently there for Grant Whitaker. Looks like from the back of the grid, number 26, Bailey Harker there, got a better start than what he did yesterday.
And
at least
Daniel North on bike 39, he just...
Yeah, I noticed Ricky Martin had a
shot forward.
Yeah, Ricky Martin had a good little launch, but a bit of a wheelie, which for a CB500 is pretty impressive. But, unfortunately, it did kill his run to the first corner a little bit.
Grant Whitaker was the man with the drive there in the CB500s, leading them round at bike number 197.
Usually he's got it down to a fine art, as Grant.
Well, it's
he
just
knows exactly what to do. Well, Dad, coming from the Speedway world before he went road racing, if you can hit that first corner first, it's odds on you can probably stay there, despite constant attention from other people who want to be passed.
Well, it is just his second time here at Oliver's Mount, but Grant Whitaker is a 3-time CB500 champion, I believe, with Thundersport in years gone by.
Yep.
So he certainly knows what he's doing, and he manufactures parts for the Honda CB500 as well, like the rear sets and the rear disc, etc.
There's very few of the bikes out there, the CB500s, that don't have HWW bits and bobs. And it's good that somebody is helping to sort of modernise the bikes a little bit. But I think it was a master stroke to bring them here to Oliver's Mount. But for clashes today, how's that for a wheelie? Oh, look at that. Joey Thompson, who started at the back of the grid, is now ahead of the 400 4-cylinder 4-stroke of Richie Welsh. And the bike that Joey is on board, his dad bought it as an ornament for the front lounge. And of course, Joey, every time he went round to his dad's, pestered him to have a ride on it. John finally relented, and he's taken it to lots and lots of wins. It's one of the last TZs produced, which would be, what was the year?
2006. A dozen bikes. For a Japanese manufacturer to make a dozen bikes in a whole year. And they were pre-order only, and a bit special and a bit rare by then.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
So that one there is Joey Thompson, Richie Welsh, Dan Ingham there. I just noticed further down the order, Bailey Harker was from the back of the grid in the CB500s. He's made up 6 positions on that opening lap as the 21-year-old. He's ahead of Steve Sewell and Richard Hughes now. But, have you ever been tempted to give it a go round here on a CB500?
No, because I'm not a complete lunatic.
Well, you should give it a go. Give it a go. Go on, it'll be close ranking. Get your elbows out.
No, to be fair, they look brilliant fun, and I've shared grids with them before on a Super Twin and bits, and they look cracking fun. And to be fair, they are pretty budget racing nowadays as well. So if you want to come racing on something that isn't terribly expensive and you don't need to be a genius to maintain, CB500s are probably the thing. But you do have to take most of your brain out to race one.
Yeah. I think that perfectly sums it up.
Yes.
Well,
I've seen a bike into farm bends.
It looks like Richie Welsh ahead of Dan Ingham, but Joey Thompson already...
again, aviating that front wheel on the approach to the start-finish line as he leads Richie Welsh now by the massive gap of 5.689 seconds. And Joey's time, 1 minute, 58.960. Well, it won't be anywhere near John McGuinness's time, I don't suppose, for a minute.
And I think we might have a retirement from Tim Walsh. I saw somebody signalling they might be pulling in at Farm Bends, and I'm guessing that might be Tim Walsh on his little RBF 400.
Yeah, he's certainly dropping down the screen there, isn't he, unfortunately? Grant Whitaker still leading the CB500s by half a second. Then it's Don Gilbert in third place, 0.8 of a second behind Ricky Martin. Liam McPherson, Bailey Harkin now inside the top 5 ahead of number 6 Owen Monaghan. Richard Hughes, Steve Sewell, Nick Sweet and Dan Blades rounding out the top 10 ahead of Aaron Sadler and Dan North.
Which bike did Aaron Sadler step off yesterday? Was it this one?
I believe it was the ZX6R.
Oh, you're probably right. But Joey Thompson certainly dominating proceedings. He started way back on row 3 of the grid, I think it was. Or was it even row 4?
Yeah,
it didn't take him long.
We all know the quality of rider that Joey is. Absolutely great rider. There is also a slight machinery advantage. The little 252 strokes, that thing's probably about 90 horsepower and just over 100 kilograms, whereas a good 400's mid-70s horsepower and probably 40 or 50 kilograms heavier. So the teams are definitely wheelies well as he comes across the line again to start lap 4. Yes, a bit of a shame there isn't a few more 250s here this weekend, but it is great to still see Joey's one going out there.
Well, the 400s are through, at least the first two are. That's Richie Welsh ahead of Dan Ingham. Next up will be 191 Kelly Carruthers, who started third on the grid, now down into 4th overall. And you couldn't really get two more contrasting characters. You've got Tony Flinton, the local man from Scarborough, who's been here quite a few times over the past 4 decades. And Jack Worth, who is his first time here this weekend.
For Tony Flinton, life began on a Garelli 50. I think it was 1981. And the town was buzzing after his success. And it was a big success. He's always one of those quiet riders. He never makes much of a song and dance about it, but we've seen him finish on 125s way ahead of 250 two-strokes, which are, again, out-and-out race bikes. But Tony prepares his own machines, races them. He had help from Jonathan Mildows.
Apparently it's now moral support, not mechanical support. And he looks like today he's having a really good fun scrap with Jack Worth as well, so I'm sure he's thoroughly enjoying that.
Very much part of the setup was his mum as well. She used to get really worked up. If anybody passed Tony, she'd threaten him with something worse than death. And Tony had lots and lots of wins. I think he was British and Irish champion at different times in his career, on 50s and 80s. He has ridden bigger 4-strokes than the 400 we've seen him on here in recent years, but I think he's counting his pennies now. He knows he's not going to be world champion.
And the CB500s, Grant Whitaker and Ricky Martin, Don Gilbert are beginning to mix it with the 125. So there's going to be some entertainment going on down there for Tony and Jack Worth, I think.
I think they're looking at going either side of Tony as they went into mere hairpin, which would be a bit of a scare.
And I have to admit, you might out-drag a 125 down the straight, but you're not going to out-brake it very easily on a CB500.
No, definitely not. Well, it is Grant Whitaker from Ricky Martin and Don Gilbert still. It's Liam McPherson, Owen Monaghan and Bailey Harker just behind them. Richard Hughes, Steve Sewell, Nick Sweet, Aaron Sadler now in the top 10 ahead of Dan Blades and Dan North. And it looks like they're all across the line there. You were right, it's Tim Walsh who retired at Farm Bends there. And, of course, Adrian Scaife retiring on the warm-up lap. And Damien Horgan, number 81, not making the start, unfortunately.
And Jack Worth first came here, I think, to the Barry Sheen in 2014.
So
he
they-
only looks like a youngster still.
But,
Don't know how he does it. Peter Pan pills, I think.
They both know their way around then, and I'd imagine today they're having blooming good fun out there, to be fair.
Yep. And that's why everybody does it. Ray Hutchie has the last lap flag here as they come through to start. Joey Thompson, he's had that front wheel in the air. I hope the spindle's tight.
He's enjoying showboating a little bit, I think, isn't he?
Yep.
And who can
indeed.
fault him? Richie Walsh is going to be second along on his little FZR 400 Yamaha.
Yep, behind him there is Dan Ingham on the Honda 400, bike number 35. As we mentioned, not been here for a couple of meetings now, but back in the podium position with
And,
third overall, second in class at this stage.
Apparently yesterday they were having a few overheating issues with Dan Ingham's little 400, but it looks like at the moment they've got them sorted. So hopefully that thing hangs out for another lap.
He's ahead of Kelly Carruthers by 5 seconds. That's the second and third in the 400s. Then it's Connor Wade, second of the 250s. Grant Whitaker and Ricky Martin now ahead of Jack Worth and Tony Flinton. The gap between Worth and Flinton for the top, ironically, Moto 3 honours, with then being no Moto 3 bikes in it, is half a second.
So that could well come down to last lap into mere hairpin.
It would be an interesting
Mountside
one.
even would make more sense.
It would be an interesting one, definitely. But Tony Flinton, he's got the experience. He'll know where he will have the advantage and can make the move. That's Dan North there, the final 19th of 19 bikes on circuit. So everybody then around this Oliver's Mount track on their final lap as Joey Thompson makes his way down from Mountside. We can
And
see
Joey, on the penultimate lap, did his personal best of the race, 1 minute 58.722. That's 73.68 mph.
And I can see him now just dropping down into
Get
farm
ready,
bends.
come on, wave your programs, your hands, wave anything as he comes through. Wheelie, yep, only, whoa, there's another one. Right through the start and finish area. And Adrian Scaife will be thinking, why aren't I out there with them? But next meeting, eh? Barry Sheen meeting. Oh, I don't think there's a class, is there?
Well,
Not
there should
sure.
be a race later on today for the lightweights.
Yeah.
Richie Welsh across the line to collect a fine second place and morally a first of the 400s. Absolutely cracking ride from him with Dan Ingham crossing line third.
7.5 seconds was the gap at the end. Looks like Dan Ingham rolled off of it just a little bit on that final lap, but Kelly Carruthers doing the opposite with a personal best lap of the race on that final lap, a 2 minute 2.5. As Grant Whitaker takes the CB500 win ahead of Ricky Martin by just over a quarter of a second. Connor Wade, there's the 125s there. They are. It's Jack Worth ahead of Tony Flinton with Don Gilbert, the third of the CB500s, in the middle.
Was Grant Whitaker tempting him there, do you think?
That's a good question.
I saw him look around, but he thought, well, we'll have a nice close finish here.
Yeah, and to be fair, he finished with just half a second gap in front of Ricky Martin, so there wouldn't have been much chance for showboating.
Here they come again, the charge of the heavy brigade, if you like. The CB500s.
I noticed Nick Sweet there accepting his position down in 17th and actually crossed the line with his hand on his hip, looking very nonchalant.
Dan North crossing line to take 12th of the CB500s, and that the final position on offer, 19th overall for number 39.
Nick's probably sold another car or a commercial. That's where.
I assume he's a second-hand car dealer then.
Yep, indeed. From Tamworth.
Well, they're just pushing Adrian Scaife's FTR Moto 3 bike to the other side of the circuit there. Are they going to go for a bump start? I can't quite see. Oh, looks like
Yes,
they're going for
I
a
think
bump start
so.
there. From what I understand, they're quite hard to bump start. Are they? Has he got it running?
I think it's just coasting down the hill. Luckily, it's all downhill from here.
No, there's a
As far as
slight,
he's concerned.
there's a
optimism,
slight
yeah.
rise about there. Yeah, it stops going under its own steam, I think.
Go on, if you're down by the first corner, give him a clap.
He missed that race, but he's been a regular with us here since he developed a taste for the circuit, having done parades here originally, although he was just racing on the short and, dare I say, sweet circuits like Dallimore, Three Sisters, I think, and
The lights. Oh, yeah.
I tell you what, we'll bring you a chainsaw, Jill, and you can have a go at those trees as well, and the flags.
Lightweight Super Twins.
Close.
Not Starburst, or an Opal Fruit, as you call it back in the day. No, we was on about it at work, because obviously everyone remembers it as Opal Fruits and Marathon Bars. So yeah, Snickers in it.
Unfortunately, the sponsor of the sidecar classes this weekend, I don't know whether he's here, but he had a big off at his fortune last weekend, and hence no Dave Sudders here. He was one of Wheelie Neely, aka Niall Mackenzie. That's what he called himself, Wheelie Neely, and he could wheelie and did wheelie. And there used to be about a dozen of them chucked in the back of a van that arrive at Carnaby at about 11 o'clock at night, get the bolt croppers out, cut the locks off so they could get into the circuit and face the wrath of Peter Hillaby on the Saturday morning, who threatened to send them home, but never happened, I don't think. Just a Hillaby rollicking, if you'll excuse the use of the R letter. I don't think there's any rider worth his salt who didn't get called in front of Herr von Hillaby, and he used to give them both barrels. Frightened the living daylights out of some of them. They thought they would never ride again. But then he would say, well, all right, keep your kit on, but no more breaking in. Yeah. Oh, they used to have a supply of locks on the gates at the Carnaby Raceway, because if you travelled a long distance and they said the gate shut at 10 o'clock, or if you wanted to go into Bridlington for a few sherbets, it was a nuisance if you had to be back in the paddock for 10 o'clock. I think he extended it eventually to 10:30.
Very generous.
Yep. But he used to love that part of it. Like here, he'd watch people spend half an hour setting up an awning and a van and a caravan, and oh, you're going to have to move.
I do remember that. We actually had a system in the end with Mr. Illaby of we'd pull up in the paddock, pull up where we'd like to be, and just put the awning out but nothing in it. And of course then he'd come along and, oh, you can't park there, you can't park there. It's like, okay, where would you like me to park? And then you'd end up moving about a foot.
Yeah.
And then so you'd end up basically where you were. But as long as it was definitely Pete's idea where you were parking, then you could work the system a little bit.
I tell you what, had it not been for Peter, though, we wouldn't have had any bike racing in the north of England, with the Carnaby, with Elvington, and eventually when he took over the reins here at Oliver's Mount. Unfortunately, the remains of Scarborough District, who was still involved, tended to be a bit elderly. Some of the North East Club members tended to make a lot of noise, but didn't do a lot. But Peter got Sunday racing back here, and he put on that awesome meeting in 1972 with Jano Saarinen.
Right, somebody's going to have to educate me now as the Super Twins come onto the grid. Marcus Simpson in second place with a newcomer bib on. I don't know who Marcus Simpson is.
He's from the Isle of Man.
Thank you for that, Brad.
Very insightful.
Apparently he's a newcomer from the Isle of Man. This is, we're getting there. This is like pulling teeth.
He's a gardener.
And
he's been quite successful over in the Isle of Man. He loves the roads. And Johnny Barton was telling us a little bit earlier that his success rating in his early career has been very good indeed. He's tackling this place for the first time, and he's gone about it in the right way. He's looked the part, and
the fact he's on the grid in front of Barry Ferber, Gary McCoy, Toby Shan, there's a good quality of rider behind him there. So
indeed,
he's obviously clicked with the place.
Well, yesterday's race results, it was Adam McLean with the win by a quarter of a second over Rob Hodson, and Marcus Simpson managed to fend off Baz Ferber for the duration of the race to round off the podium.
Doing a 1:54 on a twin.
In your first race, a 1:53.7 was Marcus's fastest lap.
That is an impressive lap time round here. If you were a newcomer and did that on a 600, it would be pretty good going. To come here and do that on a twin is really impressive.
And that is the sort of guy he is. From what I can gather, he doesn't make a song and dance about it. He just gets on with the job in hand.
Do we know how old he is?
Learns and listens, I think. I couldn't find him, in fact. I don't know where he's parked up.
I can dislike a man for having talent, but if he's young and talented, it really gets you back up, doesn't it?
I think he's relatively young. I think he's just turned 20. He had a setback to his career. His dad suddenly passed away, who had been a racer himself. Johnny Barton was telling me they got him into the Manx this year. He had to scratch from the TT because of his dad, for obvious reasons. And I suspect he's probably thinking of his dad when he's come here. And it's been a sterling performance for a first timer. Orange bibs, by the way, they're not pure novices. They are, none of them are, they've all got national licenses, but they are newcomers to Oliver's Mount if they're wearing an orange bib. And that, we had a huge number of newcomers here this weekend. I can't scamper around the paddock nowadays. I shuffle.
Yeah, just looking down at the bike he's on as well. That's a relatively early ER6 with a Versys swinging arm bit, so it's sort of a first generation bike. And you can get those things to go absolutely flying. Right, and here we come, under starters orders with Rob Hodson on pole and our newcomer Marcus Simpson, P2 on the grid.
It all lights to the lights is the red flag.
Powers it away from the line. He did get a little bit sideways there, so I think he may have lost that early advantage. And those down trees and flags, again, obliterating the view into Mere Hairpin.
It looked from my perspective, it looked like Rob Hodson up the inside into the first corner.
I thought it probably would be. Rob's got all the experience in the world.
The all white of Rob Hodson, and it was the orange bib of Marcus Simpson, looking as though he held on to that second place position as they went round Mere Hairpin for the first time of 6. Looks like he's in his early 20s, is Marcus Simpson. He finished third in 2 championships and won a Clubman Championship in 2019. So you can say he's not been racing for all that long, but has certainly experienced quite a lot of success.
Yeah, clearly he can ride a bike, I think it's fair to say.
Baz Ferber, Gary McCoy. Watch for Gary McCoy. We may well see a charge through I think at some stage we're going to have a chat with him up here when he gets the opportunity.
And then looking down the list as well, we've got Tommy Downs and then Adam McLean, who I'm assuming had a fairly quiet qualifying, because I wouldn't expect to see Adam McLean halfway down the grid.
No, but the guys seemed to think the bike was as it should be, although his grid position would belie that from his position in the race yesterday.
Well, he was yesterday's race winner, was Adam McLean, but in the meantime, it's Rob Hodgson, and Marcus Simpson is he's still with him, and he's trying to get the draggers a mere hairpin this time around. To put it into perspective, the gap is a tenth of a second between Rob Hodgson and Marcus Simpson.
Gary McCoy only 126 between him and race leader Rob Hodgson. Marcus Simpson third, Baz Ferber in fourth, Dan Ingham in fifth. Then sixth is now Toby Shan on bike 7. That is the Cowton Racing bike Z650.
Looks like Owen Monaghan coming across the line there, the all-white leathers.
He's
and the
not
red
had
crush
much
helmet.
luck at all this weekend, though, and nothing's gone right for him, and it certainly hasn't in this race as well. Big pity, but no doubt he'll get his act together and he'll be back for more. You've taken dips in your career occasionally, but you just
only
gotta,
in swimming pools, though.
you just got to put them behind you, and then
Some days you have a tough time at the office, but you keep going, you pick it up. And then I'm actually realising that having upped Adam McLean, he's actually a non-starter, along with Logan Turner and Julian Tillotson. So, turns out whatever issues they're having, they haven't got fixed.
oh,
That's a great shame for yesterday's race winner. Of course, as we mentioned, a quarter of a second was the gap between himself and current race leader Rob Hodgson. As we look up towards Mount Side, we can see bikes coming our way. Through the trees and over Jeffrey's jumps we go. Rob Hodgson, Gary McCoy and Marcus Simpson was your top 3, separated by 1.5 seconds as they come through Farm Bends and back into our view. Rob Hodgson, the gap has opened up to around about a second, even up to a second as they cross the line this time around. It's 1.2 between Rob Hodgson and Gary McCoy. There goes Marcus Simpson ahead of Baz Ferber. A change of 5th place as Toby Shan makes his way ahead of Dan with Mark Rees on the pattern ahead of Tommy Downs on the Yamaha. Then it's number 76, Jack Foley, and the big single Kramer, and 186, Jamie Kelman, rounding out the top 10.
the ones that we haven't seen, I know that Julian Tillotson's bike pulled a radiator yesterday, and the chances of getting it fixed, it was nothing you could stick some Radweld in and it would have been okay.
And I'm assuming Logan Turner, who didn't show up on the first lap, might have a transponder issue or something, because he's actually in 11th place at the end of lap 2.
Oh, he had a big off yesterday. Young man in his corner here this weekend, Jim Buckley, the father of Mark, who you will have raced against on many occasions.
I did, yes.
David.
Yeah.
And wee Pete Sutherland, do you remember Pete?
No.
Raced mainly small bikes. They're in the corner of both Logan Turner and Chris McGoran. Chris, 32-year-old, and Logan started racing at the age of 4.
That gives you a reasonable start into going quick on a motorbike.
As soon as he'd cut his teeth, he was stuck on. He was Scottish 125 champion, then Scottish Mini Moto champion, and Scottish Super Twin champion. 2 number Super Stock 600s in the Scottish Championship in 2021. And Oliver's Mount, first road race for him. And
That's it. Rob Hodgson over the line to start lap 4, and he's now pulled a 1.9 second advantage over Gary McCoy. And Marcus Simpson has dropped back a little bit. He's 6.5 seconds behind Gary. With Barry Forber 1st, Toby Shan 5th, Danningham 6th, Michael Rees on the pattern in 7th, and Tommy Downs 8th.
Toby Shan has taken the Racing Bike up into 5th place. Dan Ingham in 7th. Mike Rees. Mike on the pattern. I don't think I've seen him on a pattern previously. His brother won't be racing anymore this year, but hopefully next year. He's a badly broken wrist, and that is going to be worse than the back injuries he sustained in that crash.
Yeah, I saw him in the paddock at TT, and his back injury I think is okay, but his wrist was taking some time to heal. So that's Matthew Rees, who unfortunately fell off at Cookstown on the warm-up lap, I think, in the wet, and knocked himself about a bit. But yeah, his brother Michael, who's got himself a pattern. So he's been spending the Welsh pennies.
Well, if you rent out toilets, there would be pennies.
They're quite right, quite right. Yeah, tip-top toilets, I think, is his brother's place, isn't it?
And down into the Farm Bend section, Rob Hodgson resplendent in the sunshine down there, and here he goes once more. That bike sounded absolutely blob on, with Gary McCoy 2.88 seconds behind him, lapping approximately a second slower than Rob Hodgson. But Marcus Simpson, okay, he's 10 seconds behind Gary McCoy, but it certainly wasn't for the want of trying. The guy, when he steamed away from the line, he was still battling for all he was worth. And I'm sure that's a young man we will hear lots more of in future years. Baz Ferber, Toby Shan, Dan Ingham, the pattern of Mike Rees, then Johnny Downs, Jack Foley, Jamie Kellman with the Kramer Evo 2 yet again in the top 10. Then it's Logan Turner on the Suzuki SV 650, Kev Barsby on the Kawasaki Z650, again the second of the Cowton Racing bikes. He's only got the 2 here. Dom Herbertson busy riding the 900 down at Donington.
It's F900 Cup along with World Superbike.
Yep.
That's it. So if anybody needs to go and get their shopping before they watch the Superbike race, they've already got their little road bike ready, haven't they?
And here, look at the speed down the hill there. He really does mean business this time. Out goes the board, and he goes, and that is 5 laps completed in what is a 6-lap race.
And that's it, Rob Hodgson putting in the fastest lap of the race. He's got no pressure behind him because he's got a 5-second lead over Gary McCoy, but still dropped a sub 150 lap at a 149.7, so he's still pushing on.
Well, what's interesting there is that the existing lap record there is Jamie Coward from 2020 of a 1 minute 49.4. He's within 0.3 of a second of the lap record.
I'm guessing before they went out they had a bit of a chat about it, and I think he's trying for a lap record.
I don't blame him. We've got good conditions for it there, and 0.3 of a second. No pressure from behind, so no real need to go for the lap record. As Jamie Kellman on the Kramer comes across the line. But the last lap flag has gone out, so he's got one more opportunity in this race at least to try and break that lap record from 2.5 years ago.
And it's actually quite nice if you're trying for a lap time. Knowing you've got a bit of a gap behind means you don't have to try going defensive into the hairpins or anything. You can just concentrate on running the fastest line you can.
Michael Allen across the line, newcomer here this weekend for bike number 58, Michael Allen.
And a retirement there, by the look of it, for Andrew Hurd, coming across the line with his hand up, unfortunately.
Yeah, looks like Andrew Hurd is going to be a retirement there back to the paddock, along with 156 Kevin Barsby, who's also headed back to the paddock, I'm afraid. Confirmation that Andrew Hurd has gone back to the pits then. And looking up at Farm Bends, there is indeed Kev Barsby on the Cowton Racing Kawasaki.
Here, come on, show your appreciation. Another brilliant win for Rob Hodgson.
And a new lap record.
And a new lap record on that last lap of a 1 minute 49.206. Quicker than that 1 minute 49.468 of Jamie Coward from 2.5 years ago.
Oh, Jamie will have to be back here then.
And showing again that even though it's a little bit windy today, the rest of the conditions are good and the circuit's obviously in good condition. And yeah, well done to Rob Hodson there for a new lap record.
Yep, indeed. It's just showing you how his confidence is. It's right up there, his cock-a-hoop. He didn't look comfortable last season. And I was talking to his dad, Jim, a couple of days ago, and he says he's really happy with things as they are now. And that does make a difference. If you're riding in a team, you've always been a privateer, I think, haven't you, Dave?
Near enough. I have ridden bikes for the team occasionally, but never really sort of a big team setup. But generally, a happy rider is a fast rider. And so, obviously, I work in a team at BSB, and one of the tricks is always look for the positives, even when you're having a bad day. Keep the rider happy, and generally, they'll go faster.
Yeah. And are you enjoying the British Superbikes paddock, or...?
Yep, I can wear whatever sunglasses I like as long as they look cool, and occasionally I get on TV, so what's not to like?
Oh, way.
You're such a sellout.
Completely, yes. No, to be fair, we have a great little team set up, and we have a good rider. And so being able to be involved with somebody young and talented who's got a real future in the sport is really rewarding.
So when are you going to get Franco on one of your bikes around here?
It's been talked about, but
has it?
Yeah, it's maybe not this year, but there's definitely an option for the future, I think.
Oh, we'll keep an eye on that one for sure. That'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, for now I want to ride them.
So I'm going to have to hang on a few more years, am I? To see the fruit of your...
Labours.
That's it.
That could have
Not
gone wrong.
nicely saved.
3 wheels? Have you ever been on one?
I've actually been passenger round Cadwell once on an F1 outfit many years ago. It was a test day, and the driver put out a call because his passenger hadn't turned up. They'd clearly, been captured back at the asylum, and he needed passenger. Me and my mate both thought it'd be a good laugh. He went out first, I went out second, and we were told he was running an engine in, and we were given the instructions on how to hold on and where to sit. And as we rolled out of the pit exit at Cadwell, he went, "I'm just checking the gearing." And I know that that's not the same as running an engine in. And to be fair to him, he was very good. He had told me if I wanted to stop, I just had to pat on the bodywork behind him, and it didn't matter how much I patted on the bodywork behind him, he didn't pull in.
The trouble is with that, you have to let go.
Yes, and I wasn't doing that. No.
I had one of the weirdest experiences of my life at the old Solitude circuit near Stuttgart.
Do we need the rest of this story, Tony?
A well-known rider on a Works BMW, who was usually featured in the results, was stuck for a passenger. Allegedly, he'd fallen over, but he'd been in a fight, apparently, and I can't remember.
Had he possibly fallen over after a couple of beverages?
I suspect that had been involved as well. And I'd done a little bit of passengering, not a huge amount. Would you help him out? The guy was called Alwyn Ritter. And I knew the name. I hadn't known it for years. I said, yeah, I'll... And I went across. First thing that hit me, the chair was on the wrong side. So, firstly, you've got to get your head in the right position and not hang out at the wrong side, otherwise you'd have been roly-polying. Anyway, they gave us 2 laps practice on the Saturday morning before anything else happened.
Very generous of them.
So we went out and we had a few chair wheels in the air at first, but then it all seemed to be okay on the second lap, and I said, okay, because I didn't speak German except 9. And
I think that's the wrong term to give him.
And I said, "You okay?" He said, "Yep. Yeah, fine." And I said, "You sure?" "Yeah." And he just stayed sitting there. Then his friends came up and they lifted him off the sidecar, and he didn't have any legs. I'd seen him fumbling about. Wondered what the hell he was doing. And, in my stomach it went.
And then he turned out he didn't have any before he started, so it was fine.
No, he was good. It was amazing to say I had no legs. And I think we finished behind Florian Prometheus and Fritz Heidegger. And we bounced off a few other outfits from time to time. Maybe my fault, but at least got third place. And we're under orders here for the warm-up. Well, this is going to be the last outing, we believe, for Lee Crawford's LCR. It's going to be the Marin Motorsports CES machine that Lee Crawford will be riding in future events. They've done quite a bit of testing with the machine, and they're now, I think, fairly happy with the way things are going. And we look forward to seeing the Christie-built chassis. Simon Christie and his 3 sons, I think. Hey, there's not a Christie racing here this weekend, is there? That's one of the few times I've ever experienced that in recent years. But sad to say, Simon Christie's driver in his early years, Stuart Leaning, passed away quite recently. Stuart was a nice guy, fitted in the paddock well, helped out with lots of people, and Chris O was the most, shall we say, acrobatic passenger there was around the scene. When I was doing a second commentary from a car on the S's Inn at the old Carnaby Raceway, I could see when he was coming because his leg always used to be up in the air like that, which was an unusual way, but it was a good way of telling what position they were in. Well, because of other commitments elsewhere, we're down on usual sidecars, but we're hoping that this will build up to probably 2 heats, an A final and a B final in future years.
Well, they're coming up to the lineup on the grid now, and pole position is for Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. And I'll tell you what, look at the angle.
Scott back at Oliver's Mount for the first time in more than a year, I think. And great to see him back there. Those two, as soon as they teamed up together, they were like a match made in heaven.
Look at the angle that they
Something
positioned their
clicked.
sidecar on the grid there as well. Very
He's
aggressive.
Always been like that.
Across the line of Stephen
Lee.
Matty Ramsden.
So the 99 outfit of father and son, Stephen Matty Ramsden. Lee Crawford has it, and he's...
From the second row, that was a good start there for Carl Fenwick. He really got the launch as they went towards Mere Hairpin for the first time of 6 there.
Yeah, Carl, we hadn't seen him for a number of years, but he reappeared, was it the Spring Cup or was it the Gold Cup last year? Not sure. Change of passenger for him here on outfit number 89.
Yeah, 89 Carl Fenwick there. Is it Rhys Gibbons?
No.
No.
Reese is in the chair with
Of course
Conrad
he is. Of
Harrison.
course he is. Of course he is. A
It's
new
Ash.
passenger for Conrad Harrison. Yes. So Carl Fenwick
Went
there is
fine.
Ash Moore.
You're dead right. Son of Bruce Moore, who is driving outfit number 39.
Mark Gash, the man from Belgooly in County Cork, partnering Bruce Moore here this weekend at Oliver's Mount, as we look up towards Mountside for the first of the outfits to make an appearance there in just a few moments, I'm sure. But Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, I suspect they are going for the lap records. We've already seen 2 lap records broken today, one in the 600s and one in the Super Twins, as number 39 retires. That is Bruce Moore and Mark Gash, who we just mentioned there, unfortunately. But sidecars are making their way down from Mountside now over Jeffrey's Jumps.
Well, Mark has driven all the way from County Cork. And believe you me, it is one hell of a long way. Except for the ferry crossing, of course, but it's a lot of driving, whichever crossing you take. And,
Oh, we've got a red flag situation here, Tony, at the end of lap 1. Not quite sure the reason as to what that may have caused that. But we are looking down on the grid there, and, well, it was Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy who were leading the way.
as 89's there, Conrad. The White Rose is there of number 68. The father and son duo, Sean and Ben Chandler. Originally from Paisley Bridge, Summer Bridge, I think it was, to be precise. Then who have we got coming through now?
Well, you'll notice the passengers getting off there and putting their hands into the air duct on the sidecar there, just to remove the leaves, of course, to get optimal airflow through
O'Reilly and
the
Jody
machine.
James. And finally number 71, Chris Schofield. And now then, I don't think, is that Tom Dawkins? I'm not sure.
Well, we can just see the drivers and the passengers having a word with one another down here. There's Carl Fenwick having a word with Rhys Gibbons. Conrad Harrison having a word with, is that Ash Moore there as well? Sean and Ben Chandler there with the big White Rose on the front of that White Rose Racing outfit. Further down the order there's number 25 of Dave Marshall and Tony Pitt. That's the yellow and black outfit. We've got SAF Racing on the side of that particular sidecar.
And Sean and Ben, the Chandler family, well, there's lots of them, and all been involved in sidecar racing, which is great. 2 brothers of the former firefighter, who is now a convenience store owner, and Ben, who I think when I first met Ben, he was collecting scrap and weighing it in. But he's since got a proper job, shall we say, and taken responsibility as a I think Sean's first appearance was at Mallory Park in 2010, and it was a year later that son Ben jumped in with somebody else. They were both passengers originally, and the 2 brothers of Sean, who is now 54, Ben 34, still living around the Harrogate area, hence the Yorkshire White Rose, which has been the principal thing. It was a white outfit when we saw it for the first time. They hadn't had a chance to get a paint job done on it, but the familiar White Rose appeared soon after, and those two Conrad Harrison in outfit number 3, father of Dean and Adrian, who stood on the top step of the TT rostrum back in, can't remember, it was Mike Aylott in the chair with him in 2014. Well, this apparently is what's known as a technical red flag. Well, they're busy working away, I think, at the moment. There's a good introduction, by the way, to Sean and Ben. Competitor profile by Tim Langham, press officer for the ACU FSRA Championship and the Cup, and also press officer for the ARC team of Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. And then, of course, the next one up will be the Cock of the North, the feature race of the weekend. This one sponsored by Dave Sudders. Dave, from up there in North Shields, that's where he lives. I'm not sure where the business is.
It's North Shields.
It is North Shields. Adam Nick should know. Did he help to keep your bitches going?
It's no good blaming me. It's nothing to do with me. It's not my fault. Big boy did it and ran away.
Yeah. Were you up at East Fortune?
I was marshalling down at the hairpin. Nice quiet day there. Well, 2 days.
Uh-huh. And was that a Melville club meeting?
Yes, it was.
It wasn't North East?
No.
I think there's been a...
There's some politics
divorce.
gone on there, yes.
Yeah.
It's all like, looks like we're going for a restart here.
Yep.
One
Looking
warm-up.
very near.
One
Arm
warm-up,
in the
6
air.
racing by the
Race
looks of it.
from Ben Chandler. I think we're ready to go again with a warm-up. Get some heat back into the tyres once more. It still shows here lap 0 out of 6. So I can but presume that that's what's going to happen. And Lee Crawford, son of Mike Crawford, who was a big lad, bigger than he is these days, but a very, very accomplished sidecar racer with championships under his belt. And shall we say he was forceful both on the track and off it with his words. A lot of race organisers got a tongue lashing from him if things weren't going right. Conrad Harrison, who has been racing sidecars now, he's now 59, I think, a driver for Royal Mail. He was a passenger for various people to 1989, but not his dad. And then he started driving in 1989 before experiencing that first TT victory. I didn't go that year. I was busy with just opened a business, and but I was following it. There was radio coverage at the time, and I think I celebrated more than Conrad did, having known him pretty much all my life. It was great to see him get that result. David Marshall and Tony Pitt, number 20, is it 25 or 35? 25. The driver from Emley in County Tipperary, and the passenger, Tony Pitt, from Port St Mary in the Isle of Man. 39 was a retirement, Bruce Moore from Southam in Warwickshire. Bruce, whose son Ash Moore is a well-known passenger, very much in demand. But in the chair with Bruce this weekend is Mark Gash from Belgooly in County Cork. That is near Kinsale, down there in the south east of, well, I think it's classed as West Cork, but it's in the southeast of the island of Ireland. Paul Riley, the owner of Fine Cut Joinery from Pilton in Somerset, near to Shipton Mallet, and away we go. And the Ramsdens have edged ahead, this time, amazingly, of Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy.
Yeah, they got a slightly better launch than Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, but they got the nose in front and decided to open up Mere Hairpin as best they can and take up the whole shot as they go around Mere Hairpin and up Sheen's Rise for the first time of 6 laps. So everybody there bar Bruce Moore and Mark Gash. Is that correct there? Sorry, Tony.
I think he was quoted as a retirement, but whether he was able to rejoin or whether it was something of a major nature, I don't know.
But Steve and Matthew Ramsden, then the father-son pairing with the launch as they go up towards the top end of the circuit, down the back straight, which ironically is not so straight.
Certainly isn't. And in the early days of the Oliver's Mount circuit, believe it or not, the start and finish was between the S's. So it was a very short run into the left-hand exit, or S's out.
Roundabout where the footbridge is now.
Yeah, roundabout a little bit further back, and somewhere damn near down the hill. But it was all experimental. Parts of the circuit, I think, were chippings rolled in. That first meeting I ever came to, as a 4-year-old, you lose a bit of interest. Look at this.
So it's still Stephen Matthew Ramsden leading the way.
Is.
I'll tell you what, it's not just Matty Ramsden on the back of that sidecar, because Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy may as well be riding passenger as well. They're right behind them. Scott Hardy puts his hand up there to Matty Ramsden. Lots plumes of smoke as they go towards me. Head hard on the brakes. And also, look at that, a battle for third place between Carl Fenwick Ashmore and Conrad Harrison Rhys Gibbons.
So, what we lack in numbers, we're making up for with really battling performances further downfield. Sean Chandler and David Marshall and Tony Pitt, they are both battling it out in 5th and 6th. And Paul Riley and Chris Schofield. And sadly, for Bruce Moore and Mark Gash, whatever the problem was with that Irison Honda, it must have been terminal, because as far as I'm aware, they made no attempts whatsoever to make their way back onto the circuit. So it must be something that couldn't be fixed easily.
It sounds like the brakes may be locked on with Bruce Moore and Mark Gash. And
oh, that was the problem, was it?
It doesn't help if you want to go quick if the brakes are on.
You're dead right.
Looking up towards Mountside once more. Still waiting for the sidecars to
Will it
make an
be
appearance.
a flash of yellow and orange?
Or it could well be the blue and the white of Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. We'll watch and wait. Certainly there's an outfit coming towards us now. Looks like Stephen Matty Ramsden coming at us through the trees as we look towards Farm Bends. And looks like we've got an Italian flag blowing in the way, unfortunately. So we'll keep an eye on them as they peel right in towards Farm Bends. And there is Stephen Matty Ramsden. They're smoking that sidecar wheel.
That is a big lead. Was the locked-on brake for, I think it maybe was.
Well, Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy don't seem to be with Stephen Matty Ramsden then. So we're waiting.
Yeah, that may
to the radio.
well have been the locking brake.
Okay, well, it sounds as though they may have stopped up there at the S's. So Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, at this point at least. There they are coming into Farm Bends now. So they have got going.
Oh.
So there may have been a slight issue there. But I suppose, well, putting their hand in the air. Scott Hardy with his hand in the air as they come across the line. We'll keep an eye on it as they head towards Mere Hairpin. Now, certainly they're going quite quickly, and they do turn left onto Mere Hairpin, so they do carry on. So I'm not quite sure what the issue was.
I'm wondering if they're wanting a bit of clear track to go for that record. If this is the last outing for the LCR, it may be there's method in his madness, and I know he desperately wanted the new Psycho record, which has stood for so many years to Nick Crowe and Mark Cox. So it may have been a ploy. May not, but it's just a thought.
Well, if there was an issue with the machine, then I suspect that Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy won't. We can use that probably anger, I suppose, at the machine, and with the clear track in front of them. It's a 1 minute 53.495, the existing lap record from 15 years ago nearly, from Nick Crowe and Mark Cox. As we mentioned, they got a clear track in front as we watch sidecars come back towards us through the trees, and there is Stephen Matty Ramsden leading the way. They did win the race yesterday, as Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy were a retirement, and they're looking to make it 2 from 2 if they can carry on their current form.
And this will be well deserved if they can retain that P1 to the end of the race, because the father and son duo, they're both smashing guys, and they've I did a cha-cha with them not all that long ago, and the determination shone through. They've been trying. They don't have the budget of a lot of major teams. Driver a car mechanic. Passenger is, I think, a sheet metal worker. And
looks like, yeah, you can say a hand in the air there.
Out. And
I suspect this will be a retirement for Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy.
Yeah, Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. Disappointment for them.
Look, Dave Marshall and Anthony Pitt across the line there in 7th. They will be promoted up into 6th.
Dave and Tony having a lonely time of things. They won't see anybody either ahead of them or behind them. Until number 71, Chris Schofield, comes through with, I think it is Tom Dawkins, who I never caught him anywhere at the weekend. I think he was asleep when I went down there, and they didn't want to wake him. So I couldn't find anything about him. And as...
Well, the Ramsdens making the way down over Jeffrey's jumps once more. This will be to complete lap number 4.
As we don't have printed entry forms like we used to, it's all done online, and I didn't know that till I got here on Friday afternoon. Well, there goes Steve and Matty, well on the way. They lashed out to purchase that LCR chassis, slotted in a Honda 600 engine, and well, they've actually taking it a little bit easy, which they can well afford to do, because Conrad is 19 seconds behind them. It's amazing. Whether Stephen Matty have found some extra speed, certainly the way they powered away from the line, and Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy had no answer for them on the drag down into Mere Hairpin. There was a load of smoke. We couldn't tell. Somebody had locked brakes. Maybe it was a flatted tyre for Lee and Scott.
Well, Stephen Matty Ramsden's race win yesterday, their fastest lap on the way to that win was a 1 minute 56.5, so they have gone quicker than what they did yesterday, and with a 1 minute 56.103, an average lap of 75.35 miles per hour as David Marshall and Anthony Pitt crossed the line. Still waiting for Chris Schofield and Tom Dawkins to make the way across the line this time around. And Stephen Matty Ramsden will be heading from Drury's and down towards Mount Side. In fact, there they are now, out of Mount Side and on to Jeffrey's jumps there. A 19.1 second advantage over Conrad Harrison and Rhys Gibbons, but Conrad with a personal fastest lap of the race on that previous lap of a 2 minute 0.508. 3.1 seconds is the advantage between himself and Carl Fenwick and Ashmore behind them on the number 89 machine. As Matty Ramsden takes a long look behind him, and he'll see nothing but clear track as they come across the line with a 1 minute 58.5. Next up should be Conrad Harrison and Rhys Gibbons, and there they are right on cue, tipping right in towards Farm Bends then and over to the left before making the way back onto the start-finish straight. And there's a battle there for third place between Carl Fenwick and Ashmore and Sean and Ben Chandler. It's the Shelbourne Yamaha and the CES Honda of number 89 and 68. The gap 0.6 of a second between Fenwick and Chandler. And that is the top four across the line. Still Paul Riley, Jody James, Dave Marshall, Anthony Pitt and Chris Schofield, Tom Dawkins currently circulating. But the last lap flag is being shown then for Steve and Matty Ramsden. As we mentioned, they're going 2.3 seconds a lap quicker than Conrad Harrison and Rhys Gibbons on that lap, as Paul Riley and Jody James heading to Farm Bends.
21.5 seconds the advantage of Stephen Matty over Conrad and Rhys Gibbons. And there goes, that guy is a really nice guy, Paul Riley. Makes the long trek up here. He seldom misses an Oliver's Mount meeting. Comes all the way from Pilton in Somerset, near to Shepton Mallet. And Jody James, Jody's only been racing for 12 years. Started at Pembrey and lives in Pontypool.
Well, we've got a retirement, unfortunately, on the final lap here. It's number 71, Chris Schofield and Tom Dawkins on their Baker Honda. A retirement. Not quite sure whereabouts on this circuit that would be, but the checkered flag is now being waved there. Show your appreciation and give them a clap. It's Stephen Matty Ramsden who take the second victory of two sidecar races this weekend, and they do a 1 minute 58.0 on that final lap.
And yeah, that is great indeed to see those two rewarded with success. They've seldom missed a meeting here at Oliver's Mount, and they are well and truly worthy of all the success in the world.
26 seconds behind Stephen Matty Ramsden. Conrad Harrison and Rhys Gibbons then that takes second place ahead of, it's the number 68 machine of Sean and Ben Chandler who get the better of Carl Fenwick and Ashmore. Carl Fenwick and Ashmore in fourth place on that final lap. Paul Riley and Jody James on the penultimate lap set their personal best lap of the race of a 2 minute 9.258, and we'll keep our eyes peeled for the number 41 green, yellow and black machine to reappear from Jeffrey's Jumps in towards Farm Bends, and there they are on cue.
Fine Cut Developments, that's the name of the company that's owned by check the aerial cable connection.
So that is the number 41 machine coming across the
Save
line
channels.
there.
Sorry, we've got a hitch.
You can say we'll get these...
Weak or no signal, it says, and nothing on the screen.
No, we'll get it sorted in just a moment, I'm sure. But that's Paul Riley and Jody James across the line, outfit number 41. And then the sole remaining sidecar out on circuit there, Dave Marshall and Tony Pitt complete the 6 finishing sidecars. And they head back towards the paddock now. So great shame there for Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. They were right there in the thick of things with Steve and Matthew Ramsden, right behind them in the early stages of that particular race. But unfortunately, it would seem that a few mechanical gremlins appeared. And that saw them not only stop at the S's there and rejoin, but also, more importantly, retire back to the paddock in the midpoint of that 6-lap race. So Stephen Matthew Ramsden, Conrad Harrison and Reese Gibbons, Sean and Ben Chandler is your podium, Carl Fenwick and Ashmore in 4th, Paul Riley, Jody James in 5th, with Dave Marshall and Anthony Pitt in 6th. The 3 outfits that are DNF, that's Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy, Bruce Moore and Mark Gash, Chris Schofield and Tom Dawkins. So that then was the end of the race 14 in your programs. That's the BDS Motorcycles Formula 2 sidecars. And of course we will have one more sidecar race later on today. That's race 18 for the Formula 2 sidecars. And of course after that particular race there will be the presentation. But in the meantime, race 15 in your programs will be the second leg of the Cock of the North 8-lap dash for the honours of Cock of the North 2023. And that can be found in your programmes there on page 56. Once they make their way out onto the circuit to take up their grid slot, we will of course run through the grid. Confirmation then of the win for the Ramsdens by 26 seconds over Conrad and Reese. Sean and Ben Chandler, the father and son pairing, round off the podium with Carl Fenwick, Ashmore in 4th, Paul Riley, Jody James in 5th, Dave Marshall and Anthony Pitt in 6th. Fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 56.103. That's an average lap speed of 75.35 miles per hour. So it's the fastest lap of the weekend so far for the Ramsdens, but not the fastest sidecar lap we've seen this weekend. That went to Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy yesterday. That was a 1 minute 54.644. But from the three-wheeled action, we move back over to the two-wheeled action, as we mentioned, for the second leg of the Cock of the North. They're making their way out onto the grid now. There is Adam McLean in the middle of row 1, with Rob Hodson lining up to his right-hand side to round out the front row. Pole position then is the number 2 machine of Dean Harrison. Still waiting for... Oh, there he is. Just filtering his way through the pack to take up pole position for the feature race. Row 2, Joey Thompson, bike number 74. Bike number 111, Gary McCoy. Bike number 16, Mike Brown. That is your second row. Row 3, 221, Mike Norbury on the Kawasaki ZX6R. 110, Andy Smart in the middle of row 3. And at the end of that third row is number 80, Baz Ferber. Row 4, Don Gilbert, bike number 34. Number 23, Marcus Simpson, the newcomer here this weekend. And you will notice if you're down here on the banking on the start-finish line, there is a gap at the end of row 4 where number 9, Jim Hind, should have been. But he didn't have the best of days yesterday, and I suspect that the mechanical issues experienced yesterday has seen him withdraw from today's action, which is a great shame for the 23-year-old North Lincolnshire lad. Row 5, Mark Goodings, Tom Whedon, Toby Shan. Row 6, Oliver McRae, Aaron Sadler, Joey Lambden. Paul Marley, Sam Johnson and John Marsh are the riders lining up behind them. So they're making their way around on to their warm-up lap then. And of course, coming into this weekend at least, the lap record was a 1 minute 44.842. And we did see that broken earlier on by Dean Harrison. As we flick through the result sheets there. A 1 minute 44.677 is your new lap record for Dean Harrison earlier on today in the RST Supersport Group A race. So Harrison, McLean, Hodgson, that is the front row. Earlier on, we did see that Adam McLean got the best start in the Supersport A race, the first race of the day. But Dean Harrison, what he seems to do, at least what we've noticed recently, is that he stalks the guy in front there and in the closing stages just makes his move.
Throughout the weekend, doesn't he? And it's worked for him, as it usually does. Joey Thompson, Gary McCoy and Mike Brown. They form the second row of the grid, and it's Mike Norbury in his comeback race here this weekend on bike 221. Andy Smart in only his second appearance here, and 80 Baz Ferber. Row 4. On row 5, Don Gilbert, Marcus Simpson, the young Manxman. Sadly, no Jim Hind. Mark Goodings, Tom Whedon, Toby Shan, Ollie McRae, Aaron Sadler, Joey Lambden, and Paul Marley. And Sam Johnson, John Marsh, Mike Reese. We've got Adam McLean right down there.
Adam McLean in the middle of the front row.
It's...
Yeah, not
I
sure
don't know what's
is,
happening, this repeating.
Well, Mike Brown is there at the end of row 2. Joey Thompson at the head of row 2. Looks like everybody is all there. Mark Goodings with his hand in the air there, pointing in front of him. I'm not quite sure what he's looking at. Looks like we've got green flag at the back, and Marshall tending to... What do we got? Oh, it's a tear-off on the circuit. That's what it was. There was a tear-off on the circuit, and we're all good to go then. It would seem green flag at the back, and it's all eyes to the lights for the 8-lap Cock of the North. Second leg to get underway, and it's a good start from the middle of the front row. An even better one for Rob Hodgson at the end of row 1. Rob Hodgson with the outside line there as we go towards Mere Hairpin for the first time, but Dean Harrison will have the inside line. Oh, it's all very, very closely contested as they go around that very tight hairpin.
I suspect it might well have been Adam McLean who hung in there.
Yeah, Adam McLean from the middle of the front row.
He certainly edged his way ahead, and getting your wheel ahead is no mean achievement when you're up against the talent that he's up against. Dean Harrison started racing at Elvington, New York. It was an old CBR steel frame, and the engine was a Honda engine out of Tony Thurkel's sidecar. It was his number 2 engine because the main one had not come back. Did it trouble Dean? Did it hell? He was out there and he got his first win in his first meeting. And really, from there on, he just got better and better. Blotted his copybook slightly here. Got it all crossed up going into Memorial, ran up the slipway, took the handles off the doors of the cafe, and ended up on the grass at the foot of the Memorial.
Because I remember
But
the first time I came across Dean Harrison there, albeit it was a little bit later than yourself, there was an image of him coming over Jeffrey's jumps there, and I think if he had to get any higher, he'd probably have to scrub it to get it back down again. But
Wow,
he's down
for a lead.
he's down in third place at the moment, but Adam McLean is the man on a mission as he comes across.
Sure is.
He's got an advantage, a very healthy one at that. Let's have a look. It's a 1 minute 51.871.
Mike Brown in second, Dean Harrison in third. Gary McCoy. Well, Adam McLean, Mike Brown, both Irish riders. Dean Harrison riding an Irish-based bike. Gary McCoy, an Irishman on an Irish bike. Joey Thompson, All England.
It looks like we've got a red flag here, unfortunately, as we go and move on to lap 2 of the second leg of the Cock in the North feature race. I'm not quite sure what the cause of this one is at this stage, but the red flags have been shown there. So
We don't know what or where at the moment. Haven't heard any messages relayed.
Unfortunately, come to a premature end here as we go on to lap 2, but the gap between McLean and Mike Brown was 2.5 seconds as we finished the first lap. Dean Harrison dropped a couple of positions from pole position down into third place, but Gary McCoy on the rather unfavoured Suzuki GSX-R 600 was up there in fourth ahead of Joey Thompson. Looks like Mike Rees did make his way out onto the circuit. I suspect that due to the demise of Jim Hine, that Mike Rees in effect was first reserve, if you will, and made his way onto the grid, albeit at the back. But, a slight lull in action here as the red flags are shown. And once we get information, we will, of course, keep you updated as and when the information comes through and is available.
Well, Gary McCoy, you were referring to on bike 111. Gary lives only about 10 miles from the Orito circuit near Cookstown, which is now the new Cookstown racetrack. Didn't used to be in the old days, but the little village or hamlet of Orito, well, it was when I remember it. It may have been extended now. Like most other places, I do not know. Your friend, Craig Shipek, or... Hey, did I get it right at last?
I think
and
so.
He's not here.
He's not here, no. I'm not sure where he is this weekend, actually. He could well be at Donington Park, potentially, giving some moral support to some friends in the paddock. But no, I'd have to admit I haven't spoken to him previously.
He hadn't notified as a non-starter.
Well, I suspect the riders will be held up there towards the top end of the circuit. At least we can't see them down here, looking from Mount Side across towards the Mere, of course. But there's quite a few riders making moves on that particular opening lap there. There was Baz Ferber up into 8th place. Marcus Simpson, the newcomer, up into 9th. Ollie McRae inside the top 10 ahead of Mike Norbury. Mike Norbury dropping a few positions there. I believe he started in 7th, so dropped 4 positions there with Mike Norbury. On, I suppose it's a bit of a comeback for Mr. Norbury there, isn't it? Of course, he was predominantly on a Honda before moving to a Kawasaki.
2 years since we saw him.
I think you could be right there, yeah.
I wondered if he'd gone back to rugby because he had offers to become a professional rugby player. In his youth, it was a toss-up between bikes and rugby, Bikes won, I'm pleased to say, and he was looking as though he was there or thereabouts. But in life, you go through periods where you've got a lot of expenditure for one reason or another. And, well, shall we say, a relationship ended, and it took him days to get back on a bike. I was the same back in 1973.
Recently, then.
Oh, yeah, very recently.
Oh, yeah, it's only 50 years ago.
The split came on a Wednesday. I was back on a bike by the Saturday.
Fair enough. So we've got confirmation there of a new race duration. When the riders come down onto the grid once more, we won't have one warm-up lap, we'll have 2 warm-up laps, and the overall race distance has been reduced to 7 laps. So 2 warm-up laps and a 7-lap race for the second leg of the Cock of the North. First time in 6 years that this event has been held, actually, isn't it?
Under that name.
Yes.
I think it was Eddie Roberts who didn't think the title was politically correct. But, I mean, it's an old title. There were musical songs about I'm the Cock of the North, and it was a common expression, particularly in Yorkshire, for many years. I think it was the Yorkshire Post that first brought it about and decided that that should be the title of the new race meeting, and it stuck for all those years until, well, I think Mick Grant wanted it to stay because he'd won it on numerous occasions. Eddie Roberts hadn't. And in fact, Eddie hadn't won much here over the years. But Andy brought the title back again because it was one of the famous, everybody knew of the Cock of the North meeting here at Oliver's Mount. Spring Cup, which was Ian Watson's Spring Cup for 10 years or thereabouts. Ian tragically lost his life on the underpass from the A1 onto the A19, or leading onto the A19 on a patch of diesel, and the family found it a heart-wrenching experience to come and remember him for 10 consecutive years. And then Bob Smith, of course, was a hero here. He was a real character. In fact, I won't tell you what he used to call me, but it was all in good-natured banter. And Linda Smith stepped forward to offer the Bob Smith Trophy back again here for the Spring Cup meeting.
Just having a flick through the program there, Tony. You can see on the, not on the final page, but there is the Oliver's Mount Circuit Lap Records, and there's quite a list of different names there, isn't there?
Oh, my goodness,
I'll
yes.
tell you the one that sticks out the most for me. September 1972, Jarno Saarinen.
That was an awesome meeting. Jarno had actually been here for about a week. He hired a road bike from one of the local motorcycle dealers, and he put in, I think, about 5,000 laps. But he learnt his way around, and when it came to the race, my goodness, was he good. Ooh, he was absolutely blob on.
Well, it sounds as though the riders may be coming down back onto the grid in just a moment's time for the 7-lap rerun of the second leg of the Cock of the North. 2 warm-up laps, and as we mentioned, 7 laps as opposed to the originally scheduled 8. So yeah, looking at it, it's September 1972, the first time that anybody had gone sub 2 minute around this circuit.
It was an awesome meeting with thousands and thousands of spectators, and we think it was Agostini who won the 500cc. Was that the one where Barry Sheen won the 125 on the XU Anderson bike? Which Stuart Graham had also raced after Anderson.
With it being 51 years ago, I think we'll forgive you if it wasn't.
Yeah, the memory, it does tend to fade. So down here.
Right, so Dean Harrison's down here on pole position. There's Adam McLean, who was leading the way before the red flags unfortunately were thrown. And again, I suspect, is he getting off the bike? Oh, this time we're looking towards the rear end of the bike, just feeling the temperature in that rear slick.
Seeing what he's got there.
And again, the front there.
No.
Shake of the head
Shake
there.
of the head.
Well, I can say, I suppose he will be informed of a 2 warm-up laps as opposed to the original 1. Dean Harrison, I suspect, doing the same thing there. He's going to take off the glove and have a feel of the rear temperature.
Mad Brothers going down there for Gary McCoy. They're not actually brothers. They might be mad, but they're putting some decent bikes under guys like Gary McCoy. Gary is having a breather. He'll be zipping up his leathers in a moment. Yep, that's it. Oh.
Well, it sounds like there's a little bit of a gesticulation down here. Adam McLean just having a feel of the front tyre temperature on that tyre. Well, Joey Thompson there is should be there at the head of row 4. Indeed, he is. Just turning off his Yamaha R6. And of course, Joey's dad John there also lending a helping hand in terms of sponsorship this weekend. We've got the Johnson's Fish and Chip Bar. And of course, more information can be found out about that in your souvenir programs. But Joey Thompson Well, it sounds like there's a slight change to the schedule here. Going back to the paddock.
Yeah, it sounds that way. Because of the delay in proceedings, bikes need to be refueled if they're going to do 2 laps warm-up and then 7 laps of racing. So that will need to be.
So slight change of the program there. So they're going back to the paddock there to get everything all sorted there. We're going to go for lunch now. So this will be the lunch break, and then when we come back from lunch, it will be the second leg of the Cock of the North feature race, and we'll just get confirmation to whether it will be the original 8 laps or the amended 7.
Well, they certainly will have the chance to refuel, which will be essential, of course, for many of the bikes. They actually are able to gauge the fuel to the last teaspoon worth almost. So it's vital that
unused fuel is excess weight, and
you're dead right.
It's not needed.
And that's it. Yep. That's it. Yep.
Well, so what we're going to do then is go for a quick lunch break, and in the meantime, I'm going to grab a few sandwiches. And if you are up there in the top field, of course, there's plenty of marquees for you to go and inspect and have a browse around. We've got the Ugly & Co. There's the emergency first aid, as well as I think there's a fish and chip van up there as well, pizza van, burger vans, any kind of van.
The Helmet Park, of course, which gives contributions towards the Yorkshire Air Ambulance. So if you haven't parked your helmet, it's a wise thing rather than lugging it around all day long. So, the marshals are going to be back in situ at 1:45. 1:45 for all marshals to be back in position, please.
The Barry Sheen Classic Meeting comes to Oliver's Mount on the 22nd and 23rd of July, and with it comes an eclectic mix of classic and modern bikes, sidecars and riders. We'll have great racing by day, brilliant chat shows and live music, a beer tent till late on Friday and Saturday night, and you can camp for the weekend too in your tents and motorhomes. Book your Barry Sheen Classic tickets now at oliversmount.com or pay at the gate. Use postcode YO11 2UG. Oliver's Mount, England's only real road racing circuit.
position on that lap was Mike Rees from the back of the grid. He's ahead of Paul Marley for 18th and 19th place, but a 0.7 of a second advantage over Mike Brown at the end of the first lap is some good going for Adam McLean.
It shows again the importance of the run into the first corner and getting a clear first lap here, that Adam McLean's managed to put a little bit of a gap into them already, but I'm sure there'll be some nipping at his heels going on before too long.
Well, the man to watch there is Dean Harrison on bike number 2, of course. He's right behind Mike Brown as they came across the line by just shy of 0.2 of a second, and he'll be looking to get ahead of Brown and catch up to McLean.
He is. I mean, Dino's not exactly a bulky lad, but they're all of this smaller stature, I suppose we could say. But definitely the right size for racing 600s. And of course, Mike Brown is riding the Burrows Engineering bike, and John Burrows always puts a good, fast bike together as well. So all those front boys are all on excellent equipment.
They're coming back towards us now over Jeffries Jumps and in towards Farm Bends in just a moment's time, and we'll get to see who is still leading the way. Is it McLean or is Mike Brown or even Harrison made the break? Looking there is Dean Harrison now ahead of Mike Brown. So in fact Adam McLean there, we're still waiting on him to reappear, it would seem, but across the line Dean Harrison, Mike Brown and Gary McCoy is your top 3. 4th place is Andy Smart ahead of Joey Thompson. Next up is Mark Norbury, Baz Ferber, Marcus Simpson, Don Gilbert next across the line ahead of Tom Whedon. Oh, and we've got number 56, Adam McLean, the race leaders, retirement at Drury's. So Adam McLean, retirement at Drury's, the man who won last year's Gold Cup feature race out of the Cock of the North.
A first flying lap in 1 minute 47.588.
So the fastest lap there, a 1:47.588, as you mentioned there. Fastest lap of the race there. He's got a 0.9 of a second advantage almost over Mike Brown, bike number 16, but number 111, Gary McCoy. I'm sure it's just his second time here at Oliver's Mount, and he's running right up there, as well as Andy Smart, Andy Smart's second time here at Oliver's Mount.
Yeah.
Do apologise. Joey Thompson up inside the top 5 ahead of Mike Norbury. But the man on the move, it's showing Mike Rees making up 4 positions there, but he did start in 19th. And, of course, with Adam McLean out of the race, he's made up another position, as has everybody else.
Marcus Simpson in 8th, only just over half a second behind Baz Ferber. I tell you what, it's not a big gap, is it?
Oh. Dean Harrison.
Dino widens it there as Mike Brown still less than a second behind in second place. Then 111 Gary McCoy is 3rd, 4th. Andy Smart 5th, Joey Thompson 6th, Mike Norbury, then Barry Ferber behind Baz. Michael Simpson, Don Gilbert in 9th. Tom Whedon moves into the top 10. Toby Shan is 11th, back 7. 72, Ollie McRae is 12th. Then 17, Mark Goodings. 154, John Marsh. And 15, Aaron Sadler. That's your top 15. With 3 more, I think. Joey Lambden, Mike Rees, and Paul Marley.
Well, there's still time to be found out there in terms of lap times, at least. A 1 minute 47.427 for Dean Harrison on that lap. Of course, earlier on today, in the first race of the day, it was a 1 minute 44.677, which saw him break the existing 600cc lap record.
Oh, he's having a rest this time because there's more races to come. He never seems to need it, though. He just keeps going on and on.
Yeah, he's
relentlessly.
He's fit as a butcher's dog, as they'd say around these parts.
Right.
Yeah, there's not a bit of fat on him, and it shows when he's on the bike. Because as you say, he's just he can keep banging the laps in, lap after lap, and this place is physical.
And the team behind him this weekend are absolutely chuffed to bits with his performance on the Russell Racing And of course, Dow Racing is a team in British Superbikes. We're getting these post-it notes coming.
Yeah, because I've got number 22. Number 221 potentially of Mike Norbury that's retired up at Drury's. We'll get confirmation. There is Baz Ferber, and I'll tell you what, this is a good scrap here. We've got 1, 2, 3, even 4 bikes involved in this battle for 6th place, and it is Mike Norbury, unfortunately, who has retired up there at Drury's. So Mike Norbury, going to be a comeback after a couple of years away. I'm afraid he is out of this race.
And that's promoted Tom Whedon up a place up to 9th. And I noticed from Tom's social media feed yesterday, unfortunately, he's having to run a standard engine in his R6 here, so he's struggling a little bit with pace down the straight. He said he gets out the corners nice, but runs out of puff a little bit quick.
Well, compared to the guys around him there, he's ahead of Toby Shan. Just inside the top 10 is Toby Shan on that Triumph 675. The old trusty Triumph now it is for Toby Shan. He's been on that for a number of years now.
Yes, since he began racing. There's been bits added where he's thrown it up the road and bent bits and put other bits on, but it's the same basic machine on which his career began. He works at music festivals, things like that, but not on the weekend if you can help it. Racing comes first at weekends. I didn't know there were so many midweek festivals, but he can probably do all the work beforehand and then be there to dismantle on a Sunday night. Don't know how it works, but look at Dino 1:46.597. Not as quick as he has gone earlier, but he's got an advantage over Mike Brown of 4.5 seconds. So why push it more than you have to? Gary McCoy is in a fine 3rd place at the moment. The result of the Cock of the North, by the way, will be over the 2 legs. Yesterday's leg 1 and today's leg 2. And by having the B race next for the 600 class, that should avoid too much of a delay. There may be the odd rider in the B race. I think there will be, but the A race riders at least get a breather. The top names that you're seeing in the upper echelons of the leaderboard. That's a good word for a Sunday afternoon.
Upper echelons?
Yeah.
You've been
French,
reading a dictionary at lunchtime, Tony.
No, I went somewhere else.
So it's a good job, really, that the B race will become the first race after this one, because I can imagine it's a little bit tiring doing an 8-lap race, then going straight into another 8-lap race.
You would certainly know about it. And people think this place, it's not the longest lap, but it is physical around here.
There used to be 20 and 25 lap races here in years gone by.
I bet the horses pulling them cars got really tired.
It was on cross-ply tyres, about 4 inches across. And, okay, you weren't travelling at the speeds there these days, but they're a handful, I'll tell you.
I could quite believe it. But Dino is not finding this particularly hard work at the moment as he puts another second into Mike Brown there, doing a 1:46.5 on his last lap to Mike Brown's 48.0.
Let's face it, Mike Brown's still on a learning curve. He's only, I think it's probably his 3rd meeting here. And he's still learning his way around. Oh, dear me, something's let go big style.
Oh, yeah, we've got a...
looks like the number 3 machine.
It's got an engine failure coming down to Farm Bends by the look of it.
Yeah,
so the marshals will be checking that to make sure there's no fluid down, but he has managed to pull over at the chicane at Farm Bends.
Yeah, so it's a number 3 machine of Joey Lambden, the 23-year-old from Crowborough, whose Kawasaki ZX6R seems to have expired on him, as we move on to lap 7 of
and
this.
with that having happened, he faces the long trip down to Sussex, and he'll be thinking,
how much does that cost?
But no doubt he'll be back for more.
Oh, sounds as though we've got a red flag going out there.
Yeah, we've got
just-
I think I heard a technical red flag because there might be there's a chance of some oil down on the circuit, so they've flagged that. Unfortunately,
With 6 laps having been completed, that can be declared
yes.
a race. We go back 1, I think, don't we? Technically. We'll see what happens.
There goes Mike Brown receiving the plaudits from the crowd there.
The new god will make his mind up, and Gary McCoy. Yep, that was a brilliant ride again from Gary. And at some stage he's going to nip up here, he said. He promised faithfully.
So good to see Gary there on the Mad Brothers Suzuki, and yeah, unusual. There's not a lot of people running the Suzukis nowadays.
You're
So
dead
we've got 1 Suzuki, 1 Triumph, and 1 Honda in the lineup. John Marsh on the Honda, and Toby Shan on the Triumph. So it's good to see a little selection out there to break up the Yamaha and Kawasaki monopoly.
Yeah, well, I suppose they've got Suzuki's in British Supersport now, but they're 750s.
They are 750. I know the man who runs them, and yes, that is the budget way to go Supersport racing.
Is
now.
it?
Yeah, because they don't even run 100% throttle, so they're on standard engines. They don't rev the engines last well, and compared to running a very fast R6, it's considerably more cost effective.
I can imagine so. And so I know the 600s, they're quite highly strung.
Yeah, the top ones are getting on for 140 horsepower at the wheel, and engines aren't lasting a terribly long length of time at that. Whereas the Suzukis and even the Ducatis and the Triumphs, the whole sort of ethos of this next generation Supersport was to have bikes that were cheaper to run. So in effect, they're all on standard engines, but on throttle restrictions in the ECUs and bits, and it is making racing cheaper. Maybe not so much if you've got a Ducati, but. But certainly on the Triumphs and the Suzukis, it's a lot more cost effective to run a Supersport bike now.
Are they going to pay prize money to make that?
Prize money? I don't understand, Tony. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, and in fact, Rhys Irwin on the Astro GSXR 750 is actually wildcarding at World Superbike this weekend as well. I think he was 16th in the first race yesterday, just to ruin it if anybody's recorded it.
That's it. He's the tall one, if you want to go get him.
Yeah. And it looks like we might have a few minutes delay as the marshals inspect the track and, if necessary,
the
put down
brushes
some.
are out.
Yeah, they'll have some
And,
the new version of cement dust, whatever it is.
expensive.
Yes,
Not like cement dust.
not like the good old days, eh, Tony?
Well, when it was Castrol, took some of that down, but synthetic oils. I know, shall we say, an oil baron, and he said they could make either a mineral oil that would cope with modern day engines, but they don't want to. They want to sell.
Yes, they want to sell the really expensive, really slippery stuff.
You did right.
At least we've got a crack team of marshals down there doing an excellent job with the brooms and with the not cement dust. And hopefully it won't be too long before they've got all the bits of Kawasaki
I think
engines
the
swept up.
crystals of, I can't remember what the composite was, but it's not cheap stuff at all. It costs a considerable amount to clear up. Whoops. Somebody must have chucked some down again. There was the dust flying from it.
It's quite a windy day for chucking dust about as well, so they've got their work cut out for them.
I think the furthest, the marshal who's highest up the hill, is where I first saw that bike explode into a cloud
Lots
of
of
smoke.
lots of bits of former Kawasaki.
Well, there may be. Because you used Kawasaki's, didn't you? For
Yes,
Quite
yeah,
a time.
I've done several years on a couple of different shapes of ZX6 and ZX10s and ZXR 750s. I've owned more Kawasaki's than anything else, and in general, they're pretty sturdy engines. Just every now and again, something has to fail, unfortunately.
And you started in British Superstocks on a Gen 1 ZX10.
I did, yeah. I had an 04 ZX10 was my first big bike, and disappointingly, the rider I now run at British Championship is younger than the bike I raced.
Oh dear.
Which is disappointing because I've bought myself another ZX10 for the Roder, an original Mark 1 bike, and
well, the riders slowly but surely are making their way down here back to the paddock area. Are they going to send them through the farmyard? No. They're going to send them off at Mere Hairpin, presumably. And we'll be gearing up for the B race, I would imagine, in the RST Supersport 600 Championship Series. B riders first, A riders second, which will give them a breather after this race. Although, whoops, who's that doing a wheelie on a wind down lap?
entertaining the crowd.
It looks like it was the 154 of John Marsh. He's got support
Don't
from
think it
MKM
was
Burnley.
done intentionally.
Well, it entertained us, whether it was intentional or not.
He looked quite surprised. Oops. We have an ambulance.
Yeah, perhaps just moving position there. But looks like Joey Landon has some company there as well. There's another rider and bike that we can see making their way back towards us. I believe it could well be Tom Whedon. At least his team are here on the pit lane.
No, his elbows aren't touching the ground.
I'd hope not if he's upright. Yeah, absolutely. Tom Whedon, the young man from Maidstone down in Kent, making his way back to the paddock. So you say you've got a Gen 1 for the road?
Yeah, as a moment of reminiscing, I bought myself a low mileage early ZX10 to relive my youth of racing one, and I had Franco, my young Superstock 1000 rider, pop round my house, and he looked at me bike and went, "Oh, that looks quite modern," and then I realised it was actually 6 months older than he was.
Oh dear.
Which made me feel my age, if I'm honest.
I was going to say, how old did that make you feel?
and people don't believe me when I say I'm 28 anymore.
Yeah, I wonder why. But no, is it 2005 or 2006? That kind of era you made your debut in Superstocks.
I raced Superstock 2005 was my first year in Superstock Cup. And then, yeah, I think, was your dad in Cup with me that year?
Yeah, I'm still at the programmes. Yeah, that's it. And so there's the likes of Pete Ward, Kenny Gilbertson, Paul Veazey.
Yeah.
That would have been
just trying to remember who else was
Lives near me
Does he?
in the frozen north.
there. Yeah, very good 125 rider, wasn't he? Was he
was.
British champion 125?
Well, he wasn't very heavy. I don't think he won the British Championship.
But he
won
was- he
club
was-
championships,
Yeah.
and the worst problem for him was Dad Gary used to get underneath his skin, and that used to unhinge him. If we could keep Gary out the way, young Paul was a damn good rider.
Yeah, and then he moved up from 125s and rode a 604 Jamie Robinson's team. Another name
Yeah.
from the past.
Yep.
Was? I remember one day, I'll give you another name. He won at Croft many of the top big races there, Dennis Hobbs. I once went to get my hair cut in Middlesbrough, a place called Guido's. I can't afford it there now.
How far's this
But on
tangent
one
going,
side-
Tony?
On one side was Paul Veazey, on the other side was Dennis Hobbs.
And I saw Dennis Hobbs a couple of weeks ago at Knockhill BSB.
Yeah, you would do.
Checking my ticket on the way in, and he's doing like rider tuition and sort of keeping his hand in racing circles, but not actually competing anymore.
No, I haven't seen Dennis for a long, long time. He used to live in Gisborough. That's where he hailed from, and then he met a young lady which projected him northwards up to Knockhill, where his base was, and he was involved in catering at one time. Don't know whether he still is.
I mean, he's not a big lad, but I'm not saying he hasn't enjoyed a couple of cakes since he stopped racing.
I'm not surprised.
Very subtle.
Yeah. But no, always a very cheerful and, enthusiastic person to have around the paddock, and even worked for Scott Leathers for a while as well. I actually remember buying a set of leathers that he measured up for me. And, the first set of Scott Leathers I had were excellent. And we don't need to go any further than that.
And now you use AM leathers.
I do, yes. They fit better.
Hey, same neck of the woods.
Yes, yeah. But obviously they're, a mere shadow against the RSTs that are sponsoring the Super Sport races. Is that the sort of thing I'm supposed to say next?
There you go.
If Steve from AM is here, by the way, Steve, I love your leathers. They're the best things ever. Have I got out of that yet?
I think so.
Yeah.
You missed the important words. Can I have a discount?
That cul-de-sac you just went down, you reversed out of it nicely.
Thank you. I took the stepladder with me to get me out of the hole.
Well, the Supersport Group Bs shall be making their way out onto the circuit. The RST sponsored Supersport
There's
Group
a lot
Bs.
of the Orange Army out there. Some seem to be beavering away with the brushes, and others seem to be working hard at watching at the moment.
It's a council job, is it?
So, who I spoke to at some point last year, they're still in good health. I don't know if you remember Gary Allinson.
I do, yes. Was he... and he ran an engineering company, I seem to remember. I can't remember whether he was Dynamic Precision, possibly.
It rings a bell.
Something like that, anyway. Yes, but I do remember the name, yes.
It is 18 years ago, to be fair. We'll let you off.
Yeah, I think he rode a Suzuki. I think he was a GSX-R 1000.
That was it, yeah. So it was blue and orange, wasn't it? Suzuki GSX-R, number 89. There we go.
I can't remember the name, the number, but I can remember the bike.
That's it. I think the trouble is, I remember the names going back there, but I would have been, get ready for this, I would have been 5 in
So you're saying you've been spotting up by reading the old programmes?
There we go. That's exactly That's why I keep them.
Yeah. No, that was it was good racing back then, and when I think Superstock and British Championship in general was a little bit more affordable, because nowadays, of course, the bikes are a lot of money, and tyres and, of course, everything's gone up in price, and unfortunately it is making it awkward for the privateers to compete, shall we say.
Yep. With the prescribed fuels and tyres.
What we need is the Yamaha R6 Cup again.
Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, and let's face it, the R6 Cup did produce some real talent out of this country as well.
What was it? Leon Cami, did he go through the Yamaha R6 Cup at one point?
I think he might have done. Cal Crutchlow did.
Cal Crutchlow did. Tom Sykes.
Tom Sykes, definitely.
Yeah, the Bridewells. James Hillier.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, Pete Ward.
Pete Ward.
Yeah. And Pete Ward, who's now a test rider for Triumph.
There we go.
Maybe not quite the World Championship status of Cal and Tom Sykes, but he's still definitely in the trade.
Absolutely. So you can say they went on to, 2009 World Supersport champion Cal Crutchlow, wasn't he? And 3-time MotoGP winner. Yeah,
it's not a bad CV to have.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah. When you can comfortably tell people you've beaten Valentino Rossi, you're doing okay. Aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. That was 2016 Australian GP. He won it, and then Rossi was second there, wasn't he? And that was a good race. That was.
In fact, his first win was Brno in the wet.
It was same day as John McPhee.
Was it? See that now. That is good knowledge. That is there, Brad. I can tell you why you're the man doing this job.
Oh, I don't know about that. But yeah, that's what's that? 6 years? Well, 7 years ago now.
I passed those programs off as school books. Buried his head in them, and it's
and it's
stuck
paid
with
off
him forever. Yep. I mean, I came from the days we didn't have school books. We had an abacus and.
You have slate and.
There's no pen and paper. It was slate.
To be fair, Tony, I'm surprised when you told us you went to school.
No, I 6 O levels. Never did any work. Was busy. I was banned from racing at the time for being underage. This little swine came to our school. His dad was in the army. Somebody bought me an NSU. First time out on it. Hadn't seen it till I got to Cadwell. Well, I was a bit of a big lad for a 250. And I was just familiarising myself with the bike. And I thought, this is the last lap. I can get on the rostrum here. And I maybe give him a hard time. And this little Herbert chirped up, hey, he goes to our school. He can't be more than, at the most, 15. So the protest went down. I had to produce my birth certificate.
I suppose there's worse things he could have said about you, other than your age.
Yeah, but it resulted in a ban
Oh,
for 12 months from my 16th birthday till I was 17.
You didn't try the Alex Barros trick when he started racing GP. His first wildcard GP, Alex Barros got his brother to sign on for him because his brother was a year older.
that's the way to do it.
Yes, yeah, ticked that box.
There must be an awful lot of oil up there, I think, the way things are looking.
Well, just checking and double checking, make sure everything's in 100% condition.
Somebody's even taken the jacket off. Ooh, this means business, I think.
There must be some very thorough sweeping if there's a jacket removal has been required.
Really? I think we should get a few sheep and roll them in it. Sheep's wool does absorb oil. Did you know that?
How did you find that one out?
Because I used to work on a farm part-time.
Was that while you were banned from racing?
No, that was before. When I was a wee laddie. In fact, there were 3 farms in our village who had tractors, but none of the families knew how to drive them. And it was a very lucrative job for me, driving the tractors. After school.
So you're the only
weekends.
person I know who can get employed on a farm sitting down.
Oh no, there was spud picking as well. That was hard graft. First time I did it, that farmer wanted to pay me an apple, an orange, and a silver threepenny bit. I had different ideas.
So you took it. So you took one of the sheep and used it for.
Back-breaking job, and I've been bent over filling baskets and tipping them into trucks behind tractors or horses sometimes. Yep, they still had horses, and some had horse-drawn spinners to turn the potatoes out of the ground. Yeah, I can really go back that far.
So you still haven't explained how you know that sheep's wool is oil absorbent.
Because one of the farmers, they spilt lots and lots of oil, or TVO I think it was, out of a tank, and it was all over the show. And there were sheep shearing at a similar time, and they kept bringing all this sheep's wool down. And they didn't roll the sheep in it, but they at least had the decency to shave them first. And it shifted the oil.
So the only thing we need to find out now is whether it's any good on synthetic oil.
Who's got a sheep?
I would doubt.
Anybody in the crowd got a sheep? A very woolly dog might work.
If anybody's travelled over the moors, there are plenty of sheep up there.
but I've suspected most people didn't think to bring them with them, unfortunately.
In the event of oil being dropped.
There might be one in a boot of a few cars, you never know.
If there is, we don't want to know about that. So it's nothing to do with us.
I'm just looking to see if there's any sort of movement there isn't.
No, the
I
attention
think
seems to be
it's-
focused in one area now.
It looks like a union meeting, I think. Well, we've got the age-old problem. People sitting on fences. I know there's nothing coming at the moment, but please, 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 don't stick your bits through. Don't let your helmets roll down or duffel bags or whatever you happen to have. And particularly don't allow your kids to sit in between the fence rails, because it could have dire consequences. So let's be sensible. Let's all go home.
I'd like to think the grass would be
happy
dry now, so
and in one piece.
the grass would be nice and comfy. Sitting on the banking would be nice and dry by now. Of course, we did have a bit of drizzle on Friday, but that was the last of it.
It certainly looks a bit like it. And the jingling bells. It might be Morris dancing, you never know. Or are we going to have a sprint race? But there would be a lot of oil that came out of the bottom of that engine, I would imagine.
Well, as long as
And
it
the
all gets...
crystals that were devised for soaking up the mess of synthetic oils. Mercifully, it's dry today, but if it's wet and you've got synthetic oil slicks, it's not nice, is it, Dave?
No, that's when you need some detergent and a bit of a truck or whatever to wash the circuit. Unfortunately, that is sometimes a little bit of an issue.
Or stabilisers on the bike.
Or more than one sheep.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah, but yeah, it does look like they've nearly got the
Yep.
the oil.
I think
cleared
so,
up down
because
there.
they're now dragging the... are they polyurethane, those barriers? Red and white ones. To show riders that that is not the way to go, unless it's a dire emergency. Have you ever had to overshoot there?
I think maybe once I've had to go straight on at farm bends, but most of the time I do make it round the corner, luckily. Yes, it is actually quite a useful escape route, because it can be a last-ditched overtake
when
attempt.
you know you're going to be going in a bit too quick, it's probably the wise thing.
Yes, definitely useful to
You
have
will
an escape route available.
Normally incur a penalty if eagle eyes have spotted it, but
Yes, I think I've maybe used that once, and I've only had to use the run on at Mountside Hairpin once as well, because there is a convenient lane straight ahead if you get
There
your
is.
braking markers
Yep.
far too late.
Yep.
The only thing is, it is quite a small lane, and it's not particularly well tarmacked, so you don't want to have to scrub much speed off going down there. If you're not careful, you do end up in Scarborough. And I say that in the nicest possible way.
Well, just having a look though, because I was having a word with some of the
might get-
riders in the paddock at lunchtime, and I was thinking that obviously pre-1991, Farm Bends wasn't there. It was just a straight run to the finish line, which must have been a bit of a rush.
the most amazing thing I saw was Austin Hockley, 350 Granby Yamaha, and it locked up completely about where those barriers are in Farm Bends. And Ozzy fought with the thing all the way through here. There was the biggest black line I've ever seen, and it went virtually down to mere hairpin, and he kept it on its wheels. That was awesome. How he did it, I will never know. I'd have been on my backside, probably by he rejoined the circuit at that point. But Ozzy fought with it. I don't know whether he still comes. I used to see him hanging over the fence here in leathers. He'd obviously come on a bike, and he had some great races here over the years. always a two-stroke man, I think, in my recollection anyway. And the Granby Yamahas, they were very well put together bikes. And he could make them sing, dance and talk. He really was the master. He was having battles with the likes of was the Honda boss?
Neil
Neil
Tuxworth.
Tuxworth. And Tex used to get a bit angry if you beat him. And to incur the wrath of Neil Tuxworth is not a good thing to do, because he went on to become the boss man of the Honda organisation, whereas Rob Mack was the Yamaha man. And he got the sponsorship money each year, bought the odd golf course or two, added a swimming pool and a new annex.
And Bob's your uncle?
Yeah, but he was one of the characters of the sport. He really was. I remember our first York Road Race show, Rob Mack and Niall Mackenzie were greeting racegoers at the door, together with a couple of very attractive but scantily clad ladies. And
Where are these meetings held, Tony?
they were at York Racecourse back in the 80s, but not anymore. They decided to rebuild the racecourse virtually. We moved to Doncaster and the atmosphere wasn't the same. I spent a good 6 months of my life for that first show. All 5 floors were full of genuine road race exhibits. Everybody. The only thing that wasn't quite as you might expect was Steve Parrish, but he was very much of the sport. But he had a joke shop selling the likes of fart spray and things like that.
That does not surprise me
things.
with Steve Parrish. The man who runs an aeroplane called Plummet Airways.
That's it, yeah.
Yes,
And nobody could complain that it wasn't a road race show, because everybody was involved in road racing. Maybe there was one other exception, and it took me months to persuade him to come, and that was Jack Valentine and his partner of the time, Steve Mellor. And Jack was a sprint racer, and he had this thing, it must have been about 20 odd feet long. And unfortunately, due to things I won't go into, Bill Smith decided to take away all his bikes. And we got there on the opening day of the show, and there's a big hole in the middle. So I got Steve Mellor, I got Jack Valentine to bring that monstrosity that he rode in a straight line at Elvington at our World Records weekend. And that really smacked you in the face as you walked through the door, if you could take your eyes off the lovely ladies who were there. And I'd absolutely badgered Jack day in and day out to come. He said, we're not a road race outfit, I said, get your backside there, you're tuning engines. And I said, there's lads there who are desperate to have well-tuned engines. And
maybe that was the turning point for Jack Valentine and...
it certainly was.
Yeah, who of course...
He always says,
yeah,
had it not been for you badgering us, I would never have... I mean, he was boss of various teams, he did all sorts. Him and Steve parted company.
Yeah. Valentine and Mellor of V&M. So they won some TTs with Dave Jeffries and have been on to do many impressive feats in motorcycle racing.
They sure did.
And now it's time for Supersport B race as the bikes roll onto the grid.
49 is Mike Rees, a flying Welshman who lives within stone's throw almost of the Aberdare Park circuit. It was Crimdare, I think they call it something else now where he lives. Eddie Harrison, brother of Dean, on bike number 47, the R6 Yamaha, and 76, Jack Foley. He's made big inroads in just a handful of meetings, also mounted on an R6 Yamaha, as is Kev Barsby, number 156, 43, Steve Degnan, Degsy on a Kawasaki, Russell Brook on an R6, number 41, 996, Curtis Milburn, number 5, Andrew Hurt. Now, he was a retirement earlier. I don't know whether he was there then.
No, so I did see a couple of grid slots vacant. It could well be Curtis Milburn, of course, involved in an incident yesterday, unfortunately, up there at Mount Side. By all accounts, he's relatively okay. Andrew Hurd as well, I believe, was missing from the grid as well.
Nick Sweet, who will sell you a car or a commercial or a bag of sweets, whatever you want. Nick, clearly enjoying his weekend here. It's only second meeting, I think, for Nick. Oliver Dean, 86. Connor Wade. I don't know. Was he the guy who used to have multicoloured hair years ago? There was a...
Was that not you?
Somebody Wade. No, I had hair. In the good old days. Bomber Slater, who was a slim lad when I first knew him. He's not exactly that now.
You are showing your age now then, Tony.
Logan Turner is number 12. He had that bump yesterday, and he is one of the riders being supported this weekend by Jim Buckley and Pete Sutherland. Kinpuck Racing, Glarms Investments, Stuart McKinnon, Kitchens. I managed to read that. Chris McGoran, I don't... Oh, yeah, he should be there on bike 212. Another R6 Yamaha. Again, riding under the same banner. He's from Barhead in Glasgow. Started track racing in 2019 on a pre-injection 600. His first season coming 7th out of 36 at the end of it. Not bad going. First road race was here at Oliver's Mount, running pre-injection 600 R6. Thundercat, presumably. They were great engines, those. They could take a lot of hammer.
To be fair, even the first R6s were carburetted, so it might have even been a carburetted R6, of which there is number 12 on our grid and number 75, who are Nick Sweet and Logan Turner, actually both on pre-injection R6s out there today. Right, but we are ready for the start.
Yep, as we mentioned, there is a gap there for Curtis Milburn and Andrew Hurd, so there'll be 2 absentees from this race. And next to number 471, Jules Tillotson missing from this race as well. So Andrew Hurd, Curtis Milburn and George Tillotson missing from the race.
Yeah, the comeback for Jules has been a bit of a nightmare.
Looks like we may have a bit of an issue here with that bike number 12 being wheeled off the grid. That's Logan Turner, who you just mentioned there, Tony.
Yeah. He's from Cowdenbeath in Scotland. I used to think that was cow and beef.
Right.
To the lights,
look at the
green
lights.
flag at the back. The revs rise, the lights are on. We keep our eye very close on it, and away we go. 6-lap race. That's a good start. Oh, elbows bashing there between Jack Foley and Mike Rees. They were getting a little bit close for comfort there on the run down towards Mere Hairpin.
Mike got a little bit out of shape there. He got the thing up in the air, came back a bit twisted, but kept the power on, which is probably a good thing. It turned out straight again.
It turned out into an interesting blocking tactic because he came across the grid with the front wheel up and nobody could get past him. So it's not a usual technique, but it seemed to work out all right for him.
You're dead right.
That's the main thing as they go up towards underneath the footbridge now through the S's and on towards the back straight. Jacques Foley got a good start there. I was looking a little bit further down the order there, and everybody got away relatively cleanly. But it was all about, Mike Rees got a little bit too close for comfort there on the way down towards Mere Hairpin. This will be a 6-lap duration, of course, for the RST Supersport Group Bs. And we'll keep an eye on them as they come down around towards the top end of the circuit. They'll come back into our view in Mountside. We'll be able to see who is where as they can reappear into Farm Bends.
And A.D. Harrison, who had a small technical issue with his bike earlier, and it was apart in the paddock earlier, and yeah, it seems to be back on form, so hopefully it won't have any recurring problem with that, because it'd be nice if he can give Matt Rees a bit of a battle in this one.
That bike was built for Eddie by Russell Brook. Brook built.
Yes, who is also racing here this weekend on another R6 and
right.
A 660 Aprilia.
Yep, he's on the R6 in this race there.
He's a busy lad.
Alongside Steve Degnan.
We never saw him for donkey's years till he reappeared in 2016, I think. I was in the signing on office when he walked through the door and I could scarcely believe my eyes. He was a popular clubman's performer, had raced here.
And that is Jack Foley leading from Michael Rees and A.D. Harrison taking up third.
And that is bike number 76. The 29-year-old from County Clare in Ireland, a mechanical engineer, first raced 6 years ago at Mondello Park, which is, I think, the only permanent race circuit in the Republic of Ireland. It is. I don't know of any other. I'm sure there isn't.
That is the only one.
Yeah. But it hasn't done Jacques any harm. I said, why the name Jacques? Are you, have you French descendants? He said, never seen a Frenchman, never been to France. He said, ask me mum and dad.
Maybe they just thought it sounded posh.
Probably. It doesn't matter if he can record a win here on his second meeting.
It would be quite the result for him and a real confidence booster.
Sure will be.
Well, he certainly looked like he meant business as he came across the start-finish line there, hanging off the side of the bike, trying to get the power down on that Yamaha R6. It was an opening lap time of a 1 minute 57.537, so they're certainly not hanging her out.
Mike Rees, an ex-supermoto man, started at Aberdare Park riding his, well, it's a motocross bike with road-going tyres, a supermoto in other words, together with his brother, a guy called, Tim Booth Amos. He was in amongst them. I'm just trying to think of the name of the lad, same name as the singer. He stood a couple of meetings here. I tell you what, Jack Foley is looking fairly happy. Nearly 2 seconds, the advantage after just 2 of the 6 laps have been completed. 1/3 race distance.
Yeah, it's a half-second gap between himself and Mike Rees, but they've put some daylight between themselves and Eddie Harrison, 4.4 seconds to be exact. Kev Barsby and Russell Brook inside the top 5, with Degsy, Nick Sweet, Chris McGoran and Christian Bomber Slater. I did speak to Bomber Slater earlier on today during the lunch break, and he's looking to go for a personal best lap of Oliver's Mount, so he needs to be a 2-minute lap time. Currently on a 2-minute 2.
Don't think we've seen him here at many meetings recently. He's been a busy man with his fabricating business, and then he bought a barber shop and set somebody up to run it, and he's making him a nice amount of money. There you go, Dave. Buy a barber shop.
That's it, and so he can afford to come racing again. It was a good investment.
Yeah, it sure was. When he told me he'd bought a barber shop, I said, why? He said, I don't know.
Well, everybody needs a haircut, don't they, Tony? Well, maybe not you so much, but the rest of us need a haircut occasionally.
He used to live, I don't know if he's still there, at a place called Donington, near your neck of the woods.
It is my neck of the woods. I think he may have moved just to the other side of Boston now, but still in South Lincolnshire.
Yep, indeed.
Yep.
Which is now where you work, I believe.
In Boston, near Boston, yeah, at least, yeah.
I'll tell you what, that gap might have even come down a little bit at the front as they dive into and then out of
It has
you're not wrong there.
indeed.
It was half a second, or 0.522 this time around. Jack Foley leads Mike Rees by 0.349. Fastest lap of the race for Mike Rees, a 1 minute 54.011. Eddie Harrison ahead of Kev Barsby. Then it's Russell Brook in 5th place. Degsy has got clear track in front of him there. But number 75, Nick Sweet, on that pre-injection R6 is close, but not quite close enough. 1.5 seconds is the gap between Degsy and Sweet, with Chris McLaurin, Bomber Slater and Oliver Dean up next to round out the top 10.
When I was speaking to Degsy over lunch, and he was saying that he's actually, the fastest lap he's done this weekend is actually in qualifying, because in the race he's either been defending people from behind him or he's had traffic in front. So hopefully now with a bit of clear track he can get his head down.
Tell you what, he's riding better here this weekend than I've seen him at Scarborough for many a long year.
I think this year he's having quite a good little year, Degsy is. He's sort of settled in and the sort of, nice relaxed approach to going racing, and it seems to be paying off for him. He's getting some good results recently.
You can see he had a slight injury to his thumb there, wasn't it? On I can't remember if it was the left or the right hand there, but
Northwest 200 he managed to
just
crack a scaphoid, I think.
Yeah, I think it's taken avoiding action and just clipped the curb, and that was it.
Scaphoid takes a long time to heal sometimes, and it's
got
a nasty thing. Sports Timing Services, flash the name up. That is where, if you tune in to sportstimingservices.co.uk, you can follow all our events on a live basis.
The gap is pretty much equidistant to what it was the previous lap. It was 0.349. Jack Foley is still leading the charge ahead of Mike Rees. He gets a lot of fresh air underneath that front wheel on the ZX6R. And that has hampered his chances there just a little bit. 0.782 of a second is the gap. But it is Jack Foley with the fastest lap now of the race. Of a
1:53.
1:53. Absolutely. Russell quick across the line inside the top 5.
And
That's a PB for Jack.
Kev Barsby got a little bit out of shape. The bike was giving a bit of a wheel spin, a bit of a wheel coming out of farm bends, but
bit of a protest, wasn't
he was certainly testing where the limit was.
Well, if you don't test where the limit is, you'll never find it.
Exactly.
What's interesting is not many people are going personal best there. It's only Jack Foley with the fastest lap of the race, and at this stage there, Degsy, McGauran, Dean and Wade who've gone personal best.
That's it. Degsy's back to actually a little bit quicker than he qualified at, so I think he'll be fairly pleased that he's making progress again.
Yep, I would think so indeed. The reigning Earl of Elvington. He hasn't brought his crown with him this weekend. He won it in 2009, and then the last year that the Order 66 was able to use Elvington was 2011. And again, it was Degsy who was the top dog. He had a nasty accident at Teesside. It was on the short... No, it was on the longer circuit. That's it, when it had been added. And it was one of those where the front wheel comes up and up and up and up and up, and you know what's going to happen.
It kept going up.
It's like the banana skin. You can't do anything to stop it for him.
I'm guessing when it came down, it was a little quicker.
Yeah, oh,
And here
look
we
at
go.
this.
Start of the last lap. Jack Foley still leading, but Michael Rees has pulled the gap back, and that is the smallest it's been so far at 0.3 of a second across the line. So Mike Rees has maybe saved his best to the last lap.
But he did get the fastest lap of the race on that lap. He took it away from Jack Foley. 1 minute 53.817, 76.86 mile an hour on average around this 2.43 mile circuit as Russ Brook crosses the line in 5th to start his last lap. There goes Degsy. He's 61-year-old now, is Degsy, welder by trade from Darlington.
It's what I call the right side of 60 now. I used to call it the wrong side.
Is that
years
your
ago.
unbiased opinion?
So next across the line will be Bomber Slater on the 166 Kawasaki.
No, it's a 600. You mentioned Bomber on a 166. Doof, doof, doof.
Where's the tumbleweed when you need it?
Next Sweet, bike number 75. Yamaha 6, behaving well, is just over 3.5 seconds behind Degsy. So I don't think there's any way he's going to catch him unless Steve waits for him at one of the hairpins. And I don't think he'll do that now.
Also worth noting, we've got a couple of Super Twins, sort of that didn't quite get on the Super Twin grid, filling the back of the B final as well. So we've got Paul Magnay, Paul Moore, and John Cliff, who's actually on a little 400 Honda. So the two Super Twins out there actually look like they're having a good little dice going into the first corner.
John Cliff, the boss, and here we go with a checkered flag. And that is out for Jacques Foley on the R6 Yamaha but the best lap of the race has gone to Mike Rees. Michael has a best time of 1 minute 53.817. That is 76.86 compared with Jacques Foley's best of 1 minute 53.830, which is 76.85.
And A.D. Harrison finishing off the podium there in third place, and that'll be a good confidence boost that he's got rid of his mechanical gremlins before he heads off to the Southern 100 next.
Yes, indeed. Now got the opportunity to travel a bit. He announced his retirement because of pressure of work, but they put that behind him now. And they're full-time racers.
Are you planning on going to the Southern 100, Dave?
I think I've actually got something on. I can't entirely remember what, but my calendar is normally fairly full, so I don't think I'm going to make it over this year.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, it's always nice to have a trip to the Isle of Man. But, right, the first of the twins over the line was Paul Moore, who just pipped Paul Magnay at the tail end of that race. So he'll be pleased to get one up over the SV6 over the 650 Kawasaki there.
Yeah, good stuff there
And
for Paul Moyer.
Arthur Gissing completing his first meeting here at Oliver's Mount. 13th place, no disgrace. He's learning it. He determined, and Jim Hind told him, you know, keep within your limits. Find out how quick you can go, what you're happy with doing, and then get faster next time you come, and faster the time after.
That's it. Chip away bit by bit.
But I think Jim said to him, if you beat me, I'll pulp you.
Yeah, he has got a little bit of work to do before he's not bothering Jim Hind. But no, some respectable lap times there from the whole field.
Jacques Foley, bike number 76. Tremendous performance from him to stay ahead of the flying Welshman Mike Rees, who hopefully will see his brother back in action here next year. The worst problem is his wrist. It's going to have to be rebuilt. He's waiting for an operation to do just that. His back injuries seem to have leveled off, and that has ceased to be a worry, but you need your hands for all sorts of reasons.
Racing motorbikes is one of them reasons where your hands are quite important.
Indeed.
I've heard putting on your socks is also awkward without your hand.
Doing your laces.
It says there. There's many, many things.
Morning, we'll still be getting suggestions coming forward. Next week can be well happy with that 7th place. And Chris McGoran, the 32-year-old from Barhead in Glasgow, he can be well happy with his performance. Sensible. His times were getting faster and faster and faster. That's how it should be. And those are the guys who learn the craft, learn the circuits, learn the bikes, and then get a little bit quicker and a little bit quicker. And suddenly, out of the blue, when they're really happy with the place, they get a hell of a lot quicker. And they probably won't be in the B finals, they'll be in the A finals by then.
Yeah, although the circuit appears very easy to learn and it's relatively simple to get the layout, to actually go fast round here is quite committed. You've got to be full commitment into every braking area, and you've got to be very confident picking the throttle up in first gear out the really slow corners as well. So, as you know, Tony, it's easy to ride round here, but it's difficult to ride round here fast.
Yeah, you're dead right. I was fortunate when I first came that I had good advice from well-respected riders, and I did listen to them, and I tried to put into practice what they were telling me. Sometimes you think you know best, but there again, you'll make a total fool of yourself, and you'll go back to what they were telling you, as I know only too well.
This is every now and again you've just got to try something a little bit different. And I remember jumping over the last of Jeffrey's jumps a little bit too enthusiastically in morning warm-up once with at the Gold Cup with Hutchie right behind me. And after we were back in the paddock, he even came up and went, "I do it a bit different to that." And to be fair, the next lap I definitely did it a bit different.
One of the most amazing crashes was in practice. Jim Whittam. Wow, what an off.
Was that on the Durex Suzuki?
Yes. Mick Grant was the team boss. And Mick was white as this envelope. Because Jamie was sort of his protege from day one. In fact, Jamie first raced with Mick Grant's leathers. Excuse me. The backside of the leathers that said Grant was round about Jim's knees because he was only a little lad at that time. And he obviously either got him for nout or Granty had sold him a pup. Not sure which. But Mick ran up that hill. I've never seen Granty go that fast on two legs. Two bikes, two wheels maybe, but whoa.
Well, the RST Supersport Group A race are making their way out onto the circuit, and this will be run over 8 laps.
Dino goes to pole once again. And just behind is Gary McCoy on the Mad Brothers Suzuki machine.
Joey Thompson making his way to 4th on the grid. There is an absent spot in 12th where Jim Hines should have been, but interestingly, Adam McLean not out there on the grid. So
I'm guessing the retirement up at Drury's Hairpin in the Cock of the North race might be a bit terminal for the bike for this weekend then.
Unfortunately so. Dean Harrison then is the main beneficiary of that one, as he's got the front row all to himself.
And of course now Gary McCoy and Mike Brown have got clear runs into the first corner because they've got nobody in front of them on row 1. So yeah, there is some benefit, unfortunately, to the absence of Adam McLean. And yeah, not how we want the front of the grid to look.
No, unfortunately not. But I can say I suppose there's worse things to be doing than following Dean Harrison around Oliver's Mount, isn't there? If you're Gary McCoy or Mike Brown, learning a few things.
I would imagine you can get educated around here by Dino. Yes.
Like Ian was educated by you at the jumps.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure we took the lesson on board.
So the front row then, we'll read it as it is on the screen. Dean Harrison, Adam McLean, Rob Hodson. Of course, we do know that McLean and Hodson won't be there, unfortunately. Joey Thompson, Gary McCoy and Mike Brown are there on row 2. Row 3, Mike Norbury, Andy Smart, Barry Ferber. Your 4th row, Don Gilbert, Marcus Simpson and Jim Hines should have been there, but unfortunately is not. Mark Goodings, Tom Whedon, Toby Shan up next. Then it's Oliver McRae, Aaron Sadler, and I suspect Joey Lambden won't be there either, unless they have got a spare bike. But unfortunately it was Joey Lambden's Kawasaki ZX6R that decided to cry enough. And it's Dan Forbes, Paul Marley, Sam Johnson and John Marsh to complete the field.
Don't know whether there is another bike in the Joey Lambden stable. In which case, if there is, we may see him come out again. There's quite a few have a dry bike and a wet bike. And noticed the bike that exploded over there was eventually brought back down, so he may have salvaged wheels and tyres and what have you, been able to swap them over. D'Agostino then, followed by Joy. Square into it.
As the bikes filter back onto the grid, so Dean Harrison with the front row to himself. But the second row is looking considerably busier with Joey Thompson, Gary McCoy on the Mad Brother Suzuki, and we're just waiting for Mike Brown to cycle over on the number 16
There he goes.
Burrows Engineering.
I noticed there's the Gary McCoy and Mike Brown don't have a front mudguard on their bike.
There have been a few people complaining this weekend because the weather's got warmer that bikes are not cooling down very well, so sometimes just whip the mudguard off.
That would explain it. So it's all eyes to the lights then to get the RST Supersport Group race underway. And there we go. They're all towards me a hairpin now. That's Joey Thompson right in the middle of the front group, but Dean Harrison has the inside line as we go towards Mir for the first time there. Joey Thompson did make a good start from the middle of the second row on bike number 74. Keep your eye on the dark blue and pink R6 of Joey Thompson as they make their way up underneath the footbridge.
Sadly, those wretched flags got in the way yet again, and the twigs. How good are you at climbing trees, David?
I'm not too bad at getting up. The down is always the problem.
Oh, we'll drag you down. We'll tie a rope around you, and we'll...
If you cut the branch off that you sat on, you can get down really quick, I've heard.
You're dead right.
Well, up towards the top end of the circuit then, Dean Harrison, it did seem as though he took the advantage on that Russell Racing Yamaha R6, bike number 2 that is. Of course, broken the lap record earlier on today, did hit Dean Harrison with that 1 minute 44.3, I believe it was, as they on towards Memorial.
Well, if you saw in the paddock how the Russell Racing guys were working on that bike, beavering away all the time, they're getting the just rewards.
Trees on Jeffrey's jumps. Looks like we've got a bit of a breakaway too, then a gap back to another scrap for the final podium position at the end of the first lap here. Of course, it's very early in the race to be calling that, but it is Dean Harrison from Gary McCoy, I believe that is. Mike Brown, Joey Thompson up next. We'll get confirmation when they come across the line. It is number 2, Dean Harrison, ahead of Gary McCoy on that GSX-R 600. Mike Brown, Joey Thompson, Andy Smart ahead of Mike Norbury. Baz Furber, Marcus Simpson, Phil Gilbert ahead of Mark Goodings, Tony Shan, Aaron Sadler up next. That takes us down to 12th place ahead of Tom Whedon, Ollie McRae, Dan Forbes and John Marsh. That is the 16 riders currently out there on the circuit. It's a gap of less than half a second between Dean Harrison and Gary McCoy. But interestingly enough, it's McCoy with the fastest lap. Yeah, and an impressive first lap into 5th place for Andy Smart. So he's having another impressive ride round here at Oliver's Mount. He's very impressive here at the Spring Cup as well. I believe that was his first time here at Oliver's Mount, and he certainly, got to grips with it quite quickly. He did, yeah. He's another one of these the new blood coming through who are doing an absolutely sterling job, learning the place properly, and just being able to perform straight away. So the gap, as we mentioned, it was just shy of half a second between Harrison and McCoy. And then 1.1 second gap back to Mike Brown with Joey Thompson 0.9 of a second behind. But the gap between Mike Brown, Joey Thompson, Andy Smart and Mike Norbury, all quite close. In fact, Andy Smart was only 0.3 of a second behind Joey Thompson as they completed the first lap. Marcus Simpson, again, another very impressive newcomer here this weekend in 8th place ahead of Don Gilbert and Mark Goodings. As the race leaders are coming back towards us once more, I suspect it's still Dean Harrison leading the charge, and indeed it is. The gap was half a second, and it's certainly opened up now.
More now.
And it looks like Mike Brown is, yes, catching Gary McCoy as well, maybe just a little bit. So Dino over the line, followed by Gary McCoy and Mike Brown, and there's now only 0.7 of a second between Gary McCoy and Mike Brown.
Well, the pit boards go out there. I can see one going out to Tom Whedon, who currently lies in 13th place on that Club 77 Yamaha R6. A 1 minute 53.3 for Tom Whedon at the end of his first flying lap. As we move on to lap 3 then, Ollie McRae, John Marsh and Dan Forbes round out the pack in 14th, 15th and 16th.
But it was Dean Harrison with, unsurprisingly, the fastest lap earlier today, but still a very impressive lap time for early in a race.
He's not hanging about, is he?
No, he's definitely trying, and that bike is clearly working well for him.
Gary McCoy and Mike Brown there. And say Mike Brown going 0.4 of a second quicker than Gary McCoy on that lap. Of course, it is Yamaha versus Suzuki in that particular scenario, with Joey Thompson ahead of Andy Smart. So we've got Yamaha, Suzuki and Kawasaki all inside that top 5. Further down the order, the lone triumph of Toby Shan, just knocking on the door of the top 10 behind number 17, Mark Goodings. 2.2 seconds is the gap there, so he's got some work to do, has Toby Shan, but he's ahead of Aaron Sadler by 0.3 of a second. The closest gap on circuit, that is, in fact, between Toby Shan and Aaron Sadler. So we've got a race on our hands for 11th place. But looking back towards our leaders, it is Dean Harrison making his way back into Farm Bends then. Last time.
Lonely Dean Harrison.
But not a lonely Gary
inside.
McCoy, who very definitely has Mike Brown for very close company. So Dino over the line, and then Gary McCoy. What's the gap this lap? 0.3 of a second between Gary McCoy and Mike Brown.
Yeah, Mike Brown going half a second quicker than Gary McCoy on that lap alone. They're in the 48s and the 47s for Mike Brown. Everybody else in the high 49s into the 50s. Marcus Simpson, as we mentioned, the newcomer here this weekend, bike number 23, currently in 8th place behind Baz Ferber by 1/10 of a second, and ahead of number 34, Don Gilbert, by half a second. And Don Gilbert, in turn, has Mark Goodings for company, just 0.6 of a second behind, but they have pulled away from Toby Shan. The gap between themselves was 2.2. It's now 4.3 between Mark Goodings and Toby Shan. But it all lies towards that battle for second place between Gary McCoy and Mike Brown. 0.3 of a second is the gap, and Mike Brown currently lapping half a second quicker than the number 111 Suzuki.
And it's interesting, Bends, it's very much one line through Farm Bends, so it's basically whoever comes out first will generally, if they get a clean run, pull about 0.3 over the line, but then it can go back to near enough zero when they break again for mere hairpin. So if you're under 0.3, the chances are you're going to be up the inside into Mere, and I think Marcus Simpson might have managed that on Barry Ferber that lap.
Well, here comes Dean Harrison, your race leader. Last time around was 3.8 seconds, and it's certainly opened up this time. It's still Gary McCoy from Mike Brown. He's doing a good job there defending from the number 16 of Mike Brown. Next up is Joey Thompson and Andy Smart. Get the power down on that Suzuki and the Yamaha across the line. It was 0.300. It's now 0.430. Joey Thompson and Andy Smart through. And Andy Smart going marginally quicker than Joey Thompson. The gap is 0.4 of a second, but they've left within 2/100ths of a second of each other. That's Joey Thompson and Andy Smart for 4th and 5th place.
And Marcus Simpson did find a way past Barry Ferber on that lap. He'd obviously lined it up over the start-finish line, and Marcus Simpson up to 7th place, just in front of Barry Ferber there.
I suspect that could well be the highest he'll be able to obtain there, but still, for your first time here at Oliver's Mount, to finish 7th in the A race of the Supersports is no mean feat.
No, and of course now he's got a bit of clear track in front of him. It'll be interesting to see what lap time he can pull.
Well, there's we've got 4 laps remaining, and the gap is 4.4 seconds between Marcus Simpson and Mike Norbury. In fact, 4.4 seconds. And the riders in front, the first 3 riders in front of him there, Andy Smart, Joey Thompson and Mike Norbury, all setting personal best lap times of the race on that lap.
Well, this looks like the easiest race for Dean Harrison throughout the weekend. He can afford to relax a little, which he has done, but even on the last lap he was in the 146s, 146.8. as opposed to a best of 146.3. Oh, we've got a flying toilet roll or something. Don't know where it's going.
Tony easily distracted there. Right, Dino across the line to start lap 6.
Look at this.
But this is the race for second place. Gary McCoy and Mike Brown. What's the gap this lap? 0.315 again. Mike Brown has definitely not given up on this yet.
Joey Thompson and Andy Smart up next. Half a second exactly is the gap between Thompson from Smart. Mike Norbury in what seems to be quite a lonely 6th place at the moment. 5 seconds behind, but 4 seconds in front of Marcus Simpson.
And Marcus Simpson knocked nearly a second off his lap time with a clear track that time, down to a low 1 minute 50.2. So he's learning very, very fast, and that is an impressive lap time for a newcomer.
Aaron Sadler made up a couple of positions further down the order for 11th, 12th and 13th. It's now Sadler from Toby Shan and Tom Whedon.
And Oliver McRae's managed to slip down the order a couple of places. He's now circulating in 16th, but John Marsh and Dan Forbes managed to squeeze past him that lap by the look of it.
Yeah, so his fastest lap of the race is a 1:53. His last lap was a 2 minute 4.7, and it is number 72, unfortunately, Ollie McRae. Support from 130R, of course, business run by his good lady Lara, whose birthday it was yesterday. Unfortunately, back to the paddock for Ollie McRae.
Which is a big pity indeed. He was to have been joined by his brother, but he's got problems, I think, off track as much as on it. And look at this flying
Dean Harrison
character coming down here to join us. He's 2 more laps to go, but he probably won't even be breaking sweat.
No, and still lapping faster than everybody else on the circuit.
Gary McCoy. And the gap's opened up a little bit to nearly half a second, 0.492 between Gary McCoy and Mike Brown. And Joey Thompson, it won't do Joey any harm. Circulating in this sort of company, he gets the opportunity to see how best he can perform against guys like these. Andy Smart in 5th, Mike Norbury in 6th, 7th, Marcus Simpson, 8th is Don Gilbert, 9th Barry Ferber, and in 10th place it's number 17, none other than Mark Percy Goodings.
And good to see there Joey Thompson actually set his fastest lap of the race in on that lap, even with a 5 second gap in front of him. He's actually having to push fairly hard to try and keep Andy Smart behind him, but yeah, did a 1:48.58 on that lap. And Don Gilbert also with his fastest lap of the race, his own personal, at a 1:51.5.
Looks like, sorry to interrupt, I can say Dan Forbes unfortunately is retired to the paddock. Dan Forbes, who was circulating as the towards the back end of the field on the second of the 2 Suzukis in this race, back to the paddock. Well, Dean Harrison is back into view then as we come in towards Farm Bends. The last lap flag is being readied, so just one more circulation then for Dean Harrison. It's been a great weekend so far for Dean, and he's looking to notch up one more win here at Oliver's Mount.
And the fight for second place, Mike Brown is still snapping at the heels of Gary McCoy on the run into Farm Bends. He looked like he was even maybe having a look, maybe seeing if there was an opportunity, but he's still 0.35 of a second behind him.
3.5 tenths with 2.43 miles remaining there, and Mike Brown has been stalking Gary McCoy throughout the course of this race, so with 7 laps completed he'll know where he's stronger and where he can potentially make a move.
If you're Gary McCoy, you will know, you will be able to hear a bike behind you. He'll know that Mike Brown or somebody is there, and so now he'll be defensive on every braking area, and the gamble with that is that you still get a good apex and a good drive off the corners without giving away anything on the next straight. So
how has helmet technology evolved in recent years? Can you hear a lot? Can you hear riders coming up towards you, or do you feel them there?
You can hear them here still, just because, especially with the very, very slow corners, and it's not against having a little quick half a look over your shoulder, and when somebody's that close, you will know about it.
I found it hard with the full face helmets, and I went back to a Bell Magnum, which gave you reasonable support without the claustrophobia and the lack of hearing.
So it looks like Mike Norbury unfortunately stopped at Drury's, but has seemingly got going again. So Mike Norbury has dropped to the bottom of the timing screen as Dean Harrison comes back towards us into Farm Bends.
I think there's an ice cream van up there.
Oh, and then in that case, fair play to him, yeah. Right, Dean Harrison coming across to take the
Really,
checkered
come
flag.
on, let's hear it for Dino. He has yet again proved to be the king
And
of Oliver's Mount.
Gary McCoy has just managed to fend off Mike Brown, who accepts his third place and wheelies across the line.
Those two Irish riders giving tremendous value for money. They battled every inch of the way around the Oliver's Mount circuit, and there's not an awful lot of a gap between them, just over half a second.
That was it. And then Joey Thompson fourth. Andy Smart finished fifth. Joey Thompson again set his fastest lap of the race on the last lap at a 1:48.571. And then Marcus Simpson, Don Gilbert, Barry Ferber in eighth, Mark Goodings ninth. And we're just waiting for Aaron Sadler in the fight for the final top 10 position. Aaron Sadler gets it in 10th in front of Toby Shan and Tom Whedon.
John Marsh, the 13th rider. So it looks like we had quite a few DNSs and DNFs from that particular race, but John Marsh completes the race there in 13th place on his 154 MKM Burnley supported Honda CBR 600. But interesting there that, Joey Thompson really did
keep chipping away at his lap times, lap on lap, even with no particular pressure in front or behind him for the last couple of laps, just chipping away, obviously trying
on that final lap.
So, how many wins is that for Dean Harrison this weekend?
One more than one when the race started. I don't know a definitive number, unfortunately, but he's certainly...
Let's have a look, see if we can work it out. It's a good title for a song, isn't it? We can work it out.
Well, Dean Harrison, 7.1 seconds was the gap in the end between himself and Gary McCoy. Very impressive second place for number 111 Gary McCoy. Then it's 16 Mike Brown in third place, ahead of Joey Thompson. Andy Smart to round out the top five. Marcus Simpson on his debut here at Oliver's Mount completes the top six on his Yamaha R6. Don Gilbert ahead of Barry Ferber, Mark Goodings and Aaron Sadler to complete the top 10. After a race-long battle between himself, Toby Shan and Tom Whedon, with John Marsh completing the 13 riders circulating at the end of the race. So you're not competing this weekend, but are you going to be here for the Barry Sheen Classic?
I think the Barry Sheen actually clashes in one of the BSB rounds that
Oh,
I've committed to, unfortunately. But the plan is to be back for Gold Cup later in the year.
Oh, you just enjoy wearing your cap backwards and your sunglasses too much, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I even have a special tub of hair gel just for BSB, because that's what you have to do, isn't it?
Apparently so, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I have to clean my trainers and everything. You know,
Oh,
the cameras are out.
Clean them? You need a new pair every meeting.
Oh, is that the way to do it?
I think so.
Oh, I do the poverty version. I just took them in the washing machine.
So tell us about your longest day challenge. Was it June 21st from Land's End to John O'Groats?
Yes, it turned into 971 miles in a day. 25 and a half hours it took me to get from Land's End to John O'Groats, and it was all to raise money for Cancer Research UK. There were 36 of us attempted the challenge. All but 2 made it to the end on our £600 steeds. And I think in total we've raised over £90,000 this year for Cancer Research UK, which is absolutely amazing. And they'll go on to use that money for cancer research. And some of the things they're coming up with are absolutely fantastic. And it is saving lives and, you know, changing the world that we look at in the way of cancer. So absolutely brilliant charity. If anybody out there would like to donate, if you go on Cancer Research UK and look for the longest day up page, then it's just a brilliant cause and very worthy of any spare money you might have.
Absolutely, it's a lot of money raised, and the video did for it as well. It was very, very good to watch.
Well, thank you. Yeah. I just a little bit of a vlog for it for the Obsession Engineering channel, and hopefully captured the spirit of the event, and the highs and lows, because it's unusual to be sat on a motorbike for that long in one go.
Yeah, especially on one that costs less than 600 quid.
Yeah, I had a £300 Honda DeVille that had done 151,000 miles.
And we could tell you really enjoyed working on it.
Oh, it was quite the peach. Yes, it might be some of Honda's finest engineering, but that was not the finest example of it.
So what's the plan with the bike now?
Bury it.
Bury. I was going to say, I wonder if you're going to sell it and give somebody the liability of having
If
it.
anybody wants a high mileage, mostly functional Honda DeVille, I am open to offers.
It only costs 2,000 now?
I think that, yeah, pound a mile for what it did on the challenge, so I think that's
Easy.
reasonable. Yeah.
Well, what we have now is the Formula 2 sidecars. The BDS motorcycle supported Formula 2 sidecars making their way out onto the circuit. And this is race 18 in your programs then. As we flick through the paperwork, we'll be able to have a quick run through the grid.
And unfortunately, I'm going to have to love you and leave you. There are other appointments.
You can just leave us.
So that's it. If you stood out in the crowd, you can take your earplugs out. Now I'm going home.
Well, it's good to have you.
Well,
Good to
safe
see you
trip
again.
back, David, and we hope we'll see you at the Gold Cup with your leathers on.
Exactly, with my leathers on and a selection of motorbikes to ride, and I'm looking forward to it already.
Perfect. We can't wait.
Cheers,
You're
guys.
not going to the Isle of Man on anything at the Classic Manx, so no, you finished.
No, in fact, my next adventure might actually be riding a turbocharged S&S engined Harley at Bonneville.
As you do.
Oh.
I got an offer, and why wouldn't you take that up?
Can't argue with that.
Absolutely. Racing in the States is a different kettle of fish. Can be. They didn't take our style racing all that seriously at first, but I think it's changed now in recent years.
I've only club raced over in the States, and that runs fairly similar to how we run it.
Yeah.
With a short break in the morning to, sing the national anthem and do some whooping or whatever they do over there. But other than that, I've actually weirdly raced more in Mexico than in America. But we might change that over the coming years.
There we go. Future plans sorted.
Indeed, and that's it. I shall head off and edit some more videos up, and everybody can keep track of it on the Obsession Engineering YouTube channel.
Plug, plug, plug.
Damn right. There'll even be merch available soon.
Hey, there we go. Right, it's good to see you again. We'll see you at the Gold Cup then.
Safe trip.
As we mentioned, the BDS Motorcycles Formula 2 sidecars are currently out on their warm-up lap. Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy.
That it might be possible for us to see the man behind BDS, who took, I would think, 20 years out of racing before coming back. He won several Northeast Club championships on pre-injection bikes. And he's helping out. If you study your programs very closely, you'll see several people with help from BDS Motorcycles. But it's a change around here with pole position going to number 99.
Yeah, it looks like Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy aren't out in this one there, Tony. Not quite sure what's happened with them. Of course, they did retire earlier on today, so Stephen Matty Ramsden will inherit pole position from Conrad Harrison and Reese Gibbons, but it's all lights to the lights. The green flag at the back. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sidecars already and raring to go for the 6-lap race, and away they go. And it's a stampede down towards Mere Hairpin for this first lap, and it is going to be Stephen Matty Ramsden who take up the running there into Mere Hairpin for taking a quick right and heading back up the hill, up Sheens Rise, underneath the footbridge, and heading towards Quarry Bends into the S's. But it is Stephen Matty Ramsden on the LCR Honda who take up the running ahead of number 3 Conrad Harrison and Reese Gibbons on their Iverson Yamaha. So So down the back straight they go. Stephen Matty Ramsden will be all nice and tucked in, getting the most power out of that Honda CBR 600 engine. Conrad Harrison and Rhys Gibbons will be right behind them on their R6 powered machine. Sean and Ben Chandler made a good start there as well on the White Rose Racing CES Honda. It looks like all the outfits there are Honda or Yamaha powered, besides the number 25 of David Marshall and Anthony Pitt, which is listed there as a Suzuki GSX-R600 engine in that machine. Looking up towards Mount Side, they'll be heading down there in just a moment's time, down from Drury's underneath the trees and in towards Mount Side for the first time.
Sean and Ben did have a few teething problems with that outfit, tailoring them to suit your own personal requirements. But things seem to get better with every outing for them. And who knows, by the end of the season, they may well be challenging various venues. But it's the distinctive number 99 of Steve and Matty Ramsden from Hebden Bridge on the LCR 600.
Well, on the first lap, we've already unfortunately got a retirement up at Drury's. That's number 89, Carl Fenwick and Ash Moore, who have had to retire on their Shelbourne Yamaha. So Carl Fenwick and Ash Moore out of this race. .3 seconds is the gap between Stephen Matty Ramsden with Conrad Harrison and Rhys Gibbons chasing hard. Then it's another 3.6 second gap back from the Harrison and Gibbons machine back to Sean and Ben Chandler, the father and son pairing. Bruce Moore and Mark Gash in fourth ahead of Paul Riley and Jody James by 0.7 of a second. But that will be the closest gap on circuit, as Dave Marshall and Chris Schofield are separated by 2.7 seconds as we move on to the second lap of 6.
Well, in future years for the Barry Sheen, I wonder if it may be possible to get a Class 4 front exits.
If there's any left.
Had big wheels. Oh, there's plenty left.
Is there?
At various different venues, you see them with the
other clubs.
Yeah, not Classic Racing. Although they, I think, have sidecars now, don't they? They didn't. They were.
Well, it sounds like we're getting reports of spits of precipitation from the skies above Scarborough. How's that?
It's raining as well.
Well, Stephen Matty Ramsden and they're heading into Farm Bends through the left there before making the steep incline over to the right.
Blue sky up there in different places, so we keep our fingers crossed.
It would just be a
Steve
fine.
and Matty make the way through once more. That was a flying lap in 1 minute 58.732, which means they're now nearly 7 seconds ahead of Conrad and Rhys Gibbons.
Well, there was a shake of the head from Ben Chandler as they exited Farm Bends. Not quite sure the reason as to why that was, but Sean and Ben Chandler, third place, 7 seconds behind Harrison Gibbons, but 10 seconds ahead of Bruce Moore and Mark Gash. The closest gap on circuit then between Bruce Moore and Mark Gash and Paul Riley, Jody James is 1.8 seconds. They're all relatively spread out there. Of course, just the 7 sidecars now out on circuit. Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy not making the start, and Carl Fenwick and Ash Moore retiring up there at Drury's on the opening lap.
Well, such a pity for Lee Crawford. He was desperate to try and break the record that stood for so long. But sometimes these things are destined not to be.
It's a 1 minute 58.712 for Stephen Matty Ramsden on that previous lap, the fastest lap of the race, naturally on the first of the flying laps. Everybody else going personal best, but this lap is where we will see the consistency and perhaps even see the if the weather up top there has any effect on the pace of these outfits. But Stephen Matty Ramsden with that 1 minute 58.712, that's an average lap speed of 73.69 miles per hour. as they head back towards Farm Bends to complete lap number 3 in just a moment's time. It's the red, orange, yellow and white machine of number 99, the Ramsdens, who reappear first. As we mentioned, the gap was 6.7 seconds ahead of Conrad Harrison and Rhys Gibbons. I suspect that it's opened up ever so slightly on this lap as they get the power down on their Honda-powered LCR. It is a 2-minute 1.720, but of course with almost a 7-second advantage over Harrison and Gibbons, there's no need to push on for the lap times. The gap, in fact, has opened up to 8.6 seconds between the Ramsdens and Conrad Harrison, Rhys Gibbons. Sean and Ben Chandler coming across the line now. The gap between them and the outfit in front was 7 seconds. It's now up to 11.9. They're 1.8 seconds slower than their fastest lap of the race so far. Harrison and Gibbons were 1.4 seconds slower. But here's the battle on the circuit to keep our eye on. Bruce Moore and Paul Riley up next. And Paul Riley, Jody James set their personal best lap of the race on that lap just gone. A 2-minute 11.126. That's a full second quicker than Bruce Moore and Mark Gash.
Paul Riley, Jody James in the chair, Dave DeMott, ex-racer who's built chassis for a number of riders in recent years, and Paul Riley is one of them. Paul first raced, he used to use an MRE chassis, MRE Keep, but he switched to the Dave DeMott chassis a couple of years ago. I think it's his second season with it, and his passenger, Jody James, who's been very much a utility passenger, he's been in the chair with lots and lots of different drivers over the years. He's now 44, a tree surgeon by profession, lives in Pontypool. As here come our race leaders, Steve and Matty Ramsden. Great to see them at the top of the rankings here at Oliver's Mount. After years and years of trying, they've had odd flashes of brilliance. Since lashing out on an LCR chassis, it's been a slow development, but the enthusiasm they've shown has been great.
Oh, a little bit
Sean and Ben Chandler.
Lots of traction for Sean and Ben Chandler as they exit Farm Bends there, but they got it all under wraps and get the power down. But it's a little bit of sideways action there for Sean and Ben Chandler.
And look at this, we've had the change. It is Paul Riley and Jody James on the Fine Cut Developments entered Dave DeMott Formula 2 machine ahead of Bruce Moore and Mark Gash. Mark on the Iris Honda.
So just as we get reports of a little bit of moisture in the air, the sun is now shining down and the blue skies are coming our way. So it's all good stuff.
I don't see any raindrops on the windows here.
No, it must have been just a fine mist or something like that just on the top end of the circuit, but not to worry. The gap between the Ramsdens and Conrad Harrison Rhys Gibbons opens up to 13.1 seconds. Then it's 17 seconds back to Sean and Ben Chandler from Conrad Harrison Rhys Gibbons. Then another 17 seconds back to Paul Riley and Jody James, who have got the better of Bruce Moore and Mark Gash at long last, after a couple of laps of stalking them. Half a second is the gap between the 41 and the 39 outfits. Steve and Matty Ramsden make the way out of Farm Bends to receive the last lap flag. Just one more lap to go then for the Ramsdens, and they set the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap, a 1-minute 58.383. Conrad Harrison and Rhys Gibbons are heading our way very shortly, but listen to that 600 scream its way up Sheen's Rise for the Ramsdens. 18.1 seconds the gap has opened up to. It's Conrad Harrison and Rhys Gibbons with a further 18 seconds behind them. There's no need to worry. They can pretty much cruise around this final lap and still hold on to second place. Sean and Ben Chandler up next. A little bit more in line as to what they were on the previous lap. It's a personal best lap of the race on that lap for the Chandlers, a 2-minute 05.441. Paul Riley and Jody James will be looking to extend their advantage over Bruce Moore and Mark Gash. A little bit loose on the exit there for the number 41 outfit, but the gap was half a second. It's now opened up over Bruce Moore and Mark Gash to 1.4 seconds, with David Marshall and Anthony Pitt coming into view.
I couldn't find them in the sidecar paddock. I don't know where they were moored up, unless they were hunkered down with no visible signs. Right, looking back up the hillside as Chris Schofield goes through. Adam, you know that man, Chris Schofield, having passengered for him on numerous occasions.
Well, the Ramsdens are heading back our way now. They're out of Farm Bends, and the checkered flag is being readied by Ray Hutchison. So it's a delight. 3 wins from 3 races over the course of the weekend for Steve and Matty Ramsden. And it's a very dominant display in this race indeed for the Ramsdens.
Yeah, they'll be chuffed to bits with this performance. And, I mean, that could take them. I think Jill, who's responsible for the numbers,
Sean and Ben Chandler across the line, and it's thumbs up from Ben Chandler as they cross the line in 3rd place.
have you any plans?
And the White Rose Racing CES Honda. Here comes that battle for 4th place. Number 41, Paul Riley and Jody James next across the line, with Bruce Moore and Mark Gash in 5th place. Next up, we do have 2 more outfits remaining there. It's number 25 of Dave Marshall and Anthony Pitt, with number 71, Chris Schofield and Tom Dawkins, the 7th outfit. And look at this, they were 5.7 seconds, but they're a lot closer than that now as they come into Farm Bends, but I suspect it's too little too late for Chris Schofield and Tom Dawkins to make a move as they make their way out onto Farm Bends. It's a drag to the line, and it's Dave Marshall, Anthony Pitt, who take it ahead of Chris Schofield and Tom Dawkins, who in fact set a personal best lap of the race on that final lap of a 2-minute 12.354. But I suspect it was Dave Marshall and Anthony Pitt falling back into their clutches.
And outfit 25, they are newcomers here this weekend, so I think they'll be fairly chuffed with the way things have gone, because they weren't last, which is always a big thing.
The Barry Sheen Classic Meeting comes to Oliver's Mount on the 22nd and 23rd of July, and with it comes an eclectic mix of classic and modern bikes, sidecars and riders. We'll have great racing by day, brilliant chat shows and live music, a beer tent till late on Friday and Saturday night, and you can camp for the weekend too in your tents and motorhomes. Book your Barry Sheen Classic tickets now at oliversmount.com or pay at the gate. Use postcode YO11 2UG. Oliver's Mount, England's only real road racing circuit.
just going to move that way. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Well, we're waiting for these guys down here, our solo men, because and in third place in the Cock of the North. You're quiet there, you're looking shy and bashful. Where is he? Oh, you're hiding away there in the Mad Brothers leathers. Come on, put your hands together, please, for the guy who has manhandled that bike around. Have you enjoyed your trip here this weekend?
Absolutely loved it. He couldn't come to a better place in the weather's like that.
Oh yeah, when things are like this, if you'd like to step up to the third step, you can have a souvenir to take home. Do you like redheads or brunettes? Yes, I thought you'd be in problem. So in second place, where have we got our second man? Here he is. Come on, put your hands together for the wee man from County Cork. Hey, what a weekend for you. You now know this track a lot more, don't you?
Yeah, getting confident every lap I do, so it's good.
That's brilliant. That's how it should be. Which is your favourite part?
I don't know the names of any of it, so...
Well, it doesn't matter as long as you treat them all the same. But congratulations indeed. You have a flight to catch, I think, back to County Cork. Is it Cork Airport you're going into?
No, flying into Dublin Airport tonight.
Oh. Right, well, we'll not delay matters more, but how many wins has this guy had this weekend? Is it 10? It's got to be double figures, I think. Come on, let's hear it for Dean Harrison. Hey, hey. Yorkshire's finest, Dean. When you kicked off, did you ever think you'd reach this level?
So I kicked off here. I remember stood at the fence when I couldn't see over the fence, to be honest. So I didn't think I'd do what I'm doing now, but keep going, don't you?
That Elvington, you went out. Yeah, all right. You're cool, calm, and collected, but brilliant stuff indeed. And we have. Oh, Andy has got some wonderful trophies there, I do believe. So, Dino, well done. Mike Brown, and last but by no means least, Dean Harrison. Nice bottle of bubbly. Oh, yeah. How's about that? You are the Cock of the North. Right, fill that up and drain it off in one. How about that? But well done, guys. You've given us great entertainment throughout the weekend. And, yeah. Way! Oh, you got the Burroughs engineering team as well. But fabulous stuff indeed. Thanks to you guys, and thanks to you ladies. And thank you for giving up your time for the Yorkshire Air Ambulance. I was going to say, I can't believe a Yorkshireman's leaving a drink. Well done. Yeah, sidecar's down there. And I think Bradley is at the ready.
Hello.
Hi there.
And so what we've got here is the top 3 sidecars in the feature race just there. And, of course, third place is the number 68 machine of Sean and Ben Chandler. So why don't we have a quick word here with, first of all, Ben. That was an interesting race there, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. We had a dry weather, wet weather, a little bit of everything there, but brought it home safe. That's the main thing.
Absolutely. And say, Sean, then, could you really feel it through the tyres there up towards the top when a little bit of rain started to come down?
Yeah, we definitely sliding about a bit, but we just rolled off a bit. I saw Carl had broken down at the top of the hill, so I just thought, just bring it home safe, and just rolled off, and then it's dried back out again, so we just got back on again towards the end.
Yeah, that's the great thing about it, and it's a podium as well, so you're going home with some silverware.
I know, it's our first ever podium here at Oliver's Mount, all the time we've been coming, and to get a podium actually overall as well is incredible, it's mind-blowing. It's just surreal.
Well, you've done yourself proud there, and you've done yourself proud as well, Ben. So congratulations to yourself there. No problem at all. Next, we've got the number 3 outfit of Conrad Harrison and Rhys Gibbons. And forgive me, I haven't actually met either of you two there, so nice to meet you all, first of all. That was a good race there, wasn't it? And I believe this is the first time you've been together, is it?
Yeah, it's a newcomer at Scarborough, and first time Rhys has ever passenger for me.
Are you enjoying Scarborough there?
Yeah, it's mint. It's a bit different to what I usually passenger, so it's a bit of a learning curve going on.
So what was the decision behind, getting on with Conrad here and deciding to blast around this road race?
I'll tell you the decision. I couldn't get anybody else.
But no, have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, it's been mint, yeah.
You're going to come back again soon?
I think so, yeah. I think my main driver actually came up here yesterday, so...
Oh, good stuff, good stuff. We look forward to it. But well done, you're going over some silverware, which is always good to have on the dashboard. And now we'll move on to our race winners. There's Steve and Matty Ramsden. So, a race win, 3 wins on the weekend. It's been a perfect weekend, really, hasn't it?
I think so, yeah. I mean, obviously, if it weren't for Lee, I think we wouldn't be in first position, but if you don't finish, you don't win. So
exactly. There we go. It's a bit of cliche for a reason. To finish first you must finish.
That's it.
And
it's been really good. I think all these guys out there waving you, clapping you, and it really helps the sport. And it just think people take the time to come and watch, and it's nice to see.
That's it. And you'll be coming back for more later on this year, yep?
Yeah, it's about 3 weeks.
3 weeks at the Barry Sheen, yep, and then, of course, later on at the Gold Cup in September. You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, yeah. More of the same, I hope. Give Lee a run for his money this time. Hello, Lee.
Well, in the meantime, we'll leave you to it. Congratulations on the race wins, then. So let's hear it for your top 3. Hello.
Brilliant stuff. If you'd like to step this way for your awards, in 3rd place, first and foremost, with the White Rose of Yorkshire resplendent on the front of that outfit, and a young lady who looks as though she's chuffed to bits coming up here. Ooh. Do you think you've got a fantastic dad? In 3rd place, the father and son duo, who, they're all a sidecar racing family, just about everyone who hasn't had a ride in the family yet.
Penny, I think.
Penny, we'll have you as a passenger. How's that? Hey, great stuff. Couple of years. Yep. So, in 3rd spot, well done indeed, Sean and Ben. Oh, yeah, hey. Great stuff there. In 2nd place, it's the one and only Conrad. The Harrison family are dominating this meeting, one way or another. Conrad, brilliant stuff. You've been coming here for donkey's years.
I've been coming here longer than Dean's been living.
He's drunk all the champagne. I'm sorry about that.
I'm just glad Dean's hopefully he's put a good and showing. Dean,
it isn't easy. You might think it looks easy, as Dean said, but that Mike Brown's he's somewhat special. That lad is
awesome, isn't he?
He is.
From day one at Elvington, I remember that well.
Yeah, and like I said, there's some up and coming lads, and I think at the moment Dean's the flavour of the month, but it's never for long.
Right, step 2. There's a nice brunette lady waiting for you up there, and well done. Is that your first Scarborough visit or not?
Yeah, I think first in the family to come round there, actually.
He's a good guy to have, isn't he? He knows where he's going.
They won't say that after Saturday.
But it is great that the third Yorkshire duo, another father and son, the Ramsdens, the one and only, have they tried? Well, I know. Hey, you've got more hair than him now. It's probably the helmet to blame. And how are you? Okay? Yeah. Do you think your dad and granddad are brilliant? Yeah. Are you going to be a cycle racer? Yeah. Yes, well done. So, do you want to step up onto that top step? That's where all the good racers go on, that top one. Steve and Matty. I remember that bit. Well done, Sunshine. I've seen you mature as a passenger. The 16-year-old lad was a bit hairy, but the old man was a bit hairy as well when he started. Yeah. Yeah, PC, Paul Coward in the chair. He went solo racing. You frightened him, scared the you-know-what out of him. But brilliant stuff indeed, and Andy has got, well, these young ladies are going to present you. So, in third spot, second, it's Conrad and Reese. And the winners, without a shadow of a doubt, that great Yorkshire duo. They've battled here, they've supported Scarborough all their lives virtually. First as a solo racer for the old man, and then look at this. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah. There you are, that'll see you off on the way home. And you'll be able to drink when you're a top champion. No. And this little one's got a hood up, haven't you? You were keeping out the way. And to the girls, thanks, Meg and Shona. Brilliant that you give up your time for the Yorkshire Air Ambulance. It's a charity that many, many motorcyclists have much to be thankful for. And thank you. Well then, the next generations are at the ready. He's flashing himself. Hey. Oops. Oh, he's wringing it out of his T-shirt, is he? Whoa. Well done, lads. Once more for an all Yorkshire rostrum. Well, aye, nearly. He's an honorary Yorkshireman. There's a few houses in Yorkshire if Conrad might sort something for you.
Well, now we can turn our attention to the RI Super Twins, which are making their way out onto the grid now. In fact, the majority of them are already there. Pole position, unfortunately, won't be there, however. That is number 44, Rob Hodson, but we hear that he's doing okay, but unfortunately will not be contesting the RI Super Twins. So, pole position inherited by Marcus Simpson in the middle of the front row, with Baz Ferber on the outside of row 1 on that MT-07. Then number 111, Gary McCoy, 7, Toby Shan, and 35, Dan Ingham are there. Row 3, Mike Rees, Tommy Downs, and Adam McLean. Jack Foley, Jamie Kelman, Russell Brook on the row behind. Kev Barsby, Roddy Taylor, Logan Turner, Jack Turner, Dan Forbes, Andrew Hurd. Jules Tillotson, I suspect, is not there. Owen Monaghan is there. Michael Allen and Sam Johnson will round out the grid. This will be a 6-lap race, of course. Race 19 in your programmes. Page 61 in your souvenir programmes there. Of course, RI, the sponsor of the Super Twins race here. This will be their 3rd and final race of the weekend for the RI Super Twins. And it's been a good weekend so far for number 23, Marcus Simpson, the man who hasn't raced here previously, but has found himself at the head of the front row. So definitely one to keep an eye on, not only today, but also in the future. Number 23, Marcus Simpson, from Douglas on the Isle of Man. He's a landscape contractor by trade, and is still quite young, in his early 20s, is Marcus Simpson on bike number 23. He's definitely one to keep an eye on as this race unfolds. Baz Ferber also there on the front row, as we mentioned. Gary McCoy, who we've just seen out there on the podium for finishing 3rd for this year's Cock of the North. He'll be out there on the Mad Bros Kawasaki 650. Toby Shannon, Dan Ingham will be on the row behind. And as quick as you like, they have completed the warm-up lap. Marcus Simpson there on the middle of the front row, of course, inheriting that pole position. They're ready and raring to go, with Baz Ferber alongside on the is that the DC Yamaha. Dan Ingham on the Aprilia RS 660 will line up 6th on the grid. There is Gary McCoy on the Mad Bros Racing. Support from GSS Limited. It's Golden Sight Solutions Limited as well. Looks like we're all ready for a race start there. Michael Allen at the back of the field with a green flag waved. All eyes to the lights as the revs rise, and away we go. Down towards Mere Hairpin for the first time of 6, and that's a good start there from Marcus Simpson. We can see the orange novice bib blowing in the wind there as he takes up the whole shot. It was a good start further down the order as well, in fact, for the white number 76 of Jacques Foley, who earlier on we saw take a win in the RST Supersport Group B race. So Jacques Foley, one to watch, coming through the pack as they make their way towards the top end of the circuit now before getting tucked in behind the bubble into the slipstream down the back straight, heading towards the calf. That's Oliver's on the mount before tipping left into Memorial. A quick kink right before a left that's deceptively tight. The Memorial out.
Well, we're certainly getting some new heroes here at Oliver's Mount this weekend, which is great news indeed. Guys have stood on the rostrum who've never been on it before, and I'm sure they'll be busting a gut to get back up there again in our later meetings of the year. Just 3 weeks before the Barry Sheene Classic event. I think it needs some hard work from some people to go around and rustle up what competitors we can find. Unfortunately, I don't do any classic events these days. I used to do maybe half a dozen in a year and had good contacts, but it needs somebody with the right... Ooh, look at this.
Oh, Marcus Simpson and Gary McCoy side by side across the line. Gary McCoy has the inside gazelle, always a little bit loose on the brakes. And very tight as he went in towards it. I believe that Marcus Simpson just held onto it. But to put it into perspective there, it is a 4/100th of a second gap between Marcus Simpson and Gary McCoy across the line. 0.04 seconds across the line. Baz Ferber in third, ahead of Toby Shan and Dan Ingham.
For Gary, 1:54.820. 76.19. He's getting the hang of this place, no two ways about it. And the team behind him.
Oh, looks like we've got a retirement there. I was just singing the praises of Jacques Foley earlier on before the race started there. He took a win in the RST Supersport 600B race, and he made a great start not a moment ago, but unfortunately Jacques Foley has retired back to the paddock at the end of lap 1.
It is known as the commentator's curse. And it happens so often. You're better off shutting up sometimes.
You're not the first person to say that to me. I doubt you'll be the last.
I know riders have said to me over the years, don't bung me up too much.
Well, they're coming back towards us now. We can see them through the trees at Jeffries Jumps and back into our sight. In just a moment's time, we'll be at our dicing duo at the front. Is it Marcus Simpson? Is it Gary McCoy? Well, that question, we'll soon have an answer, because we do now see that Marcus Simpson is leading ahead of Gary McCoy. So Marcus Simpson, what a great debut at Oliver's Mount this year so far for the number 23 rider. The gap is 0.3 of a second as they head towards the win once more. A 1:53.234 for Marcus Simpson ahead of Gary McCoy. Baz Ferber, Toby Shan, Dan Ingham, Mike Reeves, Tommy Downs up next ahead of Jamie Kelman.
I reckon Marcus will be the coach to the Isle of Man after this. No doubt Phil Edge will be publicising the event adequately over there at the friendly races.
Well, number 12, Logan Turner fans around the circuit will notice that he's not yet come through. He's took a slight excursion up at Memorial, but he has rejoined the circuit safely. So Logan Turner will be some way down the order, but he has rejoined safely, we are reliably informed.
We, over the years, have had occasions where a race leader has gone right round the Memorial and has rejoined and won the race. You never know. Logan with not a lot of experience so far here. Started racing at the age of 4 though, and he's won countless Scottish championships. Minimoto champion, 125 champion, Super Twin champion, second in the Superstock 600s of 2021, and his first ever road race here this weekend. He's planning on doing the TT. Jim Buckley and Pete Sutherland are behind him as they were. This is a great race between these two.
Yeah, Marcus Simpson getting a little bit sideways on the entrance.
Yeah, I noticed that. It seemed to step out a little. I thought it was my glasses falling down my nose, but
dangling the leg to balance the ship.
Yeah.
But all is good.
Gary McCoy again, though, has the fastest lap, 1:51.892, and the gap between them less than 0.2.
Yep, 0.192 between Marcus Simpson and Gary McCoy. Baz Ferber, Toby Shan, Dan Ingham. They're all relatively spread out there until we get back down to Jamie Kelman and Tommy Downs. Kelman now back ahead of Tommy Downs, and that is a big single ahead of the parallel twin. So the Kramer ahead of the Yamaha R7. Of course, the Yamaha R7, the newest addition to the Super Twin class, along with the Aprilia RS660. But the two bikes out in front, the Kawasaki ER6.
And the Yamaha with a swept capacity, I think that's what they call it, of 689 cc's. But allowed in by our governing body of the sport. And, I mean, what's 39 cc's? It's a moped, I suppose, really, isn't it? It's not going to make an awful lot of difference.
What's closest for our race leaders as they come into Farm Bends is, well, you could cover them with a blanket as they're that close. It's Marcus Simpson still leading the way ahead of Gary McCoy, but McCoy's got the slipstream.
He sure hasn't. He's going to make a dive, I think.
No, he's not. Goes to the outside. And say what he's done there. Marcus Simpson will obviously go defensive, and then he'll run out a little bit wide. That
will have unsettled him a little bit.
And Gary McCoy will be able to get the
Gary with, I suspect, a lot more experience. Is a name I've known, although he's not always been here. But Road Racing Ireland and similar. Because when I first saw it, I thought, was it the Australian? Moved to Ireland. But when I saw him ride, he was not hanging his tail out like the other Gary McCoy. I remember as stewards at one of the Italian circuits actually black flagged him because Gary was hanging the tail out so far. It was nearly catching him up, and he was black flagged, and he did teach the stewards some new international phrases, I think.
I can imagine so. Race lead is already up towards the top end of the circuit. In fact, we can see them coming down from Mount Side now. And looks like we've got some side-by-side action over Jeffrey's jumps. That'll get a little bit tasty as they come back into view in towards Farm Bends. But it was Marcus Simpson from Gary McCoy by 0.5 of a second as they crossed the line the previous time around. It's going to either be the 23 or the 111, and it is still the 23, the newcomer, leading them round. Marcus Simpson ahead of Gary McCoy, but the gap, well, it's opened up, but it's still not a lot as the last lap flag goes out then. One more lap for these guys. Less than 0.4 of a second is the gap. It's a 1 minute 52.1 for Marcus Simpson. Baz Ferber across the line in third on bike number 80 on the Yamaha MT-07. Then it's the Cowton Racing Kawasaki of number 7, Toby Shan, up next in fourth. Then we've got a good scrap here for the final top 5 position between Mike Rees on the Pattern and number 35, Dan Ingham on the Aprilia. In fact, Rees got the better of Ingham on that lap. Tommy Downs and Jamie Kelman continue their battle. Jamie Kelman a little bit down on power, we've been told, and having a few issues with the throttle on that Kramer, but still having a good weekend is Jamie Kelman, a former club champion on a Ninja 300 years ago now. We've got Owen Monaghan, Michael Allen, Logan Turner, Jack Turner and Roddy Taylor. So despite that excursion for number 12 Logan Turner, he has made his way back into the group and is up into 13th place.
Well, Ray Hutchison down there on the start line, manning the last lap flag at the moment. He's going to switch over to the black and white checkers. But Ray, no stranger to the Oliver's Mount circuit. He's raced here on all sorts of bikes over the years. A lot of success on 125s, but also on bigger bikes.
Race leaders are coming back towards us, and it's a very, very closely fought affair with 0.4 of a second separating the leading two. In fact, Marcus Simpson is still holding on ahead of Gary McCoy. Just one more corner to go before Marcus Simpson. He's out of Farm Bends and he's got the power on. Gary McCoy not close enough to make a challenge. So it is Marcus Simpson, number 23, who takes the race win.
brilliant ride from the young man from Douglas in the Isle of Man. And it's a pity his dad's no longer with us to have witnessed that superb race to round off. I think it rounds off his day, doesn't it? I don't think there's any more for those, or is there? No.
Well, the rest of the riders filtered the way through. Gary McCoy in second place. It was the fastest lap of the race from second place man Gary McCoy on that final lap, but it was too little too late, unfortunately, to get the better of
Gary
Marcus Simpson.
McCoy has had heaven knows how many quickest laps in this race, but he's never quite had the necessary to get past the determined young Manxman ahead of him. His day will come, though, I don't doubt. Although Marcus may well get better and better and better. He's shown he can master this circuit, and he duly has. As Roddy Taylor goes through, although he's a Scotsman, he's now based at Fleet in Hampshire. And Roddy is the cousin of Jock Taylor, the sidecar racer who tragically lost his life under unfortunate circumstances. And Roddy, who started racing, I think, at Knockhill, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look. Have I logged it down somewhere? I wonder. Can't see it. No, I would have thought it would be there somewhere. Let's have a look. 68. Yeah, it was Knockhill in 1968. And would you believe his first race was on a 1929 Rudge? There ain't many of them around these days.
I suppose they were brand new when you was a kid.
No, I did race a 250 Rudge. It was, I think, an immediately pre-war machine. But they were still fairly competitive at one point. It wasn't my bike. It was just, I was asked if I would ride it. I was probably a bit big, really, for a 250, but I think I got something like a fifth. And it was, I said, is it one of those with a hand change? I hadn't seen it when I said, yeah, I'll give it a whirl. And we had a neighbour when I lived in Hull when I was about, I don't know, 4 or 5, who had a Rudge with a hand change alongside the tank. And it was a stepped, and that was your gear change. And that's about all I knew about Rudges at that stage. You don't have to nibble your way through some sweets, do you? And your Starburst original fruit chews. Well, this is a multiple 4 classes in this race. 125 two-strokes and Moto 3s. Jack Worth has the 125. I don't think Adrian Scaife had a 125 here, had he?
Adrian Scaife was on a Moto 3, an FTR Moto 3 bike.
Yeah. 22, Tony Flinton on his Old Faithful 125. on which he's had an awful lot of success over the years. Connor Wade on an RS250. Phil Stead 31, not here. Pity really, because Phil won one leg of the Cock of the North here on that bike, going back to, don't know what year that would be, but I think it was he won a Formula 2 race at the Barrysheen in '76. And he won the Lee Pullen and the Phil Mellor trophies back in the day. That was, I think, and won one leg of the Cock of the North. I knew he had in the back of my mind that was 1998. But unfortunately, I don't know why Phil Stead wasn't here. Has a plumbing and heating business back home in Northallerton. Joey Thompson very much there. Tim Walsh, Dan Ingham, Richie Welch, Damien Horgan. Damien Horgan on a 400. He was here yesterday. Don't know that I've seen him today. John Cliff, Kelly Carruthers, Chris Northover on bike 786. Not sure that I've seen him. On Monaghan, Bailey Harker, Don Gilbert, Dan North, Ricky Martin, Nick Sweet, Richard Blunt. Have we seen him? 131? No, we haven't. All weekend. 134, Stephen Sewell. Not sure I've seen him either. Liam McPherson was here. Grant Whittaker very much here and dominant. Richard Hughes on... and Richard entered 2 bikes? Nope. But don't know whether he was there. Dan Blades and Aaron Sadler both have been here. So any exciting news coming through?
No, just having a quick look there. But Joey Thompson is out there on the TZ250, which unfortunately he didn't finish on earlier today, did he? I don't believe.
Oh, yeah.
Richie Welsh and Kelly Carruthers are there on the front row. Looks like Connor Wade has been listed as a non-starter, as has Damien Horgan and Don Gilbert. But we'll get confirmation when they come back and line up on the grid.
The transponder doesn't pick them up until they've done a full lap. So it's in the lap of the gods.
Well, Richie Welsh is the man to do the warm-up lap the fastest as he makes his way to the grid on the all-black FZR 400. Quick thumbs up from Richie Welsh. He's ready and raring to go. And Kelly Carruthers there lining up alongside him in 3rd on the grid. There's Tony Flinton in the middle of row 3. Alongside him is newcomer Jack Worth. Adrian Scaife. Well, he's managed to get further on this race than what he did earlier on today. He's made it to the grid.
Oh, yeah.
There's Joey Thompson on the Yamaha TZ250. Very lovely looking machine. Of course, if we cast our minds back to the Spring Cup earlier on in the year, it is himself and Ian Locker having a great battle on the TZ250s.
Dan Ingham with Derek Jones Butchers plastered over the machine.
It sounds like Tim Walsh is retired out of this race, unfortunately, already. As away we go. Good stuff there. Oh, a little bit sandwiched for Richie Welsh as Kelly Carruthers comes across, as does Joey Thompson. So Richie Welsh is the man with the work to do as they head down towards Mere Hairpin for the first time of 6. Now all eyes to the lights for the CB500s of the second wave. And away they go. It is Grant Whittaker on the front row. with number 46, Ricky Martin. The man to watch for is Bailey Harker as they go towards Mere Hairpin, and they'll really be getting their elbows out around that tight left-hander. Looks like everybody is through safely. A few people running perhaps a little bit wide, but it was Grant Whitaker and Ricky Martin, the leading two as they go up Sheen's Rise.
Well, I had a brief word with Gordon Whitaker on my last trip down below. Father of Grant, proud father of Grant, the way Grant's raced here today, he's been superb. And Gordon, of course, who HWW is their logo, manufacturing all sorts of bits and bobs. Started, I think, with something as simple as tyre warmers. Not sure they didn't do clutch baskets at one time. Can't remember.
Well, they could well have done.
But Gordon rode Speedway for a number of years, and Grant was telling me they'd discovered he was still the property of Glasgow Speedway, although he hasn't raced Speedway for donkey's years. He switched his attention to road racing, and Gordon was threatening to break through into the higher echelons here at Oliver's Mount. And then I don't know what happened. I didn't have time to ask him either, but I think he probably fell foul of one of Mr. Hillaby's outbursts. Joey Thompson, though, leading the way, 2 minutes 02.501 from a standing start. Then the NC 35 of Dan Ingham, bike number 35, ahead of Richie Welsh.
Well, here come the CB500s, and it's Ricky Martin ahead of Grant Whitaker. Liam McPherson up to third place ahead of Richard Hughes, Owen Monaghan, Bailey Harker getting a little bit loose on the exit of Farm Bends. Dan Blades, Steve Sewell, Aaron Sadler, Nick Sweet and Dan North are the 11 CB500s, separated by 9 seconds. 11 bikes separated by 9 seconds at the end of the first lap for the CB500s.
Quite incredible, really, as several of us had a feeling that this would happen if they had the opportunity to come and race here. And when there are no clashes, which has been the case today, which has robbed us of a number of top CB500 races, I reckon we could get darn near full grids, and as long as they're lectured about the behaviour and don't go silly, they're used to big runoff areas, but this is something very, very different, and the way they've knuckled down to it. Josh Leaning, of course, knew this circuit when he came here for the Spring Cup, and he was a flying machine. Grant Whitaker, with only one previous meeting under his belt, he was tremendous throughout the weekend and could well be again. That two-stroke of Joey Thompson's really does sing out. The TZ 250, one of the last models made by Yamaha. 2 minutes 00611. The chances of him catching and breaking the record that stands to John McGuinness on the Polbird Vimto Honda are, I suspect, well, just looking at the gap there between Ricky Martin and Grant Whitaker, and it's 0.235 of a second. It's that close with Owen Monaghan. He is 6.7 seconds back in third in class. Then Liam McPherson, Bailey Harker, Richard Hughes, Dan Blades, Steve Sewell, Aaron Sadler, Nick Sweet and Dan North. And then it looks as though there was no Tim Walsh, Conor Wade, Damien Hogan or Don Gilbert.
Yet Tim Walsh, unfortunately, retiring on the warm-up lap. Conor Wade, Damien Horgan, Don Gilbert not making the start. Of course, I suspect that Don Gilbert may have packed up and gone home, potentially, because he does live quite some way away in Nutbourne in West Sussex.
Yep, fair old trek down there near to Chichester. And it is a long drive, certainly. I don't know what he does drive, but whatever it is, it'll take him a long time.
It shan't be as quick as a 600.
Yeah, you're dead right.
Well, Joey Thompson back across the line. Last time was a 2 minute 0.1. This time it's a 1 minute 59.110 for Joey Thompson. Richie Welsh and Dan Ingham, they have swapped now. Dan Ingham going a little bit slower than his fastest lap previously, and Richie Welsh going 1.2 seconds quicker than Dan Ingham. Sees him move up ahead of him by 0.7 of a second. Kelly Carruthers, 4th overall, 3rd in class. Then it's Jack Worth ahead of Tony Flinton. Now the first of the CB 500s is number 46, Ricky Martin, ahead of Grant Whitaker. Adrian Scaife coming across the line now. 3rd and 4th of the CB 500s, Owen Monaghan and Liam McPherson. Up next.
Tony Flinton just over half a second, 0.6 of a second behind Jack Worth on the other 125 RS Honda. There are increasingly few of those machines in captivity. But we've got to make on while we can see them and hear them. And those two RS 125 Hondas, last made, I think, in 19... Ooh. I can't remember the year. I remember the hue and cry when it was announced that there wasn't going to be any more. And they immediately shot up in value for people should they want to buy them. Look at this.
Yep, that's Joey Thompson heading back towards us now into Farm Bends. Last time, as we mentioned, was a 1 minute 59.1. 8.1 seconds is the gap, last time around at least, between himself and Richie Welsh. This time it's a 2 minute 0.3, but with an almost 10-second advantage over Richie Welsh. There's absolutely no need to push. And of course, Joey Thompson is the only 250 in the race. Richie Welsh and Dan Ingham carrying on their personal battle. 3/4 of a second is still the gap between Welsh and Ingham as Kelly Carruthers crosses the line once more to complete lap number 4. 2 laps to go then for these riders when they cross the line. Jack Worth in the mix now with the CB500. It's Grant Whitaker. That's a little bit tight there between Ricky Martin and Tony Flinton as they break towards mere hairpin.
Yeah, indeed.
So he may have outdragged him out of Farm Bends, but you're not going to beat Tony Flinton on an RS425 Honda on the brakes.
Adrian Scaife, he's still got the thing circulating, albeit 9th on the roads. He is well, Jack Worth shown as being on a Moto 3 bike. 125.
Yes, I think it's the 125 two-stroke or a 254 stroke that is classified as a Moto 3 in this particular instance. But Jack Worth and Tony Flinton, you're correct in saying they are on the Honda RS 125, which obviously is a two-stroke. And Adrian Scaife, the 3rd of the Moto 3 class, is on a Moto 3 bike. An FTR from a couple of years ago now, I suspect. Former Grand Prix bike. Did you manage to remember the name of the rider who used to ride the FTR, the German rider? I've put you on the spot there, haven't I?
I logged it down somewhere. It's quite possible, but whether I can read it is another thing.
Joey Thompson across the line to take the last lap flag at least. And that time around it's a 1 minute 59.574. And again, those downshifts into mere hairpin sound as crisp as ever. The gap between Welsh and Ingham the last time around was 0.7 of a second. But this time I suspect there was a slight mistake there from Dan Ingham, because he's dropped at the gap has opened up to 2.4 seconds between Richie Welsh and Dan Ingham. Kelly Carruthers on to the final lap with a lonely third place in class, fourth place overall. And it looks like number 46 machine has retired. Number 46, Ricky Martin, who was second in the CB 500s. So Grant Whitaker has somewhat been let off the hook.
Yes, indeed. Doesn't matter, he'll be racking up the points.
Aaron Sadler next across the line on bike 441 ahead of the 411 of Dan Blade. So 441 leads 411. Then it's 134 of Steve Sewell ahead of Nick Sweet and Dan North, who are side by side across the line. But I believe it is Dan North who goes up the inside of Nick Sweet to take 9th place in the CB 500 class.
Well, with the 3 round, Grant Whitaker scoring 25 points in the CB 500 class. He's done 25 again. There's not a class at the Barry Sheen meeting, but there is at the Gold Cup. So that will give him a sizable advantage. Josh Leaning is not here, so he's not going to improve on the 20 points he had. Don Gilbert. Don is not in the running this time. He's not going to score. Missed that. Joey Thompson, while I was checking those numbers, Joey Thompson screamed over the line, and he is notching up quite an impressive list as away from Dan Ingham, who's been a regular here. He's raced here, his dad's raced here, and I have a vague feeling his brother raced here on one occasion. Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie Ingham was here last time out at the Spring Cup, I believe. Grant Whitaker, the first of the CB 500s, and it's Jack Worth, the first of the Moto 3s, albeit on the RS125 two-stroke, as is Tony Flinton. And second of the CB 500s is Owen Monaghan, ahead of Liam McPherson. And then it will be Bailey Harker, fourth in class. 10th place overall for the 21-year-old lad from Spalding. And it's Adrian Scaife, Richard Hughes up next. Aaron Sadler and Dan Blades continue their battle, and it goes the way of Aaron Sadler ahead of Blades. Sewell and Sweet is the order. Nick Sweet cruising across the line there, taking it all in for what will be the final lap of the weekend for him. So Joey Thompson then takes the win ahead of Richie Welsh and Dan Ingham. Looks like we've got a CB 500 just making the way around. I suspect that's Ricky Martin, at least the fluorescent yellow wheels give it away. And back into the paddock goes Ricky Martin.
Well, coming up in our final race of the day, William Pickering from Easingwold. I wondered if he could possibly be related to the Pickering brothers, who used to ride in our hill climbs and some classic events and parades, etc. And he is indeed. He's just turned 30, his dad thinks. He wasn't sure. He actually spends his working week caring for children who have learning difficulties, severe learning difficulties. And that must need the patience of Job. And that machine is a Tigcraft chassis with a motocross Kawasaki 685 engine. Not Kawasaki.
I believe it was a YZ. But
was it?
It's at this stage it would seem it's open to interpretation as to what William Pickering's riding, but yeah, from what we do know, it's
certainly a Tigcraft chassis, and 685. That sounds a bit like a KTM to me. But YKLR1S.
So the next race that will be Tony will be the final race of the programme.
It certainly will. We're going to be finishing at, I would imagine, with a... Oh. Don't say how many laps there. How does it?
It'll be over 6 laps.
Ah. Oh, it does there. It doesn't here. The third outing for these bikes. And is this going to be another tremendous win on that beautiful Ducati 916 SP for Dean Harrison? Dean was looking for a bike with a view to the Classic TT, and he's racing. They were looking for a rider also with the Classic TT in mind, and certainly they've meshed well throughout the course of the weekend.
Well, we're still waiting for the Motul Classic Superbikes and the Super Monos to make their way out onto the circuit then. Of course, this will be, as we mentioned, 6 laps for the Classic Superbike, and Super Monos, of which we'll see Dean Harrison, or Rob Hodson should have been there in the middle of the front row, and Baz Ferber rounding out the front row. But of course, if we cast our minds back there to the first attempt of the Cock of the North Leg 2, unfortunately, Rob Hodson involved in an incident up there at the top end of the circuit. But Dean Harrison lines up on pole position on that beautiful Ducati 916.
19, Dave Bell, unfortunately a non-starter. This is page 63 in your programmes, as is 21, Joe Yeardsley. Dan Ingham should be there, I think. Eddie Harrison. Dean Ratcliffe, let's have a look, who is or isn't there.
Yeah, looks like we're missing a few. Rob Hodson's missing, as is Dan Ingham. Yeah, in the programmes there, page number 63, Dave Sudders, a non-starter, of course, as well. Dave Sudders, unfortunately, ruling himself out of contention for this weekend. That's bike number 122. And Clayton Taylor, I don't believe we've seen out here this weekend on the Classic Superbike either. But as the riders make their way around on the warm-up lap, then Dean Harrison on pole position. The front row is purely and only Dean Harrison and Baz Ferber. Tom Whedon, Paul Marley, Adi Harrison on row 2. Christian Didelot, Jamie Kelman on row 3. Dan Ingham not there for one reason or another. Ian Armstrong, Dean Ratcliffe, Ian Smith on row 4, with John Cliff and William Pickering on that 5th row. So earlier on, of course, we did see the Dean Harrison not only break but obliterate the lap record coming into this weekend, which was held, ironically enough, by Dean Harrison from just over 2 years ago. It was a 1 minute 48.664. But he managed to smash that earlier on today.
I wonder if these are the non-qualifiers that somebody was shouting about a few minutes ago.
I don't know.
In their respective classes. Well be.
So here they come around to complete their warm-up lap. Dean Harrison leads Jamie Kelman and Baz Ferber around. So just his first race meeting on the Ducati 916 for Dean Harrison. He's already smashed the lap record and taken victories on that bike. As we've got some support here from the start line official for Tom Whedon, who starts at the head of row 2, in 4th position. But it's all eyes to the lights then. Green flag at the back. Oh, a few little creeps there further down the order, and away we go for the final race of the day. On the weekend, and it looks like a good start from Baz Ferber, but Dean Harrison will have the inside line and be better on the brakes as we went into Mere Hairpin there. Around Mere Hairpin we go, and up the steep rise, Sheens Rise, in towards Quarry. And of course, from there we go into the S's, where we all line astern and looking to get some good drive down the back straight. So into the right-hander then, underneath the footbridge and over to the left-hand side we go. That's Dean Harrison, I suspect, leading the way on the red number 2 Ducati 916. First time on that bike this weekend for Dean Harrison, of course. Multiple TT race winner, of course, won the 2019 Senior TT as well. So on towards the CAF they go, in towards Memorial now. It's a good start as well for Baz Ferber. Tom Whedon, of course, fan favourite Tom Whedon. There's quite a long drive home this evening. From Maidstone down in Kent is Tom Whedon, so definitely not local. Paul Marley, Adi Harrison also there in the mix as well. Christian Didelot, looks like there was a, on that row especially, there was a little bit of movement potentially, but we'll call it when the information becomes available. But now we look up towards Mountside as to who is doing the business, and it does look as though that is the red Ducati of Dean Harrison leading the way, but he hasn't got much of a gap between himself and the chasing pack in terms of 2 riders. Can't quite see who it is from this distance, which is a great shame, but they're coming back into our view now, out of the trees and in towards Farm Bends. Baz Ferber in 2nd place, ahead of Tom Whedon on the S-Rad Suzuki in 3rd. Then it's Adi Harrison ahead of Paul Marley, with Jamie Kelman, the first of the Super Monos. Dean Harrison gets the power down on that 916 SP and breaks hard now for Mere Hairpin. Looks like a move up the inside for Tom Whedon on Baz Ferber. Will he pull it off? It seemed as though that he got that done. Tom Whedon on bike number 77 ahead of Baz Ferber on bike number 80. As Oliver Dean is there on bike number 86, the Aprilia RS660 for the OC Graphics man. And we've got a retirement. I believe that could well be William Pickering on the second of the two Supermonos in this race. So we're just going to have a look. Did he go straight on? Well, no chatter on the radio there, so I suspect that William Pickering has carried on his merry way ahead of David Fernley. The gap was 2.7 seconds across the line, but the closest gap was between second and third place riders, Barry Ferber and Tom Whedon. It was just over a tenth of a second between that GSXR 750. A.D. Harrison some way off of that lead group now by 4 seconds, but he has Paul Marley and Jamie Kelman for company. Dean Ratcliffe a further 4.7 seconds adrift. Down from has opened up the advantage over a second now. Braking hard for Farm Benz over to the right hand side now, flicking it left down a gear. Tom Whedon remains ahead of Baz Ferber. That is your first, second and third place riders. The pit board goes out then for Tom Whedon. He was third, he's now second, but he loses a little bit of drive on the exit of Farm Benz. Can Baz Ferber capitalise on that? He's getting closer, he's gaining all the way into Mere Hairpin, having a sniff up the inside, but deciding better of it, and remains in third place as Paul Marley, A.D. Harrison and Jamie Kelman cross the line now. A bit of a gap back now to the number 73 bike of Dean Ratcliffe and Christian Diddlow. Then it's Ian Armstrong on the Gixxer 750. Oliver Dean on the RS660 ahead of Ian Smith, bike number 115, the second of the two Ducati 916s in this race. And John Cliff on the Harris Suzuki up next. Newcomer this weekend, bike number 64. That is William Pickering on the second of the two Supermonos. He did carry on as opposed to retiring. And Dave Fernley, the 14th of the 14 riders, heads towards Mere Hairpin now. A fastest lap of the race on that previous lap for number 2, your race leader, Dean Harrison. 1 minute 50.808. Some way outside of the new lap record, but still with a 4.2 second advantage. There's no need to push for the lap times. Average lap of 78.95 miles per hour. Once more coming down from Mount Side and back into our view. As I mentioned, the gap is 4.2 seconds, and that has certainly opened up now on this lap. Coming up to the half race distance now, just about to complete lap number 3, as Dino tips it right, then over to the left-hand side to negotiate Farm Benz. Back onto the front straight and getting the power down on the Ducati.
Doesn't that bike sound absolutely lovely?
And it's
not only looks bonny, it sounds bonny.
And it's going as good as well, with the fastest lap of the race of a 1 minute 49.724 on that lap.
Just outside the 80 mile an hour lap, 79.73. Tom Whedon looking more like the Tom Whedon we all know and love here at Scarborough. And he's gapped Baz Ferber by half a second. They were in the reverse order, I believe, in the early stages. Local rider Paul Marley on his ZXR 750 in fourth place. Excellent ride from Paul. He'll be back in the Marley Land Rover's premises on Monday morning, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to tackle any four-wheel drive problems, not purely Land Rovers. He has looked after all sorts of other bikes as well. A.D. Harrison on bike 47 is in 5th place. 6th, Jamie Kelman's Kramer. In 7th place, Dean Ratcliffe. 8th, Ian Armstrong. Ninth, the Aprilia RS600 of Oliver Dean. Then Ian Smith's Ducati SP916. Ahead of John Cliff's Harris Ducati and Will Pickering's Kawasaki KLR1S with a Tigcraft chassis. Dave Fernley, the only other one, I believe, in the race. We know Rob Hudson is out, sadly. He was riding superbly, and let's hope those injuries are only superficial as first expected, and that he will be back in the saddle again very, very soon. I'm sure we've seen Chris Muckle and Sam Ward, haven't we, at different stages throughout the weekend.
We have, yeah. Sam Ward had some bike issues with it overheating, and unfortunately I suspect that he's gone home already. I'm just having a look there. That 1 minute 48.364 from Dean Harrison on that previous lap is very close to the now new lap record that he set earlier on today of a 1 minute 48.7.
I can't remember what he did in the open practice, not a qualifying practice at the start of yesterday, when he dipped beneath it, but that's comfortably over 80 miles an hour, 1 minute 48.364.
Well, earlier on today, in fact, I'll stand corrected, it was a 1 minute 47.623 that he set earlier on today. That is the new lap record. So he's still got some way to go. Around about 0.6 of a second as he comes across the line now to take the last lap flag. And it's a 1 minute 48.465 on this lap for Dean Harrison.
He was contending with quite a bit of traffic. Behind him, there should be Tom Wheaton and Bas Ferber. Yep, 77. Tom elbows Wheaton, looking more like the racer we know and the sort of performance we've come to expect from him here at Oliver's Mount over the years. Bas Ferber in third. Fourth, Paul Marley. Another superb ride by the man from West Ayton near Scarborough, whose Marley Land Rover's business is just across and down the Filey Road a bit at Caton. Eddie Harrison is in fifth place. Eddie was a later starter. I think Dean started in March. Eddie didn't start racing until, I think it was August of that year. He had commitments, put it that way, and Conrad Wisely made fund their own affairs, I think. Helped them, but I always thought if Eddie had some decent bikes early on, he could have been as good as Dean. We've seen him on the rostrum already this weekend. He's had top threes, and it looks as though this time, where is he? Yep, that was win number 10, believe it or not, this weekend for Dean Harrison, to add to the many wins he's had in meetings gone by. 10 in one weekend. 10 starts, 10 wins, and quite a few lap records as well. Whoa, look at that. The guys are racing right to the checkered flag. So victory for Dean Harrison on bike 2. With a best lap of 1 minute 48.364. That's 80.73. Second was the SRAD of number 77, Tom Wheaton. Third was number 80, Bas Ferber. In fourth spot, 175, Paul Marley. Fifth was 47, Eddie Harrison. In sixth was the super mono bike of Jamie Kellman. 7th was the Classic Superbike of Christian Didlow on the YZF Yamaha. In 8th place, 73, Dean Ratcliffe. 9th was 99, Ian Armstrong. 8th, Ian Armstrong. He got ahead of Dean Ratcliffe in the closing stages of the race. That was 86. Oliver Dean on the Aprilia RS 660. Have we still got Ian Smith? Should be 115, I think. Yep, Ian Smith it is indeed on bike 115 ahead of number 64 Will Pickering, and in 13th place was number 121 John Cliff on the Harris Suzuki 11. David Fernley on bike number 20. Well, as they say, that's it, folks. Thank you for your attendance, and above all our marshals, old and new. Thank you for all your efforts here this weekend, and for those of you who came to the assistance when the Vandals got in and did an awful lot of damage up on the circuit around the memorial area. What sort of morons we're breeding these days, heaven only knows. I think better still, chuck them into a pit that's bottomless. So, you'll be heading for home. Hopefully we'll see you back here in 3 weekends' time. And to the Nutty Crow from Guy's Motorbikes, particularly Big Mac, safe trip back to North Wales. To all of you, do take care on your way home, whether you be on 2 wheels, 3 wheels, 4 wheels, whatever. We've loved having you here this weekend, and we hope to see you for our remaining meetings. Don't forget that Supermoto. It's a sport we haven't seen here for years, and it will be done properly this time, with some of Britain's top performers in action, and a hill climb to round off the day. So the details are on the back of your programme. There is a 2-day hill climb as well on the 19th and 20th. A lot of post-it notes again, Bradley. All that remains is to say cheerio to you all.
See you next time.
Yeah, that's fine. And you two heading back down the... Which way do you travel?
South.
Bye for now, and we'll see you all in 3 weeks, hopefully with a lot more as well, with less commitments in the sport that weekend. So, bye for now.
The Barry Sheen Classic Meeting comes to Oliver's Mount on the 22nd and 23rd of July, and with it comes an eclectic mix of classic and modern bikes, sidecars and riders. We'll have great racing by day, brilliant chat shows and live music, a beer tent till late on Friday and Saturday night, and you can camp for the weekend date. Use postcode YO11 2UG. Oliver's Mount, England's only real road racing circuit.
looking for?
This one.
Yes. It is. That one there. Come on, get out.
I think I've got a couple of Audio-Technica mics.
I was going to say, because these mics I'm using, they're cheap and cheerful, but they are a bit directional. So if you've got a couple of ATs that you're comfy with, bring them along. Yeah, it just goes in. If you've got the mic in the egg box and then the power supply just sits on top. That's out, yeah. The only thing to watch for that headset is VHF, isn't it? It's down 174.8, I think. Which if nobody else is using it, you're fine. But it's public access. You can buy them off Amazon.
Yeah.
So you could find someone having a baby.
I've never had a problem anywhere with it. I've used it. Cadwell, Mallory, Donington. Oh, sorry.
That's your TV.
Aye, crack on.
Have you had a fun day?
Me?
Aye.
Shall I just not comment?
Nope.
Right, 2 seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think I'll let you go down the stairs first. Gear up should be faster for me. You gallop down there a lot quicker than me.
Oh, I don't know.
I'll put money in.
Is there no other packing or anything?
No.
Right, so I need to try and remember which box the main things to go in. Ah, yeah, the 2 semis will go back in there. There, that. Okay, then that one can go in the bottom there, please.
Hello, I'm taking a shot from the lady. I can't walk all the way up to the end to go all the way up. I'm up. Yeah. See you later.
It's getting a bit warm now. in there. The next trick is to start pulling out the all my cables. And it's probably, I did try once like pulling them out of the lump, it didn't work. It's just pick one that's free and go with it. And then repeat. I'm going to drop the mixer downstairs because that's where its suitcase is, and that will kind of get rid of it. Because the suitcase that it's lived in is a bit big to get up these stairs. Sorry? Isn't what?
Connected to anything.
Shouldn't be. Anyway, see you in 3 weeks.